Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Roommate Problem by Mariah Ankenman. Narrated by Charlotte North. Chapter 1. You're not a guy. Moira Rossi stared at the very tall, very confused-looking man in her doorway. He was huge, and she wasn't just saying that because she barely grazed 5'1¼ inches. The quarter inch was very important. She grinned, tilting her head back to stare into a pair of puzzled but beautiful hazel eyes. It wasn't fair for a man to have eyes that dreamy. It made a woman forget what he was saying. Oh, right, he'd accused her of not being a dude. And you're not my deep dish pizza, but I'll forgive you if you brought food. He frowned, confusion turning his lips down into a grumpy scowl she found absolutely adorable on a man so large and seemingly intimidating. Not many people intimidated Mo. She was raised with 4 brothers who loved to wrestle and cared not one iota that their little sister was half their size. Despite her appearance, she could handle herself. I'm sorry. He leaned back, glancing up and down the complex's hallway. I must have the wrong apartment. Poor guy. This building had identical floors right down to every doorknob. She'd gotten mixed up a time or two herself living here the past decade. This wasn't the first time someone had come knocking only to have the wrong place. Pity. Tall, perplexed, and handsome would have made a great addition to her wind-down night. She had been planning on chowing down on some greasy pizza and binging the latest season of Lucifer on Netflix. But she'd be happy to change her plans to Netflix and chill if the gentleman at her door was so inclined. Sadly, it appeared she'd have to settle for fantasies of Tom Ellis tonight. Mr. Wrong Door did not appear to be in a company-type mood. What apartment number are you looking for? Maybe I can help? He blew out a breath, running a large hand over the short, copper-colored hair on the top of his head. A smattering of dark freckles covered his face. Like a bunch of connect-the-dots, she had the strangest urge to trace with her tongue. She'd always had a thing for redheads. And oh boy, did she need to get laid if some rando at her front door was getting her all hot and bothered. It had been a while since her last hookup. 6 months at least. Geez, no wonder she was so hard up. I'm looking for apartment 118. He had the right place, but Mo Rossi. Right name, too. She would think, lucky her, but based on the uncertainty marring his handsome features, she didn't think he was a strippergram sent by her friends. Pity. I'm Mo. She stuck out her hand. Moira Rossi, but everyone just calls me Mo. He stared at her offered hand, but made no attempt to shake it. She watched with fascination as his expression went from confusion to shock, to realization, and finally to frustration. You're Mo. Of course you are. His jaw clenched, and he muttered softly, Grandma is in so much trouble. I can't believe she pulled this on me. Grandma? Oh, Mo had her own crystallizing moment as everything began to click into place. The strange man at her front door, the mention of a grandma, it all made sense now. This must be August Porter, grandson of Agatha Porter, the flower supplier her wedding planning company worked with, and, sadly for all hot and dirty daydreams, her new roommate. Mo might be willing to do a lot of things, but hopping in bed with someone she lived with was a no-no. Unless they were in a relationship, which she and August weren't. So, she just tuck all that delicious sex appeal the man was sporting into her spank bank and move on. She'd never want to make a mess of her living situation, and she would hate doing anything that might upset Agatha. Mo dealt mostly with the vendors at Mile High Happiness, the wedding planning company she ran with her friends, so she had a great rapport with lots of different people, but she had a special connection to Agatha. The kind old lady reminded her of her Nona, sweet and caring, but not above giving you a stern talking to when necessary. Fitting, considering the two women had been the best of friends until Nona's passing a few years ago. Agatha had kind of adopted Mo as her pseudo-granddaughter since Nona's death. She taught Mo how to crochet and press flowers for keepsakes. Agatha had even gifted Mo her own personal collection of romance novels when the print became too small for her eyes to read. Extremely grateful for a box full of happily ever afters, Mo had bought Agatha an e-reader and loaded it up with books, adjusting the letter size so her old eyes could see without straining. Yup, Mo loved Agatha and would do just about anything for her. The sweet old woman had been having some health issues lately. The shop had just become too much for her to take care of in her advancing age. But Agatha didn't want to sell, and Mo could respect that, but the woman needed some kind of help. Then, out of the blue, a month ago, Mrs. Porter said she called her grandson to see if he would come out to Denver to help with her flower shop. Lucky for everyone, he agreed. The only problem had been the poor guy didn't have a place to stay. Property went fast in the city, and rent was a nightmare. Agatha lamented she couldn't let her grandson stay with her, but her building was a 55 and over complex. The man standing before Mo didn't look a day over 30. Lucky for Agatha and August, Mo was in desperate need of a roommate. Lily moved out a few weeks ago with 6 months still on the lease, but with Mo's blessing. She figured finding a new roomie would be easy. But after interviewing 3 people who had cats, they were a no-pet building, 7 different college kids who wanted to throw keggers every weekend, 4 creepos who asked if benefits came with the room, and 1 woman who claimed she was a vampire and needed absolute darkness in the apartment at all times, Mo was ready to sell an organ to cover the rent herself. Thankfully for her organs, she didn't need to. Agatha claimed August was quiet, polite, neat, and easy to live with. Apparently, the guy used to spend some time in the summers with her when he was a kid. It could just be the grandmother and Agatha talking up how great August was, but Mo was past beggars being choosers at this point. She needed a roomie to help with the rent, and it was either August or Elvira. So she told Agatha to offer him the last 6 months of Lily's lease. If things worked out, hopefully he would sign up for another year with her. It was a perfect solution. She'd get help on the rent, and he'd have a roof over his head. Win-win. Only, judging by the scowl currently marring his handsome face, August Porter did not see anything about this situation as a win. Was it because she was a woman? Seemed odd. If anyone in this position should be wary of 2 strangers of the opposite sex living together, it should be her. And she wasn't. She trusted Agatha, and if the kind, elderly florist said her grandson was a stand-up guy, that was good enough for Mo. Plus, she had a lock on her bedroom door and knew 7 different ways to make a man cry like a baby with nothing but her knee and elbow. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you're August Porter. He shifted, hefting the strap holding up his large duffel bag higher onto his shoulder. Yeah, I'm August. But I thought you weren't coming until Sunday. He stared at her like she was the one having the most confusing night ever. It is Sunday. It was? Dang. They'd had a small wedding this morning, and she was still a bit out of sorts. Normally, weddings were a Saturday affair, but some couples preferred to pick the later day of the weekend because prices tended to be a bit more affordable. It always messed with her internal clock just a bit. Right. Of course it's Sunday. August rocked back on his heels, gaze shifting left and right once again, as if he couldn't believe the situation he found himself in. Poor man looked all out of sorts, and she had no idea why, but it tickled her. Giving him her most welcoming smile, she stepped back and motioned to the inside of the apartment. Welcome home, roomie. I've got pizza on the way, but fair warning, it's pineapple. Chapter 2. Pineapple pizza? August didn't know what was worse. His grandmother conveniently leaving out the fact that his new roommate was a woman, or the woman in question having terrible taste in pizza. If you were going to eat junk food, at least go whole hog. Pepperoni, sausage, extra cheese, all the artery-clogging toppings. Not fruit. His stomach turned over, unease eating a hole in his gut. His duffel felt like a 1,000-pound weight on his arm. Or maybe it was just the thought of dumping said bag inside, where he'd be living with this woman for the next 6 months, that was weighing on him. How could Gran do this to him? It wasn't that he was opposed to living with a woman, but fair warning would have been nice. And what kind of name was Mo for a woman anyway? He was expecting to be greeted at the door by a guy in his 60s with a beer gut and pants up to his nipples. Not a tiny, curvy blonde with streaks of, was that neon pink in her hair? Different strokes, he supposed, but oh boy. He tugged his bag tighter to his side and stepped over the threshold to find his own personal hell. The apartment was nice, adequate space, but also a cluttered mess of books, clothing, and old takeout boxes. The air held a distinct, pungent aroma that wasn't bad, necessarily, but also wasn't pleasant. His nose wrinkled as the smell of sugary cake and laundry detergent assailed his nostrils. Two very different odors that did not mix well together. Having worked for years on various produce and flower farms, he knew his scents, and this one stunk. Mo winced. "Oh, sorry. I kind of mixed up my days and thought you were coming tomorrow." She gestured around the living room. "I swear I was going to have all this cleaned up. I've just been swamped with work lately." Lately? This place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a solid 3 weeks. His gut pitched, apprehension eating him at the sight before him. He knew he could be a bit obsessive with his cleaning, but how did people live like this? Just staring at all this mess was making his whole body twitch and his anxiety skyrocket. "This isn't going to work," he muttered, but she must have heard him because she graced him with another one of those wide smiles. One that made his heart pump faster and suspicion fill his brain. He didn't trust people who were happy all the damn time. Life was hard, and anyone who didn't see that was either on something or extremely sheltered. Her eyes were a clear golden brown, so he didn't think she was high on anything but her sunny outlook on life. Joy. Yippee for him. "Oh, come on. You don't know that." She laughed, the sound making his heart pound even faster. But damn if he knew why. Discomfort. He was going to blame it on this mess of an apartment and this mess of a situation. "We've only just met," Mo continued. "We haven't even gotten to know each other, so you can't say it won't work. Unless you're psychic." He wasn't. He didn't believe in any of that New Age shit, but judging by the flowy tie-dye skirt, the peace sign printed on her tightly fitted yellow tank top, the crystal pendant hanging around her neck, and the massive amount of bracelets she wore around each wrist that clanked like weird little musical chimes with every hand gesture she made, August would venture a pretty good guess she believed in that kind of stuff. She grasped his hand in hers, tugging him out of the living room that looked like a trash tornado hit it, and pulling him down a narrow hallway. "Come on, I'll show you to your room." He followed because what the hell else was he supposed to do? It wasn't like he had any friends in the city. He'd left his job working for a flower farm out past Telluride to come to Denver and help his grandmother with her shop. Gran lived in a tiny one-bedroom apartment that was basically one step above a retirement home. He couldn't stay with her. A hotel was always an option, except he'd already signed a 6-month sublease and sent Mo a deposit and first month's rent, on Gran's insistence that she had found the perfect roommate for him. "Thanks a lot, Gran." If he left now, he'd be out that money and probably on the hook for the rest. Considering his chosen career didn't lend itself to piles of cash, that was something August couldn't afford. "Here it is," Mo announced with a flourish, dropping his hand and doing a little twirl in the empty bedroom. He clenched his hand into a fist, trying to get rid of the weird little zing sensation left over from the woman's touch. What the hell was that about? A quick glance around revealed a tiny bit of positivity for the night. At least this room was clean. Spotless, in fact. He breathed a small sigh of relief. Mo stepped back as he entered the room. "My friend Lily used to live here. She has a bit of an anal streak, so she cleaned it from top to bottom before she left. and I haven't been in here since, under threat of black hair dye in my shampoo." He glanced back at her as she clutched her bright blonde locks, highlighted with the most ridiculous hair color he'd ever seen.
"Black hair dye?"
An odd threat, but everything about tonight had been odd. Why not strange cosmetology intimidation? "She knew I had a new roommate moving in, and she didn't want me scaring you off with a dirty bedroom." Would have been nice if her former roommate had extended the threat to the communal living areas, but he was at least grateful for the sanitized bedroom. He continued to take in his surroundings. Seemed doable, for a short time period anyway. If nothing else, he could spend all his time in his room. Better than going out there to brave the land that a dumpster threw up in. August dropped his bag to the floor, a loud thud echoing in the bare space. "Is that all you brought?" He turned to face Mo, glancing down at his bag, and back up to her. Not way up, because the woman was small. Couldn't be more than 5 feet tops. His 6 was absolutely towered over her. He feared getting too close to the woman. He didn't want to intimidate her with his size or make her feel uncomfortable. August was uncomfortable enough for the both of them right now.
"No."
He shook his head.
"I have a few boxes in my car downstairs, and a pod coming tomorrow with my bed and a few other things."
She beamed. "Great. You can sleep on the couch tonight if you'd like. It's super comfy, I promise." He can also sleep in hell, which he imagined would be exactly like the clutter-covered couch.
"Thanks. I'll be fine in here."
Not wanting her to insist, because she seemed like the kind of person who would when it came to creature comforts, he lied.
"I have a sleeping bag out in my car, and I've camped on much worse surfaces than a carpet-covered floor."
He had no such thing in his car, but he'd rather use his duffel as a pillow and whatever clothes he had as a blanket than sleep out in that living room. He was grateful for the place to stay, but he was paying his share. They'd have to talk about cleanliness if they were going to get through the next 6 months. "All right." She tilted her head, eyes narrowing, as if she didn't quite believe him. "If you're sure?"
"I am,"
he said with a quick nod. She shrugged. "Okay then, why don't I help you grab the things from your car? I'll help you unpack, and we can chat, get to know each other." He supposed that was a logical idea. Although he was beat from driving 6.5 hours, he should get to know the person he'd be living with for the next 6 months. At the same time, a get-to-know-you session with his perky, untidy new roommate, who was not a guy, but a very attractive woman he found as engaging as he did exasperating, sounded exhausting. Still, he should try to be polite. After all, the woman had opened up her home to him, even if he was paying his share of the rent. What in the hell had possessed Gran to think they would be suitable roommates? She was his polar opposite, the extrovert to his introvert, the Oscar to his Felix. You know, if Oscar was a smoking hot bombshell, and the odd couple had been filled with awkward sexual tension.
"That's okay."
He tried to get his mouth to curve into a pleasant smile, but he feared all he could achieve after tonight's surprises was an awkward grimace.
"It's not much stuff. I can grab it."
"Oh, I don't mind. I'm a lot stronger than—" The doorbell interrupted whatever she was saying. Mo's face lit up with excitement, and August had to suck in a sharp breath at the beautiful way her eyes shone. "Pizza's here!" she exclaimed, running out of the room and calling over her shoulder. "You grab your stuff and I'll get the food. We can get to know each other over dinner." Perfect. Just perfect. A messy apartment, a perky roommate, and pineapple pizza. His very own personal hell. Chapter 3. Mo stared into her cereal bowl, watching as the milk turned red from the dye in the flakes. Last night's dinner hadn't been the fun get-to-know-you gabfest she'd imagined. August had uttered less than 24 words. She knew, because she'd counted. The guy had been polite, if a little stiff, and gave short, succinct answers about his drive up and his previous work at a flower farm down south. But getting that man to open up was like tearing down a brick wall with a twig. Pointless. He'd probably just been tired. That was all. The guy had driven all day to get here. She should have cut him some slack and saved the roomy bonding time for after he'd gotten a good night's rest.
What is that?
Mo glanced up from her breakfast at August's question. Geez, for a big man, he sure moved quietly. She hadn't even heard him leave his room. How had he snuck up on her in the kitchen? Cereal? She held the bowl up in the air. He peered down at her upheld food, a grimace turning down his full lips. She had to give it to the guy. He made grumpy, sexy. I thought she shouldn't be entertaining, but it was hard to deny the truth.
Why is the milk red?
It's Fruity Pebbles. I think whatever coloring they put in the cereal bleeds into the milk, and the red color takes over all the others.
Isn't that a kid's cereal?
Could food be age-restrictive? She knew babies had some things they couldn't eat, thanks to her time with Prue's twins, but why couldn't an adult enjoy a nice sugary childhood favorite if she wanted to? Mo dipped her spoon into the bowl and lifted a bite into the air, winking at August. For kids, and kids at heart. She slipped the spoon into her mouth, moaning as the fruity sweet flakes hit her tongue. August grunted, although it sounded suspiciously like a growl, and she wasn't sure, but she could have sworn she saw his eyes flare with heat. Weird. Maybe he wanted a bowl. Who didn't love a good sugar rush in the morning? Want some? She started to rise from the table. I have plenty.
No, thanks.
At his emphatic denial, Mo sat back down. August made his way to the small pantry, where he'd unpacked a box of stuff he'd brought in from his car last night. She watched as he pulled out a round tub of, ew, oatmeal? She didn't think anyone actually ate oatmeal outside of Instagram influencers pushing overnight oats. Wow, that sure is a fun breakfast you got there. Without turning, August set about grabbing a small pot and filling it with water for the oats. He tossed out over his shoulder,
At least mine won't rot my teeth.
Oh yeah, her new roomie was just a great big ball of fun suckage. Yay. So, how's the new roommate? Mo glanced up from the photographer contract she'd been going over for one of their clients. She smiled at Lily, her business partner, friend, and up until recently her roommate. But now Lily was living with her fiancé, and Mo had a new roommate. A sexy, grumpy roommate. He's a little on the cranky side, she answered. But that might have been because he got in right around dinner time. Can't blame a guy for being hangry. Not that he'd eaten any of the food she'd offered him. No, August had physically recoiled the moment she opened the box of delicious pineapple pizza. Pineapple on pizza was a common divider in society, but who turned down free pizza? He could have plucked the pineapple off. Instead, August had grabbed a canister of powder stuff from his bag and a weird mixer bottle thing and made some protein shake that looked as gross as it smelled. And this morning's breakfast? She still couldn't believe the guy had eaten the entire bowl of goopy oatmeal. Wait, your new roommate is a guy? Prue, her other business partner, friend, and former roommate asked. She nodded. Yep, he's Agatha's grandson. Prue and Lily exchanged a worried look. Oh, great. She knew that one. The classic, Mo doesn't know what she's getting into look. Well, they were wrong. She knew more than people assumed. They took one look at her tiny stature, bubbly personality, hippie clothing, and vibrantly streaked hair, currently pink because their upcoming wedding had a pink and yellow color scheme, and labeled her a manic pixie dream girl. Ridiculous. That wasn't even a real thing. Just a stupid trope some dude in Hollywood made up to excuse his whiny male character's bad behavior. First of all, she couldn't help it that she barely topped 5 feet. Blame that on genetics and her inability to wear platform shoes without falling and breaking an ankle. What was wrong with being happy and positive all the time? Maybe if more people tried it, the world wouldn't be such a crap fest. Besides, she liked her clothes. They were comfy and fun. Changing her hair color every few weeks gave her a sense of control. Life was often chaotic, and unexpected obstacles got thrown in your path. Fun hair was her way of maintaining her sanity. And it was better than trying to cut her own bangs every time something stressed her out. She placed her hands on her desk, staring at her friends. You guys, it's fine. Prue and Lily didn't appear convinced. Mo sighed, rising from her desk and coming over to sit in one of the plush chairs facing Lily's desk. Since she was the one who had the most face time with the clients, she had the big fancy desk, while Mo and Prue had smaller desks in the corner of the large, one-roomed office of their wedding planning business, Mile High Happiness. Prue left her desk as well and came to join Mo and Lily, taking the other comfy chair next to Mo. Okay, she made a come-on motion with her hand. Lay it on me. Prue glanced at Lily, and the two silently communicated, a skill they all possessed with each other. Being friends for over a decade had benefits like that. But right now, it was really annoying. She wished they would just spit out their concerns so she could alleviate them and they could get on with their workday. Oh, for the love of... She leaned forward in her chair, blocking her friends' view of each other. Just say whatever it is you want to say. Prue tilted her head around Mo, arching her brow at Lily, who nodded, pushing her glasses up her nose when they slipped down. Trying to hide her amusement at her friend's loving but unnecessary worry over her, Mo sat back in her seat and waited. Lily straightened in her seat, her gaze focused directly on Mo. Moira? Uh-oh. Whenever Lily used her full name, she knew she was about to get a stern lecture. Though she was only 2 years younger than her friends 30, Lily and Prue tended to treat her like a kid sister at times. It might have been helpful when she was the 16-year-old freshman to their 18 in college, but now it was simply annoying. She was smart enough to skip 2 grades in high school. She could handle her own life, thank you very much. Oh, brother. Here we go. She slumped back in her seat. Lily scowled. We're merely worried about you. They didn't need to be. No one needed to be. She could take care of herself. Plus, if anyone messed with her, all she had to do was call her brothers, and the 4 Rossi men, who she liked to claim stole all her height, would defend their little sister in a heartbeat. You're living with a guy, Mo, a guy who's probably bigger than you, a guy you don't know at all, Prue said, hands twisting together in her lap. Reaching across the armrest, Mo grabbed Prue's hands and squeezed. Sweetie, I know you're a mom now, but you're not my mom. I wasn't... Yes, she interrupted her friend before she could make excuses. I am living with a guy who is bigger than me, but let's be honest, most people over the age of 18 are. Most people under the age of 18 are too, Lily stated. Mo ignored Lily's tease, scratching her cheek with her middle finger in her friend's direction. Very mature, Mo. Hey, Lily had started it. Besides, they lived to annoy each other. It was their love language. Something she missed dreadfully since her friend had moved out. Now she had no one to annoy on the reg. And, she continued to Prue, he's Mrs. Porter's grandson. If Agatha trusts him, then so do I. Besides, I have a lock on my door and nut basher under my bed. And she'd never hesitate to use either. At the mention of the baseball bat her older brother had given her when she moved into the college dorms, with explicit instruction to use it on any guy who didn't take no for an answer, Lily and Prue exchanged another worried glance. You guys, seriously, it's fine, she assured her friends. August seems like a stand-up guy. A bit of a grump, possibly a neat freak who had terrible taste in pizza, but okay as far as she could tell. He also had reservations about rooming with a member of the opposite sex, so she took that as a good sign. If he wasn't a good guy, he would have gotten all pervy the moment he saw her and tried to make a pass, and she would have grabbed Nutbasher and kicked his ass to the curb. Moira Rossi did not suffer assholes or creeps. Her friends still appeared unsure, so she brought out the best argument she had. You both trust Agatha, right? They got the tense lines on their faces to relax. They all loved Mrs. Porter. The woman was sweet, kind, and a fantastic florist, a pseudo-grandmother to them all. but Mo most of all. Lily had a handsome fiancé. Prue had a hero husband and 2 adorable twins. Since Mo had no romantic entanglements to speak of at the moment, she claimed dibs on all the granny love from Agatha. Only seemed fair. Of course we trust Agatha, Prue smiled. And we trust you. Who we don't trust, Lily interjected with a firm frown, is this August guy. Mo couldn't hold back the snort of laughter this time. It's adorable when you two try to protect me. But must I remind you, I'm a grown woman who can take care of herself? Lily pointed a finger. And must we remind you of the time you hooked up with that guy at the karaoke bar who said he was a talent agent and wanted to sign you? But he really turned out to be a failed DJ who lived in his mom's basement, Prue finished. Hey, that was 5 years ago. She crossed her arms, not liking when her friends ganged up on her less than stellar assessments of people in her past. Zane turned out to be a pretty cool guy, and it wasn't like I slept with him. The jig was kinda up when he took me back to his mom's place. And all they'd done was talked and listened to music before she called a cab and headed home. Not that she ever believed the guy in the first place. Karaoke was her jam, but she knew her talents, and a platinum album singing career was not among them. Zane had been nice, but he hadn't been the one for her, not her soulmate. People might call her silly for believing in something as fairy tale-ish as soulmates, but Mo didn't care. She'd seen it enough times to know it was true. Her own parents had been together for over 40 years. 40 years of happiness, love, companionship. 40 years with your best friend. That's what Mo wanted, and she wouldn't stop searching until she found it. No matter how many frogs she had to kiss, or how many people made fun of her or called her naive. Yes, she was the most hopeless of hopeless romantics. Which was good, considering she helped run a wedding planning company. She was literally in the business of happily ever afters, and she intended to find her own one day. But that didn't make her naive. She knew just because she could trust Agatha didn't mean she could implicitly trust August. I know that you're both worried about me, and I think it's very sweet. She reached out a hand. Prue grabbed on immediately. After Mo cleared her throat rather loudly, Lily sighed and offered her own hand. Grasping her best friend's hands in her own, she gave them a loving squeeze. I promise I know what I'm doing. Everything will be fine. Besides, she really needed help on the rent, something she didn't need to tell her former roommates about. She didn't want them feeling bad for finding their happily ever afters and leaving her with the ridiculousness that was Denver's rent. Prue scooted forward in her chair, clasping both hands around Mo's, her expression dialed to uber mommy mode. You'll let us know right away if things aren't fine, and call us if he tries anything inappropriate. She held in a laugh. From what she knew of August, the only inappropriate thing the guy might be guilty of was having terrible taste in food. Seriously, who carried around protein shakes in their bag? Those things tasted like chalk and dirty feet. If August tries anything, I promise I'll call you right after Nutbasher and I finish beating the snot out of him. That's my girl, Lily said, pulling her hand away. Tell us more about this August person. Honestly, apart from being Agatha's grandson and having a mean case of the crankies, she didn't know much. He's here to help out Agatha at the flower shop. Her friends nodded. They'd all been hoping Mrs. Porter would bring in some assistance at the store. The woman was getting older, and her health wasn't what it used to be. Sadly, they'd had to pass her up for a few recent weddings because Agatha didn't have the capability to keep up with the demands of the store and catering to special events. Hopefully, things would turn around now that August was here, though Mo doubted a man as grumpy as August Porter could create flower arrangements as beautiful as Agatha. Guess she'd just have to wait and see. I only met him last night, Mo continued. He seems nice enough, perhaps a little tired by the drive. Where's he from? Prue asked. Again, she had a vague idea, but no specifics. The southwest part of the state, I think. Agatha mentioned somewhere around Telluride when she was telling me about him. Lily nodded. A drive like that would make anyone irritated. Colorado was a big state. not as long as California or Florida, but it could take an entire day to cross it.
Anyway, she shrugged. We didn't get to talk a lot. He pretty much crashed after dinner.
Dinner of a protein shake that was in no way a real dinner, in her opinion. Prue opened her mouth to ask another question, but the office phone rang. Lily picked up the cordless handset that resided on her desk, since Mo and Prue hated talking on the phone like good millennials.
Mile High Happiness, this is Lily speaking. How can we make your dreams come true?
Some people might have thought that phrase was silly, but Mo loved it. Ever since she was a little girl, her parents had encouraged her and her brothers to reach for the stars, to follow their heart's path. Their encouragement had instilled a healthy sense of determination in Mo. Some might say too determined. Okay, yes, she could be a little pushy when she saw two people who were meant for each other, but she just loved love. Seeing people happy made her happy. And if some of those stars she reached for fell into her eyes, then so be it. Life looked a little brighter through starlight anyway. Mo headed back to her desk as Lily helped whoever was on the phone. Prue followed close behind, heading to her desk, which stood right next to Mo's against the far wall.
So, when do we get to meet August? Prue asked in a hushed voice as she slid into her desk chair.
Mo laughed.
Gee, Mom, I don't know. Whenever you stop by and he's there, I guess.
It wasn't like she and August were dating and he had to pass the friend test. He was just a roommate. A temporary one at that. Though if anyone did need to get out and get laid, it was August Grumpy Pants Porter. She smiled to herself, knowing how much he would hate that nickname. Even if she didn't know him that well, she would bet money he would not appreciate the moniker. You don't want us to meet him? Prue tilted her head, brow furrowed in confusion. It wasn't that she didn't want her friends to meet August. It was more that she didn't think the man would be too keen on meeting anyone. He hadn't wanted to stay up last night getting to know her, or sharing anything about himself. Mo kind of got the idea that he liked to keep to himself. And yes, she was usually the social butterfly of their group, introducing all the lovely people she had in her life to each other, but she didn't think August would be up for a city-wide meet and greet. Then again, if anyone needed to loosen up and experience all the fun the city had to offer, it was August Stick-in-the-Mud Porter. She held back another snort of laughter. He wouldn't like that description any more than the last one. We might want to give him a few days to get settled in before I start introducing him to everyone. Prue nodded, as if that was the sensible thing to do. Good point. I'm sure Agatha will introduce us all sometime in the near future anyway. Oh, Agatha. She was going to have to stop by and see the sneaky old lady who failed to mention to her grandson that Mo was short for Moira. Just like her Nona, Agatha had a wicked sense of humor, and Mo loved her for it, though this little joke might have gone a bit too far. August had looked like he swallowed a beehive last night when he realized she was his new roomie. Poor guy. She'd make it up to him by taking him out for a night on the town, show him the sights and all the wonderful things Denver had to offer. After all, that's what good roommates did. Even if Mo wasn't the cleanest person to live with, she was, in her humble opinion, one of the most fun. It was settled. They'd have drinks, swap stories, bond as new roomies. And who knew? Maybe she'd even find a way to help him unwind the ball of stress he seemed to carry around. She tucked back into her work, Prue and Lily already absorbed in their own tasks. This weekend, she would take August out. And then maybe next week, she'd invite him to dinner with her friends. Being new in town, the guy needed to meet people, and lucky for him, Mo knew the very best people in the city. Maybe she could even find him a date. A sigh of regret left her lips. Too bad she was living with the dude, or she'd make a pass at him. He was hot with 2 T's. And tall. Okay, everyone was tall compared to her, but something about the big guy just made her want to climb him like a tree and yell timber. Ooh, maybe she could convince him to wear flannel, live out her lumber sexual dreams. No, bad Mo. She couldn't jump her roommate. As much as her hormones wanted to, It'd be a bad idea to do anything to risk her financial security. So, no doing the roomie. Because she might be a lot of things, but stupid wasn't one of them. And starting anything with a man she lived with was a bad idea. With a capital B. Chapter 4.
August, my sweet boy.
August felt his lips curve up into a smile as he stepped into Porter's Petals, the flower shop his grandmother owned and ran. The woman who'd been the only bright spot in his chaotic childhood stood behind the large wooden counter at the front of the shop. A line of sweet-smelling flowers in various shades of yellow and pink lined up before her, waiting to be placed in a bouquet of some kind, if he had to guess. Her cheeks wrinkled, the fine lines around her eyes deepening, as she graced him with a smile that never failed to lighten whatever load was weighing on his mind. Damn, it felt good to see her loving face again. He really needed to visit her more often. At least he'd be seeing her consistently for the next few months, and if he could get her to agree to his plan, he'd never have to say goodbye to her ever again.
Hi, Gran. How are you?
She rushed around the counter to hurry to his side. He towered over her, but she put her arms around his neck and tugged, and August was helpless to do anything other than bend his knees so his grandmother could give him a good squeeze that nearly choked the air out of him. The old woman still had a lot of strength in her. That thought made him happy. He'd been worried about her health lately. She was getting on in years and needed to take better care of herself. It was one of the main reasons he'd finally decided to come out to the city. Temporarily. The city made him itch. He'd never lived in Denver, but he had grown up a little over an hour away in Colorado Springs, a large city in its own right. So many people all crowded together, but not noticing a damn thing around them. His parents both lived in the Springs, but on opposite sides of town. It used to take him 2 buses to hop back and forth between their houses when they were too busy with their other kids to pick him up for their custody days. He hated buses. Give him a town you could walk to the end and back in an hour, any day. Agatha pulled back, her smile dropping into a disapproving frown as she looked him over.
I would be doing better if my loving grandson had deigned to call his grandmother last night, the one who was worried sick about him getting into town.
A load of bull. If his grandmother had really been worried, she would have called. Repeatedly. She was just giving him a hard time, probably because this was the first time he'd come to visit in more than a year. Guilt churned in his gut, but he pushed it aside. He was here now.
I got in late. I didn't want to wake you.
He knew she needed more sleep and headed to bed earlier these days.
I sent you a text.
You young folks and your texts. She reached up to pat him on the cheek.
What's wrong with speaking to a person directly?
For one thing, his grandmother always took her hearing aid out when she answered the phone, so she couldn't hear half of what he was saying. She said it whistled when she held an electronic device up to it. Cheap piece of crap. He'd be adding, buy a new hearing aid, to the list of things he wanted to do for her.
I'm sorry I didn't call.
He placed a kiss on the top of her head, inhaling the aloe-scented lotion she'd used daily since he was a boy. The smell always put his nerves at ease.
But don't think I don't have a bone to pick with you either, Gran.
She dipped her head, moving fairly quickly for a 73-year-old, as she hurried back behind the shop's counter. Her fingers fussed with the flowers, picking up the stems and arranging the plants with a focus she hadn't possessed when he first arrived.
I'm sure I have no idea what on earth you're talking about, August.
Ah, denial. The Porter family trait.
Oh, really?
He stepped up to the counter, placing an arm down and leaning over.
You have no idea what I would be upset about?
She glanced up, covering her guilty expression with a shake of her head.
You're a very sweet boy, August, but you can be a bit of a broody moody at times, so I couldn't possibly know what could be troubling you at the moment.
Broody moody? What in the world did that mean? That made him sound like an angsty teenager who spent all day locked in his room listening to My Chemical Romance. He hadn't done that since he was 14. Sure, he might be a little stoic, a bit of an introvert, but he wasn't moody. And his grandmother could try the innocent act all she wanted, but since she had been the one to teach him how to count cards at the age of 8, he knew the old lady knew exactly what he was talking about. She might be able to fool others, but she couldn't pull the wool over August's eyes. "Mo, Gran." She glanced up, blinking wildly behind her thick glasses. "Mo?" "Yes, Mo. My new roommate." He leaned farther over the counter, looking his grandmother directly in the eyes. "My new female roommate."
"Oh, Moira!"
Grandma clasped her hands together, a bunch of pink roses held within their grasp.
"Such a sweet girl, and her apartment is rather large for the city. Plenty of room for a strapping young man such as yourself."
He sighed, knowing he'd have to be direct if he wanted to get any answers out of her. "Gran, why didn't you tell me Mo was a woman?"
"Did I not?"
She shrugged, going back to her work, focusing on the flowers once again.
"Ah, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? From what I'm to understand these days, men and women live together all the time. As friends, platonically, romantically."
He didn't like the way she said that last one. He wouldn't put it past his grandmother to be trying to fix him up with Mo. Wasn't like she hadn't tried to set him up 1,000,000 times before. Something about wanting to see him happily settled or something. No, thank you. His dad and mom split up when he was a kid, their supposedly happy marriage tossed aside for a shiny new one, much like their kid. Half the people he knew were either divorced or separated, and the rest fought so much they might as well break it off. August hadn't seen one happy, lasting relationship in his entire life. His grandparents had been happily married for 35 years, according to Gran, but Grandpa had died when he was just a baby, so he hadn't witnessed any of their so-called bliss. Still, his grandmother kept trying to set him up, and he kept dodging that bullet like the future train wreck he knew it would be. And if she thought to hook him up with Mo, the woman who he was sharing an apartment with for the next 6 months, she had another thing coming. He couldn't imagine a worse idea, and it wasn't just because they were going to be living together. From what little he knew of the woman, they were complete opposites. Her sunshiny cheer made him want to crawl into a dark cave and stay there for a week. The chipper attitude was exhausting. Seriously, who had that much energy at the end of the day? Also, what kind of monster ate pineapple pizza? "Mo and I are just roommates." Thanks to her. She shrugged, grabbing some yellow roses and adding them to the bunch.
"For now, but Moira has a way about her. I'm sure you'll be friends in no time. And who knows? In a while, maybe more."
He had to stop this right now. In a childhood when he'd been shuffled back and forth between his mom's place and his dad's, Gran's had been the only house that felt like home. While he was expected to keep track of his own schedule and possessions with his parents, Gran always made sure she was looking out for him, allowing him to be a kid for a few weeks a year. She was his safe space, comfort, and he hated to crush her dreams. But there was no way in hell he and Mo were even going to be a couple. Even friends was pushing it. "Gammy," he said softly, using the nickname he'd called his beloved grandmother as a boy, the one that always got her to listen. "You know I'm only here for a short time, right? Just long enough to sell the shop." Her gaze snapped up, the happy light now a cool burn as she put down the bouquet she'd been working on and pointed a stern finger in his direction. "August Lionel Porter, I have told you time and again I am not selling this place. My mother started this shop and passed it on to me. Your father wanted nothing to do with it, and that's fine. But I had hoped you, with your love and skill to grow the most beautiful flowers this side of the Rockies, would one day take over." And he'd told her time and again he didn't like the city and had no desire to live there. He needed fresh air, open spaces, and a plot to grow his own flowers. He loved the beauty of flowers, the ageless meaning behind each and every botanical, the way they could convey 1,000,000 messages. Condolences, friendship, well wishes, love. What August didn't like was the day-to-day running of a shop. He wanted to grow, not sell. People skills were not his forte. Flowers were. Flowers were easy to care for, easy to understand. All they required was soil, sun, and water. They didn't give away your dog because your new wife's kid was allergic. Flowers didn't shove you off on your dad when your new husband wanted to take the family to Hawaii for spring break. The family that included his kids, but not you. Flowers were so much easier to deal with than people. I've told you before. He reached out to grasp her hand in his. I don't want to run the shop. Then I'll have to continue to run it myself, she huffed, pulling her hand away. Stubborn determination also ran strong in the Porter family. He sighed. You shouldn't be working so hard, Gran. You should be retired, enjoying yourself. I do enjoy myself, right here, in my flower shop. A sneaky smile crossed her face. But I could be persuaded to cut back on my hours if someone were to take over. Someone being him. Yeah, not going to happen. I have a life to get back to. Sort of. He'd quit his job working on one of the largest flower farms outside of Telluride, subleased his apartment, and sold a lot of his things. He didn't plan to go back, but instead had a different plan. A new dream. One that involved finding a small plot of land and starting his own flower farm. Nothing huge, just big enough to financially provide for himself and his grandmother. Give her a chance to finally retire, sell the shop, and take it easy without having to worry about endless days of filling customer orders and all the paperwork that came with running a business. A little piece of sweet-smelling heaven all their own. He didn't want to take over the shop, but he did want to take care of his grandmother, and the only way he knew to do that was by growing beautiful flowers, for other people to sell in their shops. He'd been socking away money for years, and he finally had enough to start his own flower-growing business. Now, all he had to do was find a place for this new venture. A place outside the city. How could anyone grow anything in a concrete jungle? You could have a life here, August. He made his way around the counter, guiding his grandmother to sit on the wooden stool by the register. The hard wooden stool. He made another mental note to get her a stool that at least had a soft cushion on it. Though, if he had his way, she wouldn't need a new stool because she'd sell the dang shop. But he knew his grandmother. He was in for a fight on this one. He had her best interests at heart, even if she didn't see it that way. Sit down, Gran. You've been on your feet too long. Oh, this is rich, she chuckled, but sat as he requested. You trying to take care of me. Wasn't too long ago I was putting bandages on your scraped knees and making sure you ate all your veggies. He grinned. Yes, but you also gave me a cookie as a bribe to eat the vegetables. I'm a grandma. She lifted her chin. We get to spoil the little ones. It's the right we earn as grandparents. And he was grateful for it, because his childhood would have been a lot bleaker without the doting love of his grandmother, which was why this need burned within him to take care of her. He didn't want her working her fingers to the bone. He wanted to provide for her, make sure she was comfortable and able to pursue whatever activities she wanted. She took care of him. Now it was his turn to return the favor. I'm not a city kind of guy. He tried another tactic. She shook her head. You haven't even given the place a try, August. True, but he spent a few weeks in the summers here as a kid. Granted, that had been a while ago, but he hadn't liked the noisy, busy place then. Staying with Gran had been great, but the city reminded him too much of home. What could have changed over the years to alter his opinion? Let's make a deal, his grandmother said. I eat all my vegetables before my cookies now, Gran. There's no need to bribe me to be healthy anymore. Don't be smart, boy, she admonished him, but she said it with a loving smile on her face. Now, I propose, hand me that ribbon, please. He dutifully passed over the silky white ribbon laying on the countertop by his hand. Chuckling to himself, he watched his grandmother wrap the piece of cloth around the finished flower bundle, completing her task while focusing all her mental energy on him. A move that reminded him so much of the happy times he'd spent in this shop as a young boy, It made his chest ache. Honestly, it did hurt him to sell the place, but he couldn't see any other option. Grandma couldn't run it forever, and he just couldn't see himself living in the city. What else could he do? "I think you should give Denver a fair shot," she said, placing the finished bouquet in a glass vase by the register. "Give the shop a fair shot." She placed a small, wrinkled hand on his chest, directly over his heart. "Maybe even give the idea of opening yourself up to love a fair shot." The woman was asking for the moon. "If you still feel the same in 6 months, we can discuss, in earnest, selling the shop." Wow, he hadn't expected his grandmother to agree so quickly. Tentatively agree, he reminded himself. Granted, she probably thought a few months in the city, working at the flower shop, living with a beautiful but ridiculous woman, would change his life's plan. She was wrong. Nothing could steer August from the course he'd set out. "Okay, Gammy." He placed his hand over hers and gave it a gentle squeeze. "I'll give it 6 months, but then we talk. For real." "So sure you're right, Augie." She smiled, using her childhood nickname for him. He grinned, giving her a pointed look. "It's a family trait." "Oh, you." She slid off the stool and gave him a hug before pulling away and shooing him to the back. "Now go get me more ribbon. I'm almost out, and I need to make 3 more bouquets for this wedding tomorrow. Mo is coming by first thing in the morning to get them. Perhaps you could ride over with her." "I have my own car." He waved, ignoring his grandmother's attempts to matchmake him and his new roommate as he headed to the tiny back storage area where he knew she kept her floral supplies. He rifled through the shelves of floral tape, wire, foam blocks, vases, and other items until he came to the drawer with the ribbons. Warmth spread in his chest as he glanced around the room that was constantly changing, but somehow always the same. Gran was forever reorganizing her stockroom, but it always held the same supplies. A constant comfort he could rely on. And he was here to destroy it. Guilt tried to gnaw away at his gut, but he pushed it aside. He didn't want to destroy his grandmother's shop. All he wanted to do was help her sell so she could retire, and if he had his wish, come live by him. But he knew she didn't see it that way. He'd just have to convince her of his logic, while at the same time ignoring her wild fantasies of him staying in the city, running the shop, and falling in love with his messy, flighty roommate. A snort of laughter escaped him as he grabbed a spool of white ribbon. A more outlandish idea he couldn't even imagine. Sure, Mo was beautiful and seemed nice enough, but the woman was the exact antithesis to everything August was. He couldn't imagine she'd want to start anything romantic with him either. He'd probably bore her to death. At least then she might sit still for 2 seconds. After finishing things up at the shop, he headed back to his new, temporary apartment with a mission. The pod with his stuff was coming tomorrow, and he needed to make sure the place was clean before he started unpacking his things. After searching through every cabinet he could see, August finally caved. This place needed a cleaning. No, scratch that. He desperately needed to clean this place. Deep clean. Preferably with a hazmat suit, but he'd go with a bottle of bleach if he could just find one. "Moira, where are the cleaning supplies?" His new roommate glanced up from the couch where she was watching some superhero movie, and oh God, was she eating cereal straight from the box? There were perfectly good bowls 30 feet away in the kitchen, and how had that crap not given her a million cavities yet? It was pure sugar and starch. Cleaning supplies? Her nose wrinkled, head tilting as if she never heard the words before. He believed it. Yeah, disinfectant, window cleaning, bleach, soap. Her brows rose, climbing up her forehead as she stared at him. Soap? She could not be serious. Come on, August. She plopped the cereal box on the coffee table, laughter spilling out of her lips. I'm just messing with you. Of course I have cleaning supplies. Somewhere. Her smile did nothing to reassure him, though it was a beautiful smile.
lit up her whole face. Not that he was paying attention to that. He had cleaning to do. Not muse about his roommate's luminous smile and how it made his lips twitch with the urge to follow suit. Let's see. She stood, brushing crumbs off her shirt. August tried not to groan as the flakes of dusty cereal particles fell to the floor. Vacuuming was already on the list anyway. I think Lily left me some stuff in the hall closet. He followed her down the hallway, knowing he'd already checked that closet, but hoping against hope he'd missed the holy grail of sanitation materials. At this point, he'd settle for a wet wipe and some hand sanitizer. Okay, Mo said as she opened the closet door. I think they're here somewhere. She lifted up on her toes to scan the top shelf. August shook his head. The woman was so short, she'd need a stepladder to see the top shelf. Even he had to lift up to see, which he'd done earlier. No cleaning supplies. I can't find any up there. Can you even see that high? Mo glanced at him over her shoulder. Why, August Porter, did you just make a joke? He shrugged. It's been known to happen. She turned to face him, playfully punching his shoulder with her tiny fist. The spot where her skin connected with his burned, like being shocked with a live wire. He clenched his hands into fists to stop himself from rubbing his arm. How did this woman have such a weird effect on him? What was this? Nothing he wanted to admit to, that was for sure. Look at you, being secretly funny. She turned, unaware of the inner turmoil her slight touch had caused within him. She crept down, ass in the air, as she dug through the coats, hats, scarves, and other piles of crap on the closet floor. He'd shifted that stuff around with his foot, but hadn't dug in like Mo was doing, for fear he might come across something weeks old and covered in mold. Her heart-shaped butt wiggled as she dug around. August averted his eyes, staring at the light in the closet, wishing the bright bulb would burn the image of that sweet, luscious posterior out of his brain. His roommate had a great ass, something he should never, ever think about. Aha! Mo popped out of the pile of junk. An old sock was stuck to the top of her head, the sight so ridiculous he felt his lip twitch. She held up a small bucket filled with a few spray bottles and a pathetic-looking duster that was missing half its feathers. The broom and mop are down there, too. She stood, glancing at the pile with a slight frown. Must have fallen at some point and gotten buried. Vacuum? He asked, because he could not deal with the fact that she hadn't swept or mopped in so long that she hadn't noticed the missing cleaning supplies until now. Ooh, she winced. I might have kind of broken the one Lily left. To be fair, it wasn't my fault. I didn't realize you couldn't vacuum up glass and— Why did you need to clean up glass? His jaw dropped in horror at the thought. It's better if you don't know. She was probably right. How do you live like this? She laughed, pushing the bucket of cleaning supplies into his hands and heading toward the living room. I grew up with 4 brothers. If you think this place is messy, you should have seen my house growing up. He shuddered at the thought. But don't worry about the vacuum. The building has one residents can borrow in the clubhouse. I'll go check it out and help you clean up. He very much doubted her assistant's cleaning would be of any help, but he did appreciate the retrieval of the vacuum. She might be an utter mess, but she was a hot mess, and he couldn't deny Mo was kind and had a wicked sense of humor. Despite his reluctance to the situation, he found himself drawn to the woman. There was just something so infectious about her. Just as infectious as the grime he intended to clean off every surface of this apartment. Too bad he couldn't do the same with these weird, lustful urges his roommate inspired in him. Chapter 5. August stepped into the apartment and wiped a hand over his sweaty brow. His current roommate situation might be a nightmare, but at least the building's amenities were top-notch. The small gym on the first floor had everything he needed to work out his frustration with his new living arrangement. Too bad the high from exercise only lasted so long. Once he'd showered and changed, he headed into the kitchen to make a protein shake.
He really needed to hit up a store today for groceries. He scooped out the powder into the special cup and filled it with water, vigorously shaking the container to mix the contents. As he flipped the top and lifted it to his lips, the sound of singing hit his ears. Cup poised halfway in the air, he strained to hear over the pounding water. Mo must be in the shower. An image of her soaping up her naked body filled his mind. Water plastering the ridiculously colored hair to her back, suds running over her breasts. His body tightened. Damn it. Shaking his head, he slammed back half of his shake, willing the unwanted mental picture to go away. He did not need to be lusting after Mo. There were so many reasons that was a bad idea. Besides, he didn't do relationships. What was the point when everyone eventually moved on? He wasn't the type of person people stayed with forever. His parents had proven that. Whatever. Fine with him. He didn't need anyone. All he needed was space and solitude. The singing got louder until he managed to make out the tune. Is that Jingle Bells? It was September. Who sang Christmas carols in September? And here he'd been thinking this situation couldn't get any worse. He should have known. Things could always get worse. August finished off his shake, washing and drying his cup before putting it back in the cabinet. Hey, you're up. He turned at the unbelievably chipper voice and sucked in a sharp breath. Mo bounced, into the room. She wore a long blue skirt that swished around her legs with her energetic movement. Her bright yellow halter top hurt his eyes to look at, but left a lot of soft-looking skin on display. Her damp hair twisted up in some sort of intricate knot on top of her head. Her cheeks had honest-to-God sparkles on them, and her lips and eyelids were highlighted with a warm rose color. He was going to blame the rise in his body temperature on his recent workout, and not the vision his new roommate presented. I've been up for the past hour and a half. Went down to the gym. Mo's eyes widened with shock. We have a gym? Huh. Learn something new every day. He rolled his eyes, but couldn't help but grin a little. There was something uniquely charming about Mo. Even if they were as different as night and day, he had to admit she charmed him. A little. Didn't matter. He had things to do today before checking on Gran at the shop. Where's the nearest grocery store? I need to stock up. Ooh, me too. We can go together. Great. Just what he wanted. Maybe they could also find a pothole big enough to break the suspension on his car. Fun day all around. 10 minutes later, they were in Mo's car, because according to her, she knew her way around town better, and August was praying to every deity in the known universe to survive the trip. You know, there's a brake pedal to your left. Some people use it before they're 5 inches away from the car in front of them. She laughed, ignoring his advice, and slamming on the brakes just in time to avoid crashing into the truck stopped in front of them at the red light. Lighten up, August. Hard to lighten up when you are staring death in the face. How had the woman gotten her license driving like this? Though, judging by the cars around them, everyone in Denver was a terrible driver. Yet another reason to get out of the city. Life expectancy went up when everyone wasn't driving like they were in Mad Max. They parked at the grocery store and headed inside. August grabbed a cart and pulled out his phone to bring up his grocery list app. Mo grabbed a basket and started to toss things in at random. Don't you have a list? She shrugged, grabbed a box of granola bars, and dropped it in her basket. They were so covered in chocolate, they should have been in the candy aisle. Not really. I kinda just grab what I'm in the mood for. Under chaos in the dictionary was a picture of Mo. He was sure of it. Half an hour later, they had made it through the entire store. Mo's basket was overflowing, and his cart was sorely lacking. Unfortunately, the selection of fresh fruits and vegetables in this store left something to be desired. Meanwhile, Mo had all manner of processed crap that companies tried to pass off as food. He'd read a lot about whole food eating because he liked the idea of living off the land. Not saying he wanted to go 100% off-grid, but the notion of relying on no one but himself held some appeal. Hell, he did it enough as a kid. being shuffled back and forth between his parents' homes, keeping all his belongings in a backpack and duffel so he wouldn't miss a homework assignment or gym class clothes. He'd learned early on not to rely on anyone but himself. That way, when people let him down, it didn't matter as much. "Here," he said after hearing Mo grunt for the 5th time, trying to heave the basket around. He grabbed the handles from her and placed it in his cart. "My hero." She gave a dramatic sigh, batting her eyelashes at him. August rolled his eyes at her antics, but he was smiling as he wheeled the cart to a checkout line. "You don't have much in there." Now it was his turn to sigh. "The whole food selection is lacking here. I need to find another store. Preferably one with organic options." She snapped her fingers, face bright with excitement. Uh-oh, that couldn't be good for him. "I got it! The farmer's market is still going on. We can head there next." "Denver has a farmer's market?" "Kind of an odd thing in the middle of the city." "Oh, August," she laughed, patting him on the chest. "Poor country boy. Yes, we have a farmer's market. In fact, we have about half a dozen. I told you the city has everything anyone could possibly need. Now let's pay for these things, and I'll prove it to you. I'll make a city man out of you yet." He highly doubted it, but if there was fresh produce, he was game to give it a try. Mo smiled as she watched August move around the tables and stands, picking up various fruits and vegetables to inspect them, squeeze them, sometimes even sniff them. Weird. She didn't think people outside of movies did stuff like that. Still, she had to pat herself on the back for this genius idea. The farmer's market had been the perfect place to take August. All the healthy, organic, tasteless food his bland taste buds could ever want. Most people wouldn't care this much about making a roommate feel at home. But to Mo, it was important. First off, because she needed August to stay and help her out with the rent. That was the most important. But also because she hated seeing people unhappy. Life was too short to spend it in misery. Mo took it upon herself to make sure everyone was having a good time, at all times. And if anyone needed a good cheering up, it was August Porter. "So, what do you think?" she asked, as he handed some cash to the man behind the table, who gave him a bag of zucchini. Why did the man need 4 zucchinis? No one needed that much green food. "Good selection. Prices are a little high." She barely held back a groan. Could nothing satisfy this man? They started to walk again, when Mo almost tripped over a large golden retriever. Her arms went spinning, trying to find her balance again, but it was no use. She was going down. Except she didn't. 2 big, strong arms caught her, saving her from cracking her head on the hard pavement. She glanced up, staring into a pair of beautiful hazel eyes and a firm, turned-down mouth. "Are you okay?" August asked with concern. Heck yeah, she was. She was currently being held by a very sexy redhead. Who wouldn't be okay with that? "You just keep coming to my rescue today. You're like my very own knight in—" She glanced down at his tight black t-shirt and dark, worn blue jeans. "Rough denim." Feeling exceptionally playful, she moved up on her toes to place a grateful kiss on his cheek. Mistake! The brief contact of her skin pressed against his sent a bolt of sexual awareness through her. The hands on her hips tightened, pulling her slightly closer, his thumbs stroking the small strip of skin left bare between her shirt and skirt. Heat blazed in August's eyes for just a moment before he blinked it away, releasing her and stepping back. That was interesting. A friendly bark drew Mo's attention down to a happy-faced pup with a pink tongue hanging out the side of its mouth. She reached down to pet the animal. "Oh, aren't you just the sweetest little puppers there ever was?" "Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Who's a sweet doggo? You are." The dog whined, tilting its head and staring past her to August. "Just go with it, man," August replied. "She's weird, but it kind of grows on you." Whipping her head around so fast she nearly cracked her neck, she glared. "Hey!" The corner of his mouth ticked up in an almost grin. He reached down to pet the dog on the top of its head. Silly mutt preened like the sun itself was touching it. Having felt those big, warm hands on her body very recently, she knew the dog wasn't that far off. You gotta watch where you're running, boy. How do you know it's a boy? August nodded with his chin. Collar says Rudy. Well, would you look at that? The collar was indeed stitched with large letters spelling out Rudy. How had she missed that? Must have been the adorable, distracting doggy face. August knelt down beside her to give Rudy more loves. The shameless pup abandoned her lovin' to practically crawl into August's lap, licking his face in encouragement. I think someone has a fan. He's a good dog, aren't you, boy? All dogs are good. You like dogs? He nodded. Dogs are great, better than people. They're always up for a walk, easy to get along with, and they don't leave their dishes in the sink long enough to gather mold. She ignored the last barb. Did you have a dog growing up? The contentment on his face died, relaxed expression disappearing as his jaw tightened. No. One word, the end. No explanation. She'd obviously hit some kind of sore spot. She wanted to ask more, but right at that moment, an older woman hurried over to them. I'm so sorry. She huffed out the words, reaching down to latch a leash onto the dog's collar. Rudy jumped out of the car before I could get his leash on. He just loves the market. Not a problem. He's a sweetheart. She smiled at the woman. Have a good one, Rudy, August said to the dog, standing and tipping his head to the woman. The woman walked away with Rudy, who kept looking back longingly at August, probably missing those big hands giving him love rubs. Me too, Rudy. Me too. They started to make their way out of the market when something caught Mo's eye. She rushed over to the table, grabbing the large dragon egg-looking thing. Look at this. She held it up for August to see. We have to get one. As surprisingly shocking as it is to hear you say that about something that doesn't have a cartoon character advertised on its packaging, I have to disagree. He frowned. You don't even know what it is. Duh, that's the point. Adventure trying something new. Hadn't the guy ever heard of living a little? But how are you going to cook it? He tilted his head, glancing over the item in her hands. For that matter, how do you open it? Oh, come on, August. She wiggled the big orb. I saw you grimacing at every item of food I put in my basket at the store. He snorted. I wouldn't call anything you bought today food. Ha! See? I need a little healthy eating in my life. Let's start with this. Could be fun. Could be poisonous. I highly doubt they sell anything that could kill you at the farmer's market. It would be terrible for the revenue. The corner of his mouth ticked up again, but he doused the smile before it fully formed. Damn it. She would get him to smile. So help her, it was gonna happen. Okay, fine, he agreed. But we have to find out what it is first and how to prepare it. Yay! She put the food back on the table, jumping up and down and throwing her arms around him. Oops. The heat roared back to life the moment her body pressed up against his. She quickly pulled away, as much as she really didn't want to. She was coming to find she liked touching August. A little too much, perhaps. He affected her much more than was wise. Judging by the red blush creeping up his face, could it be she was doing the same to him? They paid for the dragon egg, which turned out not to be a dragon egg at all, but a vegetable called a sikkim cucumber. After the man at the stand told them how to slice and prepare it, they made their way back to her car and headed home. The grocery store might have been a bust, but the farmer's market seemed to go pretty well. August found the food he needed and learned there were places in the city to get all that healthy junk he loved. She was marketing that as a win. The guy would be so enamored with the city by the time she was done with him. He'd never want to leave. And she wouldn't have to worry about going through 5 dozen more skeevy roommate applications to find a good one. Now, all she had to do was make sure not to mess anything up by giving in to these weird urges that kept popping up every time they touched. Too bad denying herself wasn't Mo's strong suit. Better play it safe and try not to touch the man at all. But just because she couldn't touch didn't mean she couldn't look and dream and fantasize. Chapter 6. Grab your jacket, Mo said as she plopped down on the couch next to August. We're going out. August glanced up from the book he'd been reading. She tilted her head, reading the title. Floriculture, a guide to growing beautiful blossoms. Wow, even his reading material was boring. He needed this night out more than she realized. The guy had been living here a week, and besides going to help Agatha at the shop and their trip to the grocery store and farmer's market, he hadn't left the apartment at all. Out. He raised a dubious brow. Yes, out. As in outside of the apartment. I'm going to show you the city sights. Take you to a bar where we can get a drink, grab a bite to eat, mingle with people. His lip curled. That sounds horrible. What? Was he serious? Who didn't like going out? She supposed August was a bit on the introverted side. Okay, more than a bit, but he had to eat, right? He had made the same meal every night this past week. Chicken breast, wild rice, and steamed vegetables. How could anyone eat the same exact meal night after night? Where was the variety, the excitement, the spices? Don't be such a party pooper, Gus Gus. His eyes narrowed before he turned his attention back to his book. No. No what? Shifting farther away from her on the couch, he continued to focus on the book in his hands as he answered, No to going out, no to mingling with strangers, and absolutely no to calling me Gus Gus. He didn't like nicknames. Check. Too bad. He made an adorable Gus Gus. Adorably grumpy Gus Gus. She snickered, choking back her laugh when he glared at her over his book. What about dinner? She asked, scooting closer. You have to eat, right? I was planning on making dinner in half an hour. Of course he was, because he always made dinner at exactly 6:30 every night, which was why she brought up this going out idea at 6. She'd been hoping she would catch him before he made the most boring dinner in the entire world for the 6th night in a row. The guy needed some excitement in his life, and in his diet. Oh, come on, August. Live a little. She waved an arm to the sliding glass door that led to their tiny patio with a great view of the city. You're in the heart of Denver. We have some of the best restaurants around. A foodie's paradise. Any cuisine you want, name it. And I can find a fantastic eatery that will knock your taste buds for a loop. With your taste in pizza, that's what I'm afraid of, he mumbled. Holy crap. Had Grumpy Gus Gus just made a joke? A joke at her fantastic pineapple pizza-loving expense, but still, an actual joke. Huh. It appeared he had a hidden sense of sarcastic humor. Maybe he was human after all. Oh, I know, she exclaimed with a smile. We can eat at Bob's Blandland. They serve skinless, boneless chicken with boring rice and unseasoned, mushy vegetables. Not a spice in sight to offend the robo-humans. She lifted her arms, crooking her elbows and moving in stiff, abrupt movements, in her best impression of the robot, while speaking in stilted monotone. Must consume calories for upkeep of basic human function. One russet-colored eyebrow rose, and she thought she saw a tiny hint of a smile before he shook his head. August placed a bookmark between the pages and set his book on the coffee table, those full lips firming as he stared. Ha! He'd have to try harder at intimidating her. That cantankerous scowl did nothing to deter her from her get August to loosen up mission. She'd broken through harder shells than his. You're making fun of me, he stated, no emotion to the observation. She grinned. Nothing gets by you, August. He turned in his seat, moving his knee onto the soft cushions of the couch, putting him inches away from her. He faced her fully, gaze scouring her expression, as if he were seeking the answers to the meaning of life, and she had them hidden in her brain. Why are you trying so hard to get me to go out? Wow. Suspicious much? Her heart ached a little at the thought that August was so socially inept, that he thought a genuine invitation to have a fun night out came with strings attached. She didn't have any nefarious underlying reason. She just wanted her new roomie to experience the city and have fun. Okay, and maybe she wanted him to lighten up a little. In her defense, the guy needed it. Really, really needed it. And maybe Agatha had mentioned she wanted her grandson to love the city so much that he never left. So Mo was on a Make August Love Denver mission. It shouldn't be as hard as he was making it. Denver was great. It's my duty as your roommate to make sure you see the best of the city. She spread her hands wide with a smile. Consider me your own personal live-in welcome wagon. I never asked for a welcome wagon. Lucky you get one anyway. August leaned back against the arm of the couch, crossing his muscular arms over his chest. I appreciate you wanting to welcome me to the city and all, but I'm not really the go out on the town kind of guy, Moira. Why did he insist on calling her by her full name? So formal. One would think he could loosen up a little, since they lived together and all, but no, not grumpy Gus. He probably called his parents mother and father. Please. She turned as well, lifting her feet and placing them under her so she was on her knees. Giving him her best puppy dog eyes, she pouted out her bottom lip and clasped her hand below her chin. I promise it'll be really fun. You'll have an awesome time. Please, August? His brow furrowed. Do people always do what you want them to? She shrugged. Usually, but you're making me work awfully hard for this friendship. We're not friends. We're temporary roommates. Her smile slipped. She wouldn't lie to herself. That stung a little. But she brushed away the tiny hurt his words caused. This wasn't about her feelings. It was about making sure August felt at home in the city. It could be a bit overwhelming to someone who hadn't lived here before. Ouch, August. Way to knock a girl down when she's only trying to be helpful. She meant it as a joke, but judging by his slight wince, he must have realized his little barb was a direct hit. He ran a hand over his messy red hair. The ends were long enough for Mo to realize they had a bit of curl to them. For a moment, she wondered if he ever grew his hair out, and if so, did those fiery strands turn into wavy locks or tight corkscrews? She shook her head, dispelling the image. She did not need to be fantasizing about her roommate, even if it was something as innocent as what he looked like with long hair. Didn't matter anyway. August didn't seem the type to let his hair grow out. He probably had a haircut scheduled every 6 weeks until the day he died. Okay, he said. Okay? He huffed out a defeated breath. Okay, fine. I'll go out. You win. Yay! My favorite 2 words ever. She bounced up and down on her knees, causing the couch cushion to dip, tilting her in August's direction. Her hands flew out to brace herself so she didn't face-plant in her new roommate's lap, but unfortunately, the only place for her hands to go were directly on August's hard, muscled thighs. Electricity shot from her fingertips, all the way down to her toes the instant her hands made contact with the rough fabric of his jeans. But it wasn't a reaction to the fabric. Mo knew it was the man himself. Sure, logically, she knew starting anything with her stuffy, crabby roomie was the very worst of ideas. But try telling that to her raging hormones that took one look at the deliciously tall redhead and thought, yummy! She felt his muscles tense under her hands. When she glanced up, shock hit her square in the gut. Was that a hint of heat she saw in those hazel eyes? Mo wasn't born yesterday. She knew her petite frame and blonde hair with the wild colors attracted a certain type. She'd had her fair share of vulgar comments from men about her body. Her looks were a privilege most days, and a problem at times. But she never thought August, with his straight shirt, boring view of life, would be attracted to the chaotic aesthetic that Mo embraced. He cleared his throat, grabbing her wrist in a firm but gentle grip, removing her hands from his legs. August stood, taking a giant step back from the couch as he focused on a spot on the wall above her head. I'll just go grab my coat, and we can head out. But I'm driving. You don't even know where we're going. You can direct me. Under his breath, he said, I'd like to get there in one piece. Now she definitely saw the hint of a smile curl the corner of his lips. She squinted at him with a mock scowl. Why, August, was that a comment on my driving skills? Oh, no. He shook his head. I'm not saying anything. Gran always taught me never to comment on a woman's age, size, or abilities behind the wheel. I'm simply giving you a chance to relax while I keep us safe. Drive us around town. Laughing, she nodded. Okay, you can drive. August might be a grump, but she was coming to discover the man had a wicked sharp sense of humor, if not a little on the sarcastic side. She liked it. A grin curled her lips as she hopped up from the couch and rushed to grab her own jacket. Tonight was going to be a blast. They'd hit all the hot spots, see all the sparkles and gems Denver had to offer. She'd make a city slicker out of August Porter, make no mistake about it. 2 hours later, Mo was beginning to doubt her plan. Irritation pricked at her nerves. She never doubted her plans. Her plans were great, but entertaining August was harder than she thought. She'd taken him to her favorite diner because they had excellent food. They'd even been featured on one of those travel food shows where the guy goes around trying to find the best family-run restaurants. It had gotten 5 out of 5 Chili stars from the host. But August didn't care about Chili stars or food shows. He was too busy grimacing over how everything on the menu was covered in fat and grease. Yeah, duh. Fat and grease were delicious. She'd ordered her favorite, biscuits and gravy with a side of bacon. That's breakfast, August commented. No, it's Brinner, she pointed out. The best meal of the day. Then, with all the yummy cheeseburgers, sandwiches, omelets, even chicken fried steak on the menu, August had ordered a salad. And not even an interesting one with candied pecans or goat cheese. A plain old boring garden salad with grilled chicken and balsamic dressing. After dinner, she decided to take him to One Up, the best barcade in the city. They had something for everyone, giant Jenga, skee-ball, pinball, and all the old-school arcade games. Plus, drinks. Who could hate that? August, apparently, as she discovered 15 minutes later when they were inside, drinks in hand. He glanced around the noisy room, scowl firmly in place, just like it had been since the moment they left the apartment. How do you like your beer? She had to raise her voice slightly to be heard above the din of electronic game notifications and people's chatter. She'd picked out a stout from a local brewery for him to try. August shrugged. Beer is beer. Oh, good grief. Like pulling teeth with this guy. She took a deep chug of her own beer, an amber wheat from the same brewery as his stout. She was determined to get August to have fun tonight, even if it killed her. And with his uncooperative attitude, it just might. How could this grouch be related to sweet, funny, wonderful Agatha? It boggled the mind. She pasted on the brightest smile in her arsenal and leaned in closer so she wouldn't have to shout. So, what's your poison? Tetris, Dig Dug, Donkey Kong? He shook his head. I'm not much of a video gamer. Mo? Mo turned to see a familiar face. She placed her drink down on the small table they stood at and threw her arms around the handsome, dark-haired, brown-eyed firefighter's neck. Parker, what are you doing here? He indicated the patio with a nod. Epic Jenga competition with the crew. She craned her neck, trying to see through the crowded room to spot the rest of the Station 42 firefighting crew outside. She thought she spotted Ward, Turner, and his husband, and that gorgeous, curly dark hair could belong to no one other than Diaz, the station's resident woman, and also its resident badass. Fun! Who's winning? Diaz, of course, he chuckled. She laughed along with him. You wanna come play next round? His gaze fell to her side. Your date can come too. Oh, he's not my date, she said quickly. This is my new roommate, August Porter. August, this is Parker Kincaid. He works with my best friend Prue's husband at Fire Station 42. The two men shook hands, Parker all smiles, August, well, being August. You play? August shook his head. Not really my thing.
Nothing is your thing, she said under her breath, but judging by the raised eyebrow he sent her way, he heard it.
That's cool.
Parker turned his attention back to her.
You coming to pub quiz this week?
Ooh, pub quiz. She loved pub quiz. Maybe she could convince August to go. He might not like arcade games, but who didn't love trivia and booze? Wouldn't miss it.
Awesome. See you there.
He leaned down to give her a hug. Go kick Diaz's ass, she said, whispering in his ear. But don't tell her I said that. Parker laughed as he walked away. She turned to see a pondering suspicion in August's eyes.
You two used to date?
Blinking in shock, she let a small puff of laughter burst out of her. Parker was sexy, sweet, and loaded, but Mo never really felt any zing of attraction around the guy. They were better as friends. No, why would you think that? And why would he care? He shrugged, taking a sip of his beer.
You two seem really friendly, that's all.
Yeah, because we are friends. Which she and August would be too if he could just loosen up a little. Parker and the other firefighters are a great group. Super fun to hang out with, but he's not my one.
Your one?
Yeah, my soulmate, one true love, the person I'm meant to be with.
He scoffed. Fairy tales.
You don't believe in love, August? His answer was a snort. Okay then. Kinda sad, in her opinion, but she couldn't make people believe in love. She had proven on many occasions to be a great wing woman. Maybe all August needed was a good time. He was a handsome guy, sexy as sin in all honesty, and they were in a bar filled with people looking to hook up. Maybe he just needed to release some tension in the bedroom, and since, sadly, she couldn't help him in that area, she'd do the next best thing and find him someone who could. She glanced around the bar, looking for the perfect match to help August work off his tension. But when she tried to imagine any of the dozens of beautiful women in the room grasping onto August's arm, whispering sexy words in his ear, taking him back to their place for some bedroom acrobatics, a strange burning sensation filled her gut. Weird. Must be heartburn from Brynner. Yeah, that was it. She probably shouldn't have ordered the extra side of bacon. Okay, so you don't believe in love, but how do you feel about hookups? That got his attention. August turned his head to stare down at her, his brow pinching in confusion.
What?
She indicated around the barcade to the groups of fantastically dressed women, subtly bobbing her eyebrows and giving him an over-exaggerated wink.
Are you trying to get me laid?
August asked in disbelief. I'm trying to get you to have fun, August. She took another chug of her beer. I figured since nothing else could get those boxers of yours out of your butt, maybe a good trip to Pound Town could. He set his half-empty glass down on a small high-top table with a loud thunk. Beer sloshed in the glass, a few drops popping out and running down the side of the cup.
I think it's time to head back to the apartment.
Talk about ungrateful. Her annoyance at the evening's bust started to fume into full-blown anger. Mo hated being angry. It was an ugly emotion she tried to avoid at all costs. Well, excuse me. She placed her own glass down, gently and without spilling any beer. Stepping closer, she craned her neck, tilting her head up so she could stare into his cranky, churlish face. It's not my fault you're allergic to fun. He bent his head down, nose inches from hers, eyes blazing with frustration.
Did you ever stop to think that your version of fun might not be everyone's cup of tea?
No, not really. Who didn't like good food and playful activities? And why was she all of a sudden second-guessing herself? Mo never second-guessed herself. August was messing with her head in more ways than one, and she didn't like it one bit. His frown intensified.
I like the things I like, and I'm not going to change myself. Not for you or anyone else.
She poked him in the chest with her finger, anger rising to the boiling point. I didn't ask you to change. I asked you to loosen up. August reached out, lightning quick,
and grabbed her finger away from his chest. But instead of simply removing it, he held her hand in his large palm, thumb gently rubbing along the sensitive skin of her wrist. She didn't even think he was aware he was doing it. His touch might be soft, but his eyes were hard, and the heat was back, blazing, burning her up from the inside out as he stared at her face, gaze moving down to her lips. Unconsciously, her tongue came out to wet her bottom lip. She thought she heard August growl, but the room was so noisy. It could have just been an arcade game or something. They stood like that for a moment, or minutes. She couldn't tell. Time seemed to slip away as August held her immobile with a soft touch on her wrist and sizzling look in his eyes. His head started to dip down. Holy crap, was he going to kiss her? Just as she thought it might be a good idea to indulge in a bad decision, he reared back as if good sense had returned to him. Dang it. Then he stepped back, dropping her hand and turning toward the door. Forget it. Thanks for the night out. Can we go home now? Suddenly she felt like she had as a kid when she did something wrong and her parents weren't mad at her, but disappointed. Guilt gnawed at her stomach. This had been the most frustrating and weirdest night she'd had in a long time. She was totally fine with calling it. Yeah, let's go. They headed out the door and back to the car. Guess her wingwoman skills needed work. Her friendship skills, too, because of the many confusing things that had happened tonight. One thing was crystal clear. August Porter did not want to be her friend. This did not bode well for her plan to make nice so he continued to rent from her. Unless she wanted to be apartment hunting or rooming with the Bella Swan wannabe, she needed to fix this situation, and fast. She racked her brain for ideas. She could simply apologize and move on, but that sounded so boring. An idea popped into her head, one so perfect and delicious, a smile curled her lips. She'd make an apology treat. Her Nona always said the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. She didn't want August's heart, per se, but she needed to soften the guy up somehow. What better way than with baked goods? It was sure to get August to accept her apology and be her new bestie. Okay, that might be taking it a little far, but hopefully it would score her a few points in the Mo's not the worst roommate ever category. Time to pull out the big guns and apologize. Mo style. Chapter 7. August stepped up to the front door of his apartment, mentally exhausted after another day of dodging his grandmother's not-so-subtle attempts to convince him to take over the flower shop. The old woman was relentless. She mentioned no less than 5 urban farms within a 5-mile radius. Like the thought of people growing things within city limits would change his mind or something. He knew people could grow things in urban areas. He just didn't know why they would want to. Why stay in a crowded, polluted hub when you could have your own little plot of land out in the countryside? Fresh air, lots of sunshine, no frustrating roommates trying to shove you into a crowd of people and calling it a good time. Maybe it was the introvert in him, but being around too many people gave him anxiety. Perhaps he could live just outside the city limits, but after growing up in a crowded, bustling city, August knew what he wanted, and more of his childhood wasn't it. He woke up this morning feeling slightly bad for the way he handled last night. No, he hadn't enjoyed himself. Every moment from the time they left the apartment to the time he slipped into his bed had been torture. Loud and busy, grating on his very last nerve. But he also knew Mo had just been trying to be friendly. The woman was a walking cloud of energy and rainbows. She was nice, but she was also a bit much. So yeah, he could have handled last night better. Probably shouldn't have gotten in her face like that. It was rude and put him in far too close a proximity to the woman. A big problem, because as much as she annoyed him with her life is wonderful attitude, there was something about Moira Rossi that intrigued him, tempted him. Something he was sure as hell going to ignore for the next 6 months. And to do that, he had to keep his distance. Kind of hard to do while he lived with her, but September was almost here, so the fall wedding season would be in full swing soon. Ought to keep her busy and out of his hair. Plus, he intended to spend a lot more time at the shop with Gran. Not only did she need the help, but he wanted the time to point out why selling and coming to live by him would be a great idea. He'd get through to her eventually. A small chuckle stuck in his throat as he realized that was the exact thing Gran was trying to do to him. The very thing he'd been complaining to himself about just moments earlier. Guess the apple didn't fall too far from the Gran tree. August pulled out his keys, fitting the tiny piece of metal into the lock, as a loud crash and a muffled scream came from the other side of the door. He turned the lock, throwing the door open as his heart leaped into his chest. A dozen scenarios entered his mind. Mo caught a robbery in action. A serial killer was attacking her. The pile of crap he'd seen her shove in the hall closet the other day came crashing down on her and cracked her head open. But when he flew into the apartment, gazing frantically around, fists at the ready to defend his roommate against any criminal who might have forced their way into their home, he was greeted by something far more shocking. "Oh, hey!" Mo gave a little wave of her gooey-covered fingers. He blinked, taking in the scene before him, not quite sure what he was seeing. Mo stood in the kitchen. Scratch that. She stood in a disaster zone that used to be the kitchen. Dirty bowls, spoons, and measuring cups were stacked in a precarious tower in the sink, threatening to fall over at any minute. Some kind of fine white powder covered every available surface, including most of Mo's face and hands. 3 cooling racks were shoved haphazardly on the table, 2 of them filled with what appeared to be cookies of some kind. And there, in the middle of the mess, stood his tiny whirlwind of a roommate, hands clenched in front of her, pink-streaked hair a frizzy mess, a baking tray at her feet, cookies scattered around her, and a sheepish smile on her face. "I didn't expect you home so early." He was still processing the scene before him as he answered, "Traffic was light." "Oh, that's good. No sports games this weekend, so that's probably why." He nodded absently. "What's all this?" Apology cookies?" She glanced down to the floor. "Well, not these ones, obviously, but the ones on the table are delicious, I promise." "I'm not a big sweets guy," he said, his mind still distracted, calculating the amount of time and disinfectant it was going to take to clean this mess. "They're snickerdoodles." That got his attention. August glanced at the table again, taking in the golden brown cookies, sprinkled with sugar and cinnamon, and taking a deep breath for the first time since he entered the apartment. The sweet spiciness of his favorite childhood treat threw everything else from his mind. The mess, Mo, the issue with Gran. Everything. For just a moment, he was a 10-year-old kid again, sitting at his grandmother's kitchen table, enjoying the special treat she made just for him on his visits, between being foisted off on his mom's new family and his dad's. "Agatha said they were your favorite." He turned his head, focusing on Mo. "You asked my grandmother what my favorite cookie was?" "No," she shook her head. "I asked her what your favorite treat was, and she told me you always loved her snickerdoodle cookies, so she gave me the recipe." "This is Gran's recipe?" Mo nodded, rolling her lips. "Yup, they probably don't taste as good as Agatha's. I'm not the best cook in the world, but I'm pretty okay at baking." He took a few steps to the table, grabbing one of the delicious-smelling cookies, and lifted it to his lips. His eyes closed as the aroma of freshly baked heaven surrounded him. They sure smelled like Gran's. He parted his lips, placing the warm, soft cookie between his teeth and biting down. The moment the sweet sugar and cinnamon hit his tongue, his taste buds exploded in delight. Time seemed to slow down as the cookie melted in his mouth, the creamy taste of butter following the sweet and spicy covering he knew the dough had been rolled in before baking. "Oh, my God," he moaned, quickly grabbing another cookie and shoving it in his mouth. Healthy eating be damned. He could afford a cheat cookie or two. Or 20.
Good?
Mo's eyes lit with hopeful eagerness.
Amazing,
he answered after swallowing another mouthful.
These are exactly like Gran's, maybe even better.
Her face brightened. Really?
Yeah, but don't tell her I said that.
Oh, August. She gave him a mischievous smile. You realize you just gave me blackmail for later when I want something from you. He groaned, but truthfully, these cookies were worth whatever outlandish adventure Mo planned to drag him on next. In fact, wait a minute. He paused in his scarfing of the delicious treat. Brain clicking back to what he heard before he rushed in here and what he saw now. Mo was still standing by the stove with a tray and pile of broken cookies at her feet. She still had her hands clasped together, too. No, they weren't clasped. One was clutching the other as if Shit. He was a self-absorbed ass. He'd been so distracted by the delicious cookies, he hadn't noticed that Mo hurt herself.
You okay?
He nudged his chin in the direction of her hands. Mo immediately dropped her joined hands, hiding them behind her back. What? Oh, yes, never better. He glanced skeptically to the floor and back up to her.
Moira.
Okay, fine, she huffed, bringing her hand back out in front of her and lifting her left palm. I might have accidentally grabbed the spatula to transfer the cookies from the hot baking sheet to the cooling rack with my oven mitt-covered hand, and the hot baking tray with my uncovered hand, and gotten a small burn, which caused me to drop the tray and scream because, duh, getting burned hurts. And I was going to clean it all up, but then you walked in and—
You're rambling,
he pointed out. She lifted her chin. Rambling is just explaining in long story form. He shook his head with a small laugh. This woman sure was something else.
Come here,
he said, motioning to her.
Let me see it.
Oh, did you abandon your pretty flowers and go to medical school since last night?
Moira.
Ugh, fine. She stomped over to his side, holding her hand out, palm up. I was just about to put some ointment on it. He put down the cookie in his hand. Though he really wanted to shove another in his mouth, she needed his help, and he needed to pace himself. Gently, he cupped her small hand in his larger palms. Ouch. The entire surface was red, from the base of her fingers all the way to the meaty bit right above her delicate wrist. Luckily, he didn't see any blistering. August might not have any medical training, but he'd gotten his fair share of cooking burns over the years helping Gran make cookies.
Do you have any aloe vera?
Yes? He glanced up, feeling a small smile tick up the corner of his lips.
You don't know if you have aloe vera or not?
Lily used to keep it around. I'm not sure if she left any when she moved out. Mo might be bubbly and great at baking snickerdoodles, but he was coming to find she wasn't the best at planning. Or cleaning.
All right.
He pulled out one of the table chairs and guided her into it, placing her palm face up on the table.
You just sit right here, and I'll go see what I can find.
Yes, doctor. She nodded grimly. He shook his head, finding her odd sense of humor slightly adorable. Heading to the front bathroom, the one Mo used, he searched the medicine cabinet and under the sink, rifling through various face toners and cleaners, painkillers, feminine hygiene products, and a ridiculous amount of hair dye in every color of the rainbow, until he finally found a small, half-empty bottle of aloe vera. After checking the expiration date to make sure it was still usable, he headed back to the kitchen and Mo. Oh, good, you found some. She smiled. It's really starting to hurt. I was about to dunk my hand in some ice water.
Do not do that.
He pulled out the chair across from her and sat.
Ever.
Terrible idea. Ice might seem like a good idea, but he knew it only damaged the tissue further.
May I?
He held out the bottle. Mo nodded. He opened the cap, squirting a bit of the slimy goo onto the tips of his fingers. Placing the bottle on the table, he gently grasped her hand in his and used the other to spread the aloe all over her palm, getting every inch of red he saw. A long, low moan escaped her lips, and August had to shift in his seat as the sound caused his jeans to tighten. Jackass. Here she was enjoying the relief from pain, and he was conjuring up dirty images of her in his mind. All because of a little moan. This was not good.
Feel better?
He asked to distract himself from his very inappropriate thoughts. Yes, 1,000,000 times better. How did you know to do that?
Gran,
he answered, continuing to rub the aloe into her skin with gentle circular movements.
She taught me everything I know about flowers and plants, including how aloe is good for burns.
Agatha is a peach. I don't know what I'd do without her. Mo's lips curled up in a soft smile. You know she and my Nona were best friends. He squirted a bit more gel on her hand, rubbing between her fingers, making sure to get every area the hot pan had touched.
No, I didn't. She mentioned something about knowing your grandmother, but it's been a while since I've come to visit.
One pale blonde eyebrow rose. Nona and Agatha met at Stitch and Bitch, and—
What is Stitch and Bitch?
He looked up in horror. He'd never heard his grandmother swear in her life. She washed his mouth out with soap if he even said damn as a kid. It's a kind of knitting and crochet group where a bunch of people get together to work on projects and gossip. Gossip had never been his thing, or large groups of people for that matter. But he could see his grandmother enjoying something like that. It's a blast. I went once, but I'm crap with yarn. I tried to make a scarf, and it ended up looking like I think Nona called it a blanket, not even a feral cat would use.
Harsh.
Mo laughed. Yeah, Nona was a hoot. Her smile slipped, sadness entering her eyes. I miss her.
When did she pass?
Because from the way she was talking, he knew it wasn't a distance kind of longing. A few years ago, but some days it seems like yesterday. He got that. Though he knew it would happen one day, he'd be lost without Gran. He was thankful every day she was still kicking. And she would be for many years to come if she'd just agree to sell the shop and let him take care of her. August?
Yeah?
I think the aloe's all rubbed in now. He glanced down to see himself holding Mo's hand, no longer applying a medicinal salve, but caressing her wrist with the pad of his thumb, rubbing back and forth the way one might do to comfort a lover. Embarrassed and horrified, he quickly snatched his hand back.
Yeah,
He cleared his throat.
Well, I hope that made it feel better.
It did. Thank you, Mo said, her lips pressing together, a gleeful mirth filling her face. At least one of them could find humor in their odd situation. August went back and forth between uncomfortable tension and reluctant acceptance on a daily basis. Trying to diffuse the unintentional physical familiarity, he grabbed another cookie.
These really are amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome. She winced slightly, nose wrinkling as she admitted, and, as I said, they're apology cookies. I'm sorry I forced you out last night. Clearly my modar needs a little tweaking, so if you're up for it, I'd like to take you out again and show you a part of the city I feel pretty sure you're going to love. He grunted, finishing the cookie he shoved in his mouth and grabbing for another. Perfect. And now the thought of another Mo's night on the town had him stress-eating.
I doubt that's possible.
Mo grabbed the rack of cookies before August could snatch one.
Hey.
No going out, no cookies. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest.
I thought you said they were apology cookies.
They are. Mo lifted one shoulder in a small shrug. They're also bribery cookies. Was she serious? He really didn't want to go out again, but he also really wanted another cookie. Knowing she wasn't the type of person to take no for an answer, considering he tried that last night, and look where it had gotten him, he pointed a finger.
No greasy food, no noisy bars, and no trying to hook me up with anyone.
Cross my heart. She grinned, making a crossing motion with her finger over her heart. We don't have to eat out. It's an outdoor venue that I think will be right up your alley. And trust me, no one there is looking to get laid. Now he was slightly intrigued. Slightly.
Where are we going?
Nuh-uh. She waved a finger at him. It's a surprise.
I hate surprises.
I love them. Of course she did. Now, here are your cookies. You go read your boring flower book and enjoy them while I clean up this mess. He would argue with her on the boring book thing, but her suggestion sounded pretty nice. Still,
You want help cleaning up?
no thanks, I got it.
You sure?
Yes, August. Her head tilted as she stared at him. What are you afraid of? That I'm going to shove all the dishes in the dishwasher, whether they're dishwasher safe or not? Yes, that's exactly what he was afraid of. They weren't his dishes, but he hated to see any kitchen equipment ruined due to poor cleaning skills. Believe it or not, I have been cleaning this apartment for years before you came along.
I don't,
He mumbled, not judging by the state of this place the day he'd arrived. Mo smacked him lightly on the shoulder with her good hand. You, eat. I will clean, and I promise this place will be so spotless when I'm done, you could eat off the floor. That was a bet he would never be taking. But then again, he also never would have bet on becoming friends with his whimsical roommate. And after tonight, it looked like that just might become a real possibility. Chapter 8. 3 days later, August had Mo in the car because the silly man refused to let her drive. Again, her driving wasn't that bad. He was following her directions, heading toward the surprise destination. She knew he'd like this outing because she thought long and hard about what August would like. He'd almost smiled at the farmer's market, so she tried to think of what else in the city would coax that half-smile out of him. Once she thought about it, the answer was so obvious, she almost smacked herself upside the head. Of course an introvert who preferred plants to people would hate going out on the town. Why had she ever thought he'd enjoy that? August needed something more mellow, something outdoorsy, like the farmer's market. Even though they were in the heart of the city, this was still Colorado. Outdoorsy was a staple in the Centennial State. Denver had dozens of parks and dog runs, and even the Cherry Creek and South Platte rivers ran through town. It was a perfect city for a person who enjoyed the great outdoors, and she planned to prove that to August today. And it started right now. He pulled the car into the car park across the street from today's venture.
Denver Botanic Gardens.
August read the sign as they entered the garage. Mo smiled at the surprise in his voice, keeping her eyes peeled for a spot. The gardens were popular, and the garage wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone. Luckily, she found a spot in the far back and pointed it out to him. Yup, she said as he put the car in park and turned off the engine. Surprised?
Pleasantly.
She placed a hand over her heart dramatically. Ow, your lack of faith in me cuts deep, Gus. No, he stated, getting out of the car and heading toward the stairs. Mo followed suit, hurrying after him. Oh, come on, I dropped the grumpy part. He stopped in his tracks, turning to scowl at her.
What grumpy part?
Oops. She pasted an innocent expression on her face, smiling up at him. Huh? He stared for another minute before sighing and rolling his eyes upward. She let out a breath of relief. It wouldn't be good to start their redo-roomy friendship day off on the wrong foot. They headed out of the parking garage and crossed the street to enter the guest services/gift shop building. The vast and beautifully manicured gardens lay beyond. She really hoped August liked them. Their last adventure had been such a disaster, and truthfully, Mo was disappointed in herself for showing August such a bad time. Hopefully, today made up for it. 2 adult admissions, please. She smiled at the friendly woman working the ticket counter, handing over her credit card when the total was announced.
I can pay for myself, Moira.
The cashier sighed, as if she was used to people fighting over covering the entrance cost. No need, it's my treat, as a welcome to the city present. He shifted his feet, clearly uncomfortable with her buying his ticket. Was it the idea of someone paying for him, or her specifically? Didn't matter. The card had been swiped, and the deed was done. You can grab us dinner if that will make you feel better, she offered. Mo was never one to turn down a free meal, although she might not enjoy dinner as much if she let August pick the restaurant. He'd probably go for some salad place that didn't even know what cheese was. August accepted, allowing her generosity only, she suspected, because she offered a return situation. Guy doesn't like people taking care of him. Noted. She was learning more about him by the minute. See, this day was already a success. They stepped out of the building into the open-air gardens, and Mo heard August suck in a sharp breath. She snuck a glance at him and got the shock of her life. August Porter, Grumpy Gus Gus, was staring in awe at the vast array of plants, flowers, and vegetation before him. But that wasn't what shocked her. She knew he'd like it, hoped he'd be a bit blown away. What knocked her on her figurative ass was the huge smile curling his lips. Holy cow! The man was hot even when he scowled. Broody, some might call it. Sexy if you went for that kind of thing, which Mo did not. But when he smiled, actually full-on smiled like a kid on their birthday, spotting all their presents, the way August was doing now, the man transformed into a red-headed, panty-melting sex god she would gladly worship with every inch of her body. And there she went, having inappropriate sexual thoughts about her roomie again. She really needed to stop that. But who could blame her when the man smiled like that? He even had... Was she seeing this right? Did August have dimples? Oh, hell he did. Dimples. Her downfall. Maybe it was a good thing he was always so grumpy. If he brought out those cheek indents more often, she might throw her better judgment to the wind and jump him. I don't believe it. Is that an actual smile on your face? She teased. August immediately frowned. She laughed, relieved and secretly disappointed to lose the view of that magnificent smile. There's 5 different garden zones and a conservatory that holds tropical plants, Mo said, reading from the map the customer service woman had given her. And right now, the marigolds are in bloom, so we should definitely check that out too. This place is huge. August shook his head, eyes still wide, taking everything in with a childlike wonder. 24 acres of Western and internationally inspired plant life right in the heart of the city. She bobbed her eyebrows. Can you believe it? He ignored her teasing and headed down the path toward the marigolds. Their pungent, musky, but oddly pleasant smell wrapped itself around her before they'd even gotten close to the flowers. She'd been to the gardens a few times before, mostly for weddings. It was pricey to get married here, but Mile High Happiness had a few bigger clients over the years who'd picked the beauty of the botanic gardens for their nuptials. Honestly, it's where Mo would choose to get married if she had the option. The beauty of the flowers, the water gardens, the trees lining the walls made the whole place feel like a magical fairy kingdom in the middle of the city. She could see herself wearing a flowing gown, a flower crown in her hair as she walked toward... The groom part was the only part she couldn't picture. Mo firmly believed that everyone had a soulmate, someone to share in their happily ever after. But she had yet to find that person. Not for lack of trying. She liked to date. Meeting and learning about new people was always fun, but she hadn't felt that spark with anyone yet. Sexual chemistry, sure. There'd been a few she really hit it off with, but after a while, chemistry faded without anything solid to back it up. Love. Love had to back it up, and Mo had never been in love. But she believed down to the very bottom of her soul that she'd find it one day. She just had to keep looking. They wandered through the gardens, enjoying the beautiful day. August stopped at every plant. He explained to her what each flora and fauna meant, giving her a much more in-depth explanation than any of the posted signs ever had. He'd hate her for saying it, but it was adorable how excited the man was about flowers. He appeared absolutely giddy every new garden section they entered.
Okay, I have to give it to you, Moira.
August smiled at her.
This was a great idea. I can't believe they can cultivate so many different species in one place, especially in the city.
She silently patted herself on the back, loving the way his face lit up like a kid on Christmas with each new path they took.
Is that an Aquilegia chrysantha? I've never seen them bloom this late in the season before.
He bent down close to the yellow flower, his grin a mile wide as he inspected the plant.
These little beauties do great in arid climates, but we never grew them on the farm because they're not that popular in arrangements. Shame, really. Beautiful flower.
She laughed, following him over to another section of the gardens. Mo listened with rapt attention as August explained not only the biology of the flowers and plants, but the meaning behind them as well.
Oh, look!
He pointed to a cluster-type-looking flower with tiny white bunches of petals.
Achillea milfolium.
She wrinkled her nose at the name. What? Gracing her with one of his devastatingly dimpled smiles, he explained.
Colorado yarrow. It was named after Achilles, who used the genus of these plants to help staunch the wounds of his fellow soldiers at the siege of Troy.
You sure know a lot about flowers. It was pretty darn adorable. They made their way to the back of the massive acreage, walking along the curve of the Monet pool and the water gardens. Various types of lily pads and water lilies floated atop of the glassy surface of the man-made pond. According to August, the lilies were dormant right now, but Mo thought they were beautiful as is.
Gran gave me my first book about flowers when I was 10, and I've been fascinated with them ever since.
Did you go to college? Wait. She paused, tilting her head. Do they have college degrees in plants? August chuckled, coming to a stop by her side.
They do. It's called horticulture, or floriculture, if you want to study flowers specifically. But no, I didn't go to college. When I graduated high school, I started working at the local flower farms. Mostly seasonal stuff, until I worked my way up to manager of the second biggest flower farm near Telluride.
Wow, impressive.
Thanks.
His gaze roamed over the gardens, a determined glint in his eyes.
I plan to grow my own flowers someday, get a plot of land, and start my own farm.
Ambitious. She knew firsthand how hard it was to start a business. The first 2 years of Mile High Happiness had been very lean for her and her friends. They scraped by, working to the bone to build the steady and thriving business they had today. She had no doubts August had the same grit and gusto to make his dream a reality. So, she said, taking a seat on the bench by the water, are you looking for a spot of land in the city? Because I know some real estate agents who are aces at finding exactly what people need.
I'm not staying in Denver.
What? She popped up. What do you mean you're not staying in Denver? August looked at her like she was 2 cans short of a 6-pack.
You can't grow flowers in the city, Moira.
She spread an arm wide around them. Clearly you can.
This is different. It's a tourist spot.
It's a non-profit, she argued. He sighed, the way one did when dealing with a very difficult toddler. She didn't appreciate the correlation. I thought you came here to help Agatha run the shop. And pay half of her rent for the next 6 months, hopefully longer. Finding a good roommate was tricky, and though he was a big old grump, August was a pretty good roommate. She didn't want to scour the internet for non-creepos just to afford her place. She liked her place. She didn't want to move into a tiny studio apartment. And what if some tap dancers moved into the apartment? It was right above their office. They couldn't have client meetings to the thunderous sounds of Lord of the Dance. Okay, she might be exaggerating a little, but there was still some truth to her worry. The great thing about living above the Mile High Happiness office was the guarantee of silence during the workday. And the great commute. As a night owl, Mo hated the mornings. She needed that 1 flight of stairs commute so she could sleep in.
I came here to help Gran sell the shop.
Distress hit her like an icy cold blast straight to the chest. Agatha's selling?
No, not yet. But it's for the best.
His best, maybe, but not his grandmother's. Agatha loved her shop. She loved brightening people's days with her beautiful flower arrangements. What will she do if she doesn't have her shop? She couldn't imagine Agatha sitting in a rocking chair all day staring at the TV. The woman might be in her 70s, but she was still very active, though lately she had been slowing down, which was why Mo had been happy she was finally getting help at the shop, but she had no idea August planned to convince Agatha to sell.
I'm buying a spot of land for the flower farm, and once she sells, Gran can come live by me. Enjoy her golden years without having to worry about getting up at 6 in the morning to arrange flowers for bridezillas and men who forgot their anniversaries.
He wanted Agatha to move away with him? Mo struggled to catch her breath at the revelation. She loved having the old woman a cab right away in case she needed a good laugh, a wise ear to talk to, or just a comforting hug. Agatha couldn't leave her. It'd be like losing Nona all over again. He couldn't do this to her. He couldn't take away Agatha. But Agatha loves her shop. She loves making beautiful flowers to brighten people's day. Have you talked to her about this? He shifted on his feet.
I have.
From his tense jaw, Mo knew, just knew, Agatha didn't like her grandson's plan. Plus, the old woman would have told her about something so huge and life-changing, right? So He crossed his arms over his chest.
She's considering it, but she would rather I stay and take over the shop.
She let out a breath of relief. That would be nice, and you could still have a small flower farm in the city, too. A nice compromise. It worked in everyone's favor, and Agatha didn't have to move.
A small flower farm wouldn't bring in as much profit as a larger one in a less urban area.
But don't you care about what Agatha wants? His eyes narrowed, and the joy that had been on his face all morning vanished as he took a step toward her, dropping his hand to his hips.
I love my grandmother very much. She was the only one who was there for me as a kid, and I will do everything I can to make sure she is comfortable and taken care of, even if that means helping her get rid of the drain on her bank account.
Was the flower shop in trouble? Agatha hadn't mentioned anything to her. What's wrong with the shop? Because even if Agatha wouldn't tell her, she knew August would.
Nothing, except her profit margins aren't high enough to allow her to retire.
Maybe she doesn't want to retire.
She's 73, Moira, August pointed out. She deserves to relax and enjoy her golden years.
Mo agreed, but the thought of Agatha leaving the city, it hurt too much. Besides, the woman had friends here, a life. How could August ask her to leave all that? There has to be a compromise, a way you can both get what you want.
I doubt it.
She scowled up at him. Are you always such a pessimist?
Are you always such an optimist?
Yes. She lifted her chin, giving him her haughtiest smile. It's one of my most charming qualities. August stared hard for a minute before he bent over and burst out laughing. She had no idea what was so funny, but she had to say she didn't mind the laughter, even if it was at her expense. August had a great laugh, deep and sexy. It rolled around her, creating havoc in her belly and setting all her special parts a-tingling. Make a note. Get this man to laugh as much as possible. If she couldn't have sex with him, and she couldn't, right? No, she couldn't. At least she could enjoy his happiness. Happiness was sexy, especially on August.
You certainly are one of a kind, Mo.
A wide smile lifted her lips. Hey, you called me Mo. Does this mean we're friends now? Was it the gardens that won you over, or the cookies? It was my amazing baking skills, wasn't it? He shook his head, those dimples winking at her as he grinned.
It was you, Mo. All you.
Something fluttered in her heart, something suspiciously close to feeling. Uh-oh. No, nope. Can't do it. Having sexual fantasies about her roomie was one thing, but developing a crush on him would only lead down a road she liked to call disaster. Considering the guy planned to leave the city within the year, she didn't kid herself that starting anything with August would lead to wedding bells. But 6 months was a long time, long enough to find more awesome things about Denver to dazzle August with, long enough for her to talk to Agatha and come up with a plan that would work for both grandmother and grandson. A way to keep them both in the city she loved, the city Agatha loved, the city she knew August could love if he just gave it a chance. Otherwise, she'd lose her friend and possibly her home. No, she couldn't let that happen. She had time to change his mind. And she intended to. If she were Prue, she'd come up with a plan. If she were Lily, she'd make a list. But she was Mo, and Mo simply made things happen, through willpower and sheer optimism. They continued their walk around the gardens and ended in the conservatory. It was a great day, and she congratulated herself on it. All she had to do was understand August, and then, boom, friendship achieved. Over the next few months, she'd get to know him even better, and then she'd find a way to point out how much better it would be for everyone if he stayed in the city, kept living with her, and took over the flower shop. Giddy anticipation filled her at the thought. By this time next year, everything would have worked itself out for the best. She just knew it. She'd make sure of it. August didn't stand a chance. Chapter 9. Monday afternoon, Mo headed to Porter's Petals. She had a few things to check on for an upcoming wedding. She could have just emailed or called, but she also wanted to talk to Agatha about this selling and moving business. Surely, together the two of them could come up with a plan to convince August to stay and take over the shop. She had a plan to invite Agatha out to lunch, away from August's prying ears, but the shop appeared empty as she entered. Nothing greeting her, except for the sweet smell of flowers. "August," she called, glancing around the small shop. "Agatha." When no one answered, she moved around the front counter and glanced into the back. There was no door separating the back from the front, just a narrow hallway she knew led to a small storage room. She made her way down the hallway, pausing as she heard Agatha's voice talking to someone. Since no one was responding, Mo assumed the woman was on the phone. She was about to turn around and go back out front to give Agatha some privacy until she heard the old woman say something about surgery. Mo stopped dead in her tracks, heart jumping into her throat. Surgery? Agatha needed surgery? Why? For what? Why hadn't Agatha told her? Quickly, she hurried to the edge of the supply room, flattening herself against the wall just outside the slightly ajar door. "Yes, my friend Patricia will be bringing me and driving me home." Agatha's voice drifted from the room. 12 hours before. I got it. Wait, does that include water, too? There was a slight pause before Agatha continued. "All right. Thank you, Doctor." Mo blinked, surprised to find a few tears had welled up and leaked from her eyes. So silly. She wasn't even sure anything was wrong with Agatha. Maybe another friend needed surgery, and Agatha and her friend Patricia were just coming along for support. Unlikely, but she could hold on to that false hope for as long as possible. "Come on in, child," Agatha's voice came from the supply room. "I heard you the second you stepped on that old creaky floorboard. Been meaning to get that fixed for months now." Mo wiped her face with the back of her hand. Agatha might know she was eavesdropping, but she didn't want to worry the poor woman with her tears. You weren't supposed to worry sick people. Sucking in a fortifying breath, she shook her head. She didn't know if Agatha was sick or not. Maybe she just needed a mole removed or something. Technically, that was referred to as surgery, right? Stepping into the tiny supply room, she smiled brightly at her friend and pseudo-grandmother. "Hi, Agatha. How's it going?" One gray eyebrow arched. "How much did you hear?" Her smile slipped, tears glossing her vision again, but she blinked them away. "What? Here?" Agatha laughed. "Child, you are a terrible liar, which is one of the things I love most about you." "I love you too, Aggie," she sniffed. "Come here." Agatha opened her arms wide, and Mo immediately ran into them, welcoming the woman's strong embrace. See, she was fine. No one who was deathly sick could hug this fiercely. "I'm fine, Moira." "But I heard you say something about surgery." Her voice was muffled, since she still had her face buried against Agatha's shoulder. "Oh, fiddlesticks. It's nothing serious," Agatha answered. "I've been having gallstones for a while now, and my diet change hasn't worked to get rid of those nasty suckers. So my doctor said we just have to get rid of the whole gallbladder." Mo pulled away, staring at the wrinkled face she'd come to love and need so much over the past few years. Gallbladder surgery? It's really a very simple and safe procedure. Agatha turned to grab a spool of green ribbon from one of the shelves. I'm even having the laparoscopic surgery that is less invasive. But all surgery is risky. She'd never had any type of surgery, but her oldest brother had to have his appendix out as a teen, and a small complication from the surgery had him stuck in the hospital for months. They almost lost him at one point. Yes, but Dr. Long says I'm in excellent health otherwise, and the surgery should go off without a hitch. Now, a complication might arise. Agatha hesitated. But the hospital has my care directive should anything go wrong. Care directive? Like a living will? A DNR? Mo knew how a simple procedure could turn into anything but. How could Agatha be so blasé about this? Agatha, are you sure? Oh, you shush. A wrinkled hand came out to pat Mo's cheek. Dr. Long is one of the best surgeons in Denver. I'm not worried at all. She might not be, but Mo was, and she'd bet someone else was too. What does August think about all this? August doesn't know. Agatha pointed a finger at her. And he's not going to either. Her jaw dropped open. Agatha! My health is my business, young lady. But he's your grandson. Yes, he is. And as such, it's my job to take care of him, not the other way around. I don't want the boy worrying his fool head off over a simple surgery that won't even keep me in the hospital for a day. And recovery is only a few weeks at most. But family was supposed to be there for you, especially in times of sickness. How are you going to explain taking a few weeks off work while you recover? Surely Agatha didn't intend to keep this whole thing a secret forever. I'm going to let him know after I get out of surgery and am settled back home. No sense in worrying the boy unnecessarily. She might not know August that well, but she'd bet he'd be worried no matter what. She certainly was. Now, Agatha said, shaking the spool of green ribbon at her. I am only telling you this because you overheard. I expect you to keep my confidence and not mention anything about my health or this surgery to my grandson. He'd only use it as another excuse to sell the shop. Her heart sank, stomach twisting in knots. She hated keeping secrets. Her third brother's 30th surprise birthday party had nearly been ruined because Mo almost let the cat out of the bag. The walls closed in on her, or maybe that was just a hint of claustrophobia from being in this tiny supply room. How could Agatha ask her to keep a secret this big, and from her roommate, the person she saw every day? When's the surgery? In 6 weeks. A month and a half. She'd never last. Please, Moira. Agatha grasped her hands, gaze pleading. I swear to you this isn't anything serious, and I don't want August to worry. That boy has had enough in his life to deal with. He doesn't need to fret over his gran when I'll be perfectly fine. Okay, she sighed. I promise not to tell him. It was Agatha's body, her medical issue. Mo had no right to go blabbing it to August if the older woman didn't want him to know, but she absolutely hated this, hated having to hold something back, even if it wasn't life-threatening. It still felt wrong. Thank you, dear. Agatha gathered Mo into her arms. The spool pressed against her back, but she didn't care. All that mattered was Agatha trusted her to keep her word, and Mo intended to do her best not to disappoint. Hey, a deep voice sounded from the hallway. What are you doing here? Mo pulled away from Agatha to see August standing in the doorway, a suspicious gleam in his eyes. Uh-oh. Busted. August stared at the sight before him. Gran in the supply room wasn't an odd sight, but Mo being there, hugging his grandmother was. What was she up to? Whatever it was, he didn't trust it. Or her. They'd fallen into an easy rhythm at home since the Botanic Gardens visit this past weekend, but he knew Mo was on the keep the shop train, and any private conversation she was having with his grandmother couldn't be good. "August, dear," his grandmother released Mo. "Did the delivery go all right?"
"Went off without a hitch," he said,
while keeping his focus on Mo.
"And I grabbed you some lunch from Maud Market on my way back. It's out front."
"My favorite. Thank you, Augie." "Hey," Mo complained, "how come she gets to call you a cute nickname, but I don't?"
"Because she's my grandmother."
"You have a nickname for him?" Grandma turned to Mo. "Do tell."
"Don't you dare," he warned.
Mo, however, did not heed his warning. The cheeky woman just gave him a smart-ass grin and leaned close to his grandmother to whisper in her ear.
"Grumpy Gus Gus."
"Oh, that's my Augie to a T," Grandma laughed. He failed to see what was so funny. And when the hell did she add the grumpy part? He wasn't grumpy. He was stoic.
"Gran, why don't you go eat your lunch?"
He stared at Mo.
"I have something I need to discuss with Moira."
"Of course, dear. I have a little work to do up there anyway." She moved past him, patting him on the arm as she headed to the front with a large spool of green ribbon. Once his grandmother had made her way down the hallway and into the front of the store, he stepped into the supply room and closed the door behind him. Big mistake. He'd forgotten how small this room was. Tiny for one person, minuscule for two. He stood inches from Mo. So close, he could see the flecks of gold in her light brown eyes, feel the heat coming off her body, and he swore he could smell the sunshine radiating from her.
"What are you doing here, Moira?"
She sighed. "Back to Moira, are we? What happened to Mo?"
"Are you scheming with Gran?"
he asked, ignoring her question. Her jaw dropped, arms crossing over her chest as she scowled at him. "Rude. I never scheme." He let out a sharp bark of laughter. The woman's middle name should be Scheme. "For your information, I was simply stopping by to discuss some final touches on the flower order for an upcoming wedding. You know, working, the thing that most people do during the day." Oh yeah, she'd been working his grandmother into some grand plan to help win him over and keep the shop. He placed his hand on the shelf above her head and leaned down, way down, since the woman stood a foot shorter than him.
"Stop putting ideas in my grandmother's head."
"What ideas?"
"I know you two were talking about ways to convince me to stay here and take over the shop."
Her scowl relaxed into a smile. With a small huff of laughter, she shook her head. "Full of yourself much, August? We weren't talking about you."
"Really? Then what were you talking about? Because it sure didn't look like wedding flower planning from what I saw."
Her smile fell, eyes dropping to the floor, but not before he spied a bit of guilt in them. Ha! He knew she'd been up to something. "It's none of your business what we were talking about," she muttered.
"She's my grandmother. She is my business."
Her head snapped up, fire burning in those golden eyes of hers. "She's also her own person and doesn't have to share every little thing with you." He sucked in a sharp breath, feeling like he got punched in the gut. No, Gran didn't have to tell him everything. He was well aware that even though people were family, didn't mean you got the privilege of knowing about their lives or being involved in their decisions. Hell, his parents proved that time and again over the years. But Gran had always been different. She'd always treated him as if his opinion mattered. He mattered. Pushing away the hurt, he glared at Mo.
"Don't get in the middle of this."
She lifted on her toes, putting her nose inches from his. So close, he could see the faint smattering of freckles on her cheeks. "Don't tell me what to do." Her chin tilted up, lips curling in a defiant smile, and his gaze got caught. He could hear the rapid sound of her breathing, see a bit of bright white teeth behind those full pink lips. The woman was driving him out of his mind and turning him the hell on. He knew it was a bad idea, monumentally bad, but he couldn't stop himself from dipping his head down, leaning even closer, until their mouths were a hairbreadth apart, until the warmth of her breath caressed his lips, calling to him like a siren called sailors to their doom. The anger left her face as her eyes widened, then lit with the same burning heat he felt low in his gut. Oh yeah, she felt it too. This strange connection they had. The driving need he felt whenever he was around her, which unfortunately was a lot, considering they lived together. And that there was the precise reason they couldn't do this. It would only end in a giant mess, and August hated messes, physical or emotional. August. His name, coming from her lips, whispered and needy. Hell, a man could only be so strong. Lifting his hand, he cupped the back of her neck. Her eyelids drooped, eyes closing, as she tilted her chin up. This was it. Too late to back out now. His own eyes started to close as he brought her mouth to his. In less than a second, he was going to know if Moira Rossi tasted as sugary as her sunshiny attitude. He was going to... The door flew open.
August, can you pass me the... Oops!
Mo pulled out of his embrace lightning fast. So quickly she smacked right into the shelves, causing a few spools of ribbon to come crashing down on her head.
Good gracious, Moira, Gran said. Are you all right?
Yeah, Mo winced, rubbing her head. Those things are pretty soft. Unlike him right now, August felt a different kind of heat take over his body. The burn of embarrassment. Shit. Had his grandmother really just caught him about to make out in the supply closet? He felt like a teenage boy being, well, caught making out in the supply closet.
I just needed a spool of white ribbon, Grandma said, holding her hand out, a knowing grin on her face.
Mo grabbed one of the spools from the ground. Here you go, Agatha.
Thank you, dear. Now, I'll let you two get back to your talk.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Now his grandmother was going to think he and Mo were a thing. He was fairly certain she'd already been trying to push them together with the whole roommate thing. Now there'd be nothing he could say to convince her it was a bad idea. And it was a bad idea. He was glad his grandmother interrupted them before he got to taste those lips that gave him such hell. Yeah, glad. Now if only his dick would get the memo. He glanced over at Mo to see the woman covering her mouth. For one horrifying second, he thought he'd misinterpreted the situation, pushed something she didn't want, until he noticed she was shaking with laughter. Her hand slipped down to her chin, a huge smile on her face. Oh, geez, that was so embarrassing. He found his lips curling up as well. Yeah, and now Grant's going to be harping on me to marry you and give her a dozen great-grandbabies. Oof, that's way too many kids for me. Besides, I can't marry anyone who thinks salad is an acceptable dinner entree. He laughed along with her, sobering when he said, You know this can't happen, Mo. Right? This? Us. He waved a hand back and forth between them. You and me. It's a bad idea. She nodded, taking a small step toward him. Stupendously bad. Phenomenally bad, he agreed, backing up a step. Extremely bad. Another step forward. Incredibly bad. Another step back. His back hit the supply room wall. There was nowhere left to go, and he did not like the wicked gleam in Mo's eyes. Well, maybe he liked it a little. You know, August. Her fingers lightly touched his chest, walking up his throat, chin, brushing his lips. Sometimes bad decisions make great stories. Then she bopped him on the nose, gave a tiny chuckle, and headed out of the room, leaving him standing in the supply closet, confused, horny, and seriously considering spending the next few months camped out in the shop supply room, because he had no idea how he was going to live with this tempting woman and not cross the line they both apparently, desperately wanted to jump right the hell over. Chapter 10. Mo had woken up in a cranky mood, and it hadn't gone away all day. Not even at lunch when she got delivery from her favorite pho place. What the heck was wrong with her when the most delicious noodle soup in the world didn't cheer her up? Normally, she woke up every day with a smile on her face and an earworm on her lips. But not today. And she knew the reason. August, Porter. Things were weird last night at home after the supply room incident. So ridiculous. It wasn't like they'd even done anything. Unfortunately. Yeah, she knew it was a bad idea. They lived together and blah, blah, blah. Try telling all that to her raging hormones that kept her up half the night, thinking naughty things to do to every inch of August's body. She hadn't been this sexually frustrated since she had a crush on her oldest brother's best friend in college. Too bad Darren had a bigger crush on her brother than her. But this time, it really stung. August wasn't putting on the brakes because he wasn't attracted to her. He was. A lot. Even if he tried to deny it, she saw the fire in his eyes, felt the proof of his hardness pressed up against her in the tiny room yesterday. He wanted her just as badly as she wanted him. But you're roommates. If it doesn't work out and he leaves early, how are you going to afford your rent? There was the financial aspect to think about, along with physical ones. Sure, he signed a sublease, but people broke those all the time. And while she went after him for the money he owed her, the landlord would kick her out on her rear if she didn't pay rent in full. So yes, hooking up was a bad idea, even though they both—
Moira!
Startled, Mo glanced up from the paperwork she was blankly staring at to see Lily standing in front of her desk, concerned eyes focused on her. What?
I've asked you a question 3 times, and you didn't respond.
Lily reached a hand across the desk, placing it on Mo's forehead.
Are you feeling all right? You're not getting Prue's cold, are you?
Poor Prue had come in Monday morning looking like death warmed over. Mo and Lily immediately sent their friend home and disinfected the entire office. Well, Lily disinfected it, while Mo ordered soup delivery and cold medicine to be sent to Prue's house, since her friend said Finn had been struck down too. No, Mo said, swatting her friend's hand away. I'm not getting sick.
Thank goodness, because this week might be slow, but I cannot handle everything by myself.
Lie. Mo had complete faith that Lily could handle this job and 2 side gigs all by herself if she needed to. Her friend was a force.
So, why are you spacing out?
I wasn't spacing out. She totally was. I just have something on my mind. She totally did.
Anything I can help with?
Oh, that'd go over real great. Tell Lily all about her inappropriate sexual attraction to her new roommate. Logical Lily would flip her lid and list all the hundreds of reasons it was a bad idea, and Mo should keep it in her pants. There might not be 100 legitimate reasons, but Mo was sure Lily would invent some. Nah, it's just stuff. Lily's green eyes narrowed behind her dark-framed glasses.
What kind of stuff?
Gah, her friend's nosiness had only increased since she moved out. Well, too bad for Lil, because Mo wasn't saying anything. She was already in a funk. She didn't need a lecture about proper roommate protocol on top of it. None your business kind of stuff. She made a shooing motion, going for the only thing she knew would get Lily off her back. Don't you have work to do? We're down a set of hands and all that. But her friend didn't rise to the bait. Instead, Lily gave her a long, hard look.
Moira?
Fantastic. It was Lily's stern tone. She hated the stern tone, usually because it meant she was about to get a long-winded speech about why she shouldn't do the thing she was thinking about doing. Which Mo usually went right ahead and did anyway, because when someone told her no, it just made her want to do it more. Lily. She dragged out the name, doing her most outrageous impression of her friend. With a long, suffering sigh, Lily came around Mo's desk and popped a hip on the edge. Spill it, her friend demanded. Mo grabbed her coffee cup, lifting it to her lips with a sassy grin. I would, but then you just make me clean it up, and you know how much I hate cleaning.
Whatever is bothering you, Mo?
Lily's eyes rolled upward.
Tell me what's got you so frazzled.
I'm not frazzled. She was never frazzled. Spaced out, maybe. Easily distracted by shiny new things, sure, but Moira Rossi did not get frazzled. I'm contemplative.
Mm-hmm.
Lily crossed her arms.
And all this deep inner reflection has nothing to do with your new roommate, right?
What? How did she know August was currently the bane of her daily mood?
You've been muttering his name along with the words, sexy stupid bonehead, for the past hour.
He was a sexy stupid bonehead, but she hadn't realized she'd said that out loud. Busted.
Mo, I have no idea what's going on, but you know it's a bad idea to get involved with your roommate, right? A monumentally bad idea.
Pushing back from her desk, she rose out of her chair and faced her roommate. Unfortunately, due to their height difference, even with Lily leaning against her desk, Mo still had to glance up slightly to stare her friend in the face. Nothing is going on. Thanks to Agatha's interruption and August chickening out. But even if it was, it's not any of your business.
You're my best friend. Of course it's my business, Lily argued.
This reminded Mo of what August said about Agatha, how it was his business to know about his grandmother because they were family. Mo considered Lily and Prue family, the sisters she never had. She understood her friend's desire to help out with any problems because Lily loved her and Mo loved Lily, just as August loved Agatha. But she also knew telling Lily what was going on would only result in her friend worrying about an eventuality that would probably never come. As much guilt as she had over not telling August about Agatha's upcoming surgery, she now understood why the old woman was keeping it a secret. Telling August now would do nothing but make him worry and give him more ammunition for closing down the shop. Just like telling Lily she had the hots for her roommate would only get her a sternly worded lecture. People on the outside of situations always seem to have the very best judgment of it, like those people who claimed what perfect parents they would be until the day they had kids and all their color-coded scheduling and homegrown dinner plans went to crap under the weight of screaming babies and 3 hours of sleep. Then, as my best friend, take it from me. Nothing is happening. Yet.
And you'd tell me if it were?
Not a chance in hell. Of course. Lily stared for a moment before nodding and standing. But, Mo said before her friend could head back to her desk, if you're down for a girls' night out, I could go for some drinks or even pinball. Pinball was Lily's favorite pastime, and Mo really needed to stay out of the apartment tonight. Being so hopped up around August wouldn't do her any good if the guy wasn't down, so she might as well go to the bar and see if she could find some other guy. Preferably one as sexy as August, but without the tude.
Oh, Mo,
Lily bit her lip, regret filling her eyes.
I would love to, you know that, but Lincoln is getting back from his work trip tonight, and we were going to...
Hump like bunnies? Lily's cheeks turned as pink as Mo's hair.
Moira?
Pfft, pretty it all up you want, but you haven't seen your man in a week. I know what you'll be doing tonight. Something she wished she'd be doing, but she wasn't holding her breath. Don't worry about it, Lil. We can hang out sometime next week.
Are you sure? I'm happy to get home later if you need a night out.
Dropping the teasing tone, Mo squeezed her friend's hand. No, really, it's fine. Go home to your wonderful fiancé tonight and enjoy being reunited 'cause it feels so good. Reunited 'cause you understood.
No, stop, Lily declared, holding up a hand. You're going to get that song stuck in my... Damn it, it already is.
Mo laughed as Lily turned and headed back to her desk, hiding the small bite of pain and jealousy eating away at her gut. She was so happy that her friends had found their soulmates, but honestly, she missed the time when they had been the Three Musketeers. She knew they'd always be there for her if she needed them, but they had moved on to a new stage in their life, and Mo felt stuck. It sucked, even if she was deliriously happy for them. They got to go home to the loves of their lives, and she got to go home to a grump who revved her motor and her temper. Lucky her. Oh well, nothing saying she couldn't go out on her own tonight. She knew most of the staff at 1UP, and most of the regulars too. Or maybe she'd text Parker or Diaz. It wasn't pub quiz night, but if they weren't on shift, they could all hang out. Maybe go to karaoke. Anything to get out of the house and away from the crank who wanted her, but clearly hated the fact that he did. After work was done, Lily left to grab Lincoln at the airport, and Mo headed upstairs to her apartment. It was quiet when she entered. Quiet and clean. Looked like August stress cleaned again, Guess that was one good thing to take away from this whole situation. The apartment hadn't looked this clean since Lily lived here. She hung her purse up on the coat rack and headed down the hall to her room. No sign of August. His door was closed, but the light in his room was off. Was he in the bathroom or still at the flower shop? She didn't know and didn't care. Liar. Okay, she was trying not to care. Tonight was about going out to have some fun, not obsess over her crush on her roomie and pondering where he might be, if he might be thinking about her too, what he looked like naked. All very bad things to be thinking about. Mo opened her bedroom door, determined to slough off this negative attitude and have a good time tonight. Bad attitudes give you indigestion, as Nona used to say. Opening her closet, Mo picked out her favorite pair of mermaid print leggings and her off-the-shoulder black peasant crop top. A good outfit always put her in a better mood. Maybe tomorrow night she'd dye her hair again. The pink had been in for 4 weeks now. Ages. She always felt better with a new color. She ditched her work clothing, tugging on the leggings and top, sans bra, because she lost her strapless one months ago in the building laundry somewhere, and the top had a shelf bra that worked well enough for her. Now, all she needed to complete the look was a hot pair of shoes. Her neon yellow wedge sandals would go perfect with this outfit. If she could just find them. Mo glanced around her room, the one part of the apartment that still looked like a tornado had hit it. Why bother cleaning when things were just going to get messy again? Never made sense to her. Where are you, my cute little sandals? Not so little, because for a short woman, Mo had big feet. She searched the closet floor, under her bed, in the pile of dirty laundry by her dresser. Nothing. Hands on her hips, she surveyed her small bedroom. Where the heck are you? Her gaze caught on a flash of bright yellow color way up high on the top shelf of her closet. Aha! Found you! Glancing around, she grabbed the only thing in her room she could use as a stool, her laundry hamper, and tipped it sideways. Clothing spilled out, but there was already a massive pile on the floor anyway, so who cared? Mo stepped onto the oval bin, arms out to steady herself, as the hard plastic dipped and tipped with her body weight. She reached up as high as she could, fingers barely grazing the strap of the wedge. Damn it, come on! She yelled at the shoes. Sometimes being fun-sized really sucks. She grunted, lifting up on her toes. Stretching her arm to the point of pain, her fingers finally caught purchase on the sandals. Yes! Her celebration was short-lived, as she started to ease back down, shoes in hand, when the laundry bin rocked and her feet flew out from under her. Mo went crashing to the floor in a pile of flailing limbs and shouted curses. Ow! Son of a Moira! She screamed when her bedroom door flew open. A huge, dark shadow filled the doorway. A robber? No, that was ridiculous. Why would a burglar know her name? She must have hit her head on the way down for such a silly thought. A few blinks, and the form came into focus, and of course it was August! She struggled to get up from the pile of clothing she'd fallen into. Do you always barge into people's rooms without knocking first? When they scream bloody murder, I do. She stood facing off against him. I did not scream. You did. His trademark scowl was in place. Sounded like a building toppled over in here, and his eyes widened, cheeks going as red as the hair on his head, as his gaze shot toward the ceiling. Mo, you might wanna... I might want to do nothing. We might share this place, but this is my room, and you can't come bursting into my room whenever you feel like it. Her temper was soaring due to embarrassment, the fact that he had been hiding from her when she got home, coward, and the smarting of her hip where she fell. I was coming to see if you were okay, he said, still looking up. And I really think you should... I don't care. It was very nice of you to come to my rescue, but I'm perfectly fine. And you could have knocked first. Besides, I don't need... Moira, he shouted, slapping his hand over his eyes. Your top is down. Mo glanced down. Huh. Would you look at that? August hadn't been trying to give her a lecture on bedroom safety or cleanliness. The sweet guy had been embarrassed by her breasts, which were currently holding the neckline of her peasant top directly under them. Whoopsie, she giggled, putting the girls back in their upright and locked position. You can look now, August. Your delicate sensibilities are no longer threatened by a pair of enlarged mammary glands. He scrubbed his hand down his face, the heat in his gaze scorching her from across the room as those hazel beauties focused on her. Oh boy, did it just get 1,000,000 degrees warmer in here? It was pretty cool of him to look away and let her know of her clothing mishap. A lot of guys would have taken advantage and looked their fill. Not August. He resisted the sweet temptation her bare breasts had offered. Class act. She had to give it to the guy. And she would, if she thought he'd be agreeable. So, she said, dragging her finger across the neckline of her shirt, internally pumping her fist as August's gaze followed. Are we going to talk about this chemistry thing between us? His eyes snapped up to hers, an internal struggle of massive proportions happening in them. But he didn't say anything, just turned and stormed down the hallway. Guess not. She bent down to gather her wedges, slipping the shoes on before heading out her bedroom door to the front of the apartment. Where are you going? August demanded as she reached the front door. Oh, he was in a tizzy, wasn't he? His own fault. She was more than willing to talk about or even engage in this heat thing happening between them. He was the stubborn one. Once she realized that, it made all her earlier anger and frustration melt away. Or maybe it was seeing August all riled up. Call her sick, but seeing the calm and collected man out of sorts gave her a gleeful sort of thrill. Doing her best to hide her smile, she grabbed her cell and wallet, stuffing them into her mini crossbody clutch and sliding the strap over her head. She lifted her chin and glanced at him over her shoulder. I'm going out. Where? His voice was a growl. Deep and fierce and so sexy she nearly melted into a puddle of need right there. I don't have to answer to you, August Porter. And with that, she headed out the door and into the night. Chapter 11. August glanced at the clock on the wall for the 5th time in the past 10 minutes. Time hadn't magically gone faster since he last checked. It was still 10:45. Normally, he'd be in bed by now, especially on a weeknight, but he wasn't the least bit tired. Cleaning usually wore him out, but he'd already cleaned the entire apartment earlier to work off the tension pulling every muscle in his body tight enough to snap. The book he had open in his hands was on the same page it had been on for the past half hour. He couldn't concentrate, couldn't stop thinking about Mo, where she was, what she was doing, who she was doing it with. She could be doing it with you, dumbass. He slammed his book shut and tossed it on the coffee table. He did not need his own psyche against him, too. It had been hard enough resisting the temptation of Mo while living in such close quarters with the woman. But after that moment in the supply room, all day August had been playing the scene over and over in his mind, wondering what would have happened if his grandmother hadn't walked in on them. Would he have kissed her? Would she have kissed him back? Hell yes, to both questions. Which was the problem? Now that he knew this attraction went both ways, how the hell was he supposed to fight against it? Mo was giving him no help with the problem. Damn woman was doing the exact opposite, encouraging the very bad idea of them getting together. And earlier in her room. Shit. When he heard the sound of a crash and her scream, he'd imagined the worst. He hadn't thought about the repercussions of rushing into her bedroom, the fact that she might be in a state of undress. His face burned just thinking about it. He'd never been so embarrassed or so turned on in his life. Mo had the most amazing breasts he'd ever seen, and he felt like an ass for catching a glance of them, even if it was only an accidental nanosecond of a peek. She, however, hadn't seemed the least bit self-conscious. Of course not, because she was Mo, and he'd never met a person so comfortable in their own skin, their own identity. Honestly, he kind of envied that about her. To be so sure of oneself must be nice. Sometimes, August had to wonder if the reason his parents shipped him back and forth so easily, created new families so quickly with their stepkids, was because something was wrong with him. Had to be. He was the common denominator. This was ridiculous. He shouldn't be sitting out here on the living room couch having a pity party. What was he, 12? No, he was a grown-ass man. So what if he had the hots for his roommate? As a mature adult, he could act accordingly. He could resist things he knew were bad for him, like processed foods and sexy roommates. That's what being a grown-up was all about. Self-control. Maybe a hot shower would calm his mind. Rising from the couch, August headed toward his bathroom in the back of the apartment. He turned the faucet on full blast, stripping off his clothing and waiting until the hot steam started to rise before stepping into the shower stall. The scalding water pounded on his back. He was sure his skin would soon be as red as his hair, but the heat felt nice. At least it gave him a modicum of relief. As he scrubbed up, an unbridled image of Mo entered his mind. Standing in her room, top down around her waist, the neckline stuck underneath her breasts, lifting them like an offering, waiting to be worshipped, the dusky rose-colored nipples hard and standing at attention, just begging for his lips to caress them. He felt his body harden. His hand spread the soapy water down his chest and abs, until he grabbed his painfully hard erection, gripping himself as he imagined. Whoa! His eyes snapped open. Lifting his hand, he placed both palms on the tile in front of him. No way. He would not fantasize about Moira while taking care of himself in the shower. That was just wrong. He would not be that asshole. But his mind refused to think about anything else, so he turned and grabbed the temperature dial, cranking the water to ice cold and standing in the frigid temps until his erection got the memo. No more thinking about Mo and sex in the same sentence. When he finally felt like he'd beaten his body and hormones back into submission, August turned off the tap. Stepping out of the shower, he grabbed a towel and vigorously dried all the water from his body, as if by scrubbing the moisture off his skin, he could scrub thoughts of taking Mo to bed right out of his mind. Didn't work, but he could continue to deny himself. He had to. Wrapping the towel around his waist, he tucked the corner in and headed out of the bathroom, down the hall to his bedroom, but on his way out, he immediately slammed into something small and soft. Ow! Mo exclaimed, rubbing her nose. Damn, August, you're like running into a brick wall. Her hands landed on his chest when he tried to take a step back and tripped over his feet. The feel of her soft skin on him made the 10 minutes he spent in the icy shower null and void. His body came to life at once, hot and hungry, aching for her to touch him everywhere, move her hands just a foot or so lower to relieve the desperate need he felt for her. Damn it, he'd just gotten himself under control. He placed his hand on her shoulders, steadying her as she wobbled on those weird sandal shoes. He went to move away, but one of the dozens of jangly bracelets covering her wrists got caught on a thread of his towel. When Mo pulled her hand back to her side, his towel came with her, leaving August standing in front of his roommate, naked as the day he was born. Oh, wow. The soft exclamation left her lips as her gaze focused on him. Muttering a curse, he grabbed for his towel, still hanging by a thread from her bracelet. He tugged it, leaving a few terry-cloth fibers on Mo's jewelry. Not that she seemed to notice. Unlike him, she was not so polite as to avert her gaze when graced with an accidental peep show. Nope, not Moira. She was looking her fill, and from the hunger in her eyes, she liked what she saw. Puffed up his pride, but it didn't change any of the facts. He wrapped the towel back around his waist, firmly securing the knot despite Mo's forlorn whimper of objection. "What are you doing home so early?" he demanded, not sure if he was irritated because he was embarrassed or because he was turned on. Probably both. Early? Her gaze finally left his groin and focused on his face. It's 11:15. Only the barely legal and fake IDers are out at this time of night. Yes, but he was counting on her being home after he'd taken his shower and was in his room for the night, so he didn't look like some lovesick puppy who'd stayed up waiting for her. I guess this means we're even now. She gave a small chuckle. He said nothing, simply raised a brow. The sassy smile didn't move off her face 1 inch, not even when he full-on scowled. He should have known better. Nothing intimidated Mo.
You know, because earlier in my room you saw my boobs, and now I've seen your—
Yes, Moira.
He interrupted her before she could comment on just how much of him she'd seen.
I understand.
Her eyes sparked with that mischievous glint that never boded well for him.
Technically, she said with a tilt of her head, we're not completely even. I mean, you got topsies, and I got southern hemisphere views.
Is that a polite way of saying you just ogled my junk?
I would in no way call anything I just saw junk.
Geez, Moira.
He scrubbed his hands over his face.
What?
She shrugged.
I was complimenting you.
You were complimenting my dick.
It's a very nice dick.
He tried to laugh, but it came out as more of a frustrated groan.
Can we not do this right now, please?
Do what?
Talk about our—
He waved a hand in the air between them.
Genitals.
Her face scrunched up like she'd taken a bite of a sour lemon.
Well, not if you call them genitals.
Technical terms are not sexy.
I'm not trying to be sexy.
He was trying to squash this completely inappropriate burning need he had for his roommate, and her strange humor was not helping matters.
Look, August, I get that we're roommates, and we'll be living together for the next few months, so you think this thing is a bad idea. But what if you look at it from the other side?
There is no other side.
Oh, Gus, she sighed, so blind to the truth.
What truth? The reality was they were roommates, and they did have to live together. That wasn't an interpretation. It was solid fact.
Fine.
If she wanted to play devil's advocate, he'd let her. Wouldn't change his mind, though.
What's the other side?
She grinned as if she just won some secret game, and he was the top prize. He wasn't sure if he should be excited by that, or terrified.
Yes, we are roommates, and yes, we have to live together. But we also have this volcanic sexual attraction that's about to explode and pour raging hot hormone lava all over us, right?
He nodded, not denying it, but refusing to confirm it out loud. Mo gave a heavy sigh at his minimal participation, but continued.
So, what do you think would be worse? Ignoring these desires we have for each other while we get more and more sexually frustrated, gripe at each other, and generally live in unfulfilled misery every day?
Sounded like hell to him, but what was the alternative?
Or,
Mo held up a finger,
what if we sated our cravings with a night of hot and wild sex?
That sounded awesome, except for—
But we still have to live together.
True.
Mo leaned back against the hallway wall.
But according to you, you're only subletting for 6 months, and then you're headed back out into the boonies to become a flower farmer, or whatever they're called.
And he didn't believe for a minute she wasn't still trying to stop him from doing that. Not because of him. He didn't think that much of himself, but he knew Mo had a fondness for his grandmother and wanted to help her save the shop by his staying in Denver.
It's just sex, August.
She stared at him with a question in her eyes.
You have had casual sex before, right?
It was the only kind he'd had, but she didn't need to know that.
So, you're saying we just hop into bed and get it out of our systems?
Wow, such sweet talk.
Mo raised a dramatic hand to her forehead.
You really know how to make a woman swoon, Gus.
Okay, if we do this thing, we need rules.
That got her to drop the melodrama. She pushed off the wall and came to stand in front of him.
Rules? Like a safe word?
Her eyebrows bobbed. Safe word? They hadn't even had sex once yet, and the woman already wanted to incorporate BDSM? How like Mo to take it from 0 to 100 in the span of a second?
No,
he replied.
I was thinking more along the line of emotional rules. Like, no taking this for something it isn't.
She held up one hand, placing the other over her heart.
I solemnly promise not to fall in love with you. But I can't promise you won't fall in love with me. I'm pretty damn lovable.
She gave him a flirty wink. He rolled his lips in to hide a smile. Damn, this woman might just be the death of him. Anything else, Gus Gus?
No nicknames.
Aw, she pouted. Fine, but one of these days, you'll wake up and find you love my nicknames. He highly doubted that. No falling in love, and no nicknames. She took a step closer, looking up at him from under her lashes. Anything else? Yes, there was something else he knew was important, but he couldn't think straight with her looking at him like that. Like he was a 5-course meal and she was starving. Should we kiss on it? She lifted up on her toes, lips inches away from his, when his brain rapid-fired the other issue he knew they needed to discuss before plunging into the water of this very bad idea.
You can't tell my grandmother.
Mo rocked back down onto her feet. What?
Gran, Agatha. You can't tell her about this, or she'll be planning the flower arrangements for our wedding before I can put my pants back on.
You really know how to kill a mood, August.
I'm serious, Mo.
Fine. She rolled her eyes and huffed. I'll keep it a secret from Agatha, but the Porters really need to work on their communication skills.
Huh?
Mo blew out a deep breath. August, before we do this, I should... Her mouth snapped shut, brow furrowing. She looked like she was doing complex math equations in her head. Or contemplating cleaning.
What?
Her frown smoothed out. Never mind. It doesn't concern this. Okay, that was weird, but his brain was too focused on getting her naked to wonder too much what she was talking about. Now. She popped back up on her toes, flinging her arms around his neck and bringing her mouth close to his so each word she uttered brushed their lips together in the barest of kisses. Where were we? His arms instinctively wrapped around her waist, tightening and pulling her into him until they were pressed flush against each other. A soft moan escaped her as he pressed his hardness against her stomach. His eyes damn near crossed, feeling the softness of her breasts through her silky top, crushed against the hardness of his naked chest.
This is the best worst idea I've ever had.
I think you need a few more worst ideas in your life, August. He did not agree, but what he did agree with was that he couldn't fight this anymore. Couldn't fight her. They were both adults. They knew the situation. Why couldn't they indulge in their baser instincts and enjoy each other's bodies? Mo was right. They wouldn't be roommates forever, so even if this went south, it wasn't like it would ruin either of their lives. Just make it uncomfortable for a short time. But it wouldn't go bad, because they'd both agreed to the rules. August?
Yeah.
Stop thinking and kiss me already. When she put it like that... Dipping his head, August closed the infinitesimal amount of space between them, and his head damn near blew off. Kissing Mo was like kissing sunshine. All warmth and happiness. His entire body felt like it had been lifted and was floating among the clouds, just from the press of her lips to his. She gasped, and he took initiative, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, only to find hers eagerly waiting. She tasted even better than she felt, sugary and light, like cotton candy. He felt like he was making out with a pixie from a fairy tale, but one of those darker ones where they trapped the men with sex and killed them. He had a feeling that with Mo, death would be worth it. Chapter 12. Best bad idea ever. Mo felt like she was sliding down a rainbow into a pool of warm chocolate fondue. Seriously, being held in August's arms while he kissed her was the best feeling she could possibly imagine. She just knew this man held a keg of sexual dynamite underneath all that grump and fussiness. And boy, was she right. Right about now, she wouldn't even be able to spell her name if it was written on a paper in large bold letters 3 inches from her face, because August had killed every single brain cell she possessed and replaced everything in her mind with the driving need to get in his pants. Or towel, as it were. Thank goodness she'd been able to get him to see the logic of her arguments. No way could she have gone another few months in this man's constant presence and kept her hands to herself. He was more tempting than all the pineapple pizza in the world. His large hands moved up her ribcage, creating energy-charged goosebumps as they went. Thick fingers curled against the stretchy elastic of her top's neckline, tugging the shirt down underneath her breasts. The cool air of the apartment washing over her tight nipples did nothing to quell the fire burning inside her. She needed him. She needed August. "Fuck," he swore, pulling away from her mouth to stare down at her. "How can they be even more perfect than I remember?" "I don't know," she said with a small laugh. "It's only been a few hours since you saw them. I promise they didn't change in that time." "Perfect," he muttered, cupping his hands around her breasts gently. She moaned, the sensation of his rough hands against her sensitive skin almost overpowering. The sensory overload hit her hard. She enjoyed a good fondle during foreplay, but she'd never had someone pay such loving attention to her breasts. August touched, caressed them like they were the most precious gift he'd ever been given. Smart man. Her boobs were a pretty great gift, if she said so herself. August bent his head, mouth opening. When his lips closed over her right nipple, she cried out, hands fisting in those gorgeous red locks of his. She pressed his head against her, reveling in the way this man could play her body like a fiddle. She might just die of pleasure before all this was over. But what a wonderful way to go. But before this party got started, Mo knew there was one more thing they had to discuss. Oh, she moaned when August bit down slightly, the sharp sting sending a zing of pleasure straight down between her legs to all her good parts. "August, wait a second." His head popped up, and she lamented the loss of his wickedly talented mouth on her breast. But this was important. "What?" His heated gaze dimmed, concern filling his eyes. "Change your mind?" His hands started to slide away, but she tightened her grip on his head, pulling him back to her until they were nose to nose. "Not a chance in hell. But before we go to Bonetown, there's something we need." His nose wrinkled as a short burst of laughter left him. "Bonetown? Now who's killing the mood?" What? What was wrong with Bonetown? It was accurate. Funny. She had a theory that people would enjoy sex a lot more if they embraced the hilarity of it. The movies tried to make it all sensual and dramatic, but there was fumbling with clothing, sweat, awkward positions, and sometimes the dreaded unintentional bodily sounds. Sex was funny. The more you laughed, the more you were doing it right. At least, that's what she always thought. "Well, if you're no longer interested..." She started to pull away with a sly smile, but August grunted, lifting her up so she could wrap her legs around his waist. He pressed her back against the wall, her body trapped between the cool plaster and his hot body. "Does this feel like I'm not interested?" he asked, pressing himself against her. The new position put all the good bits into contact, and her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. The man was most definitely very, very interested. His mouth went to her neck, taking little love bites as he ground himself against her. "Now what do we need?" What? Was he speaking? All she could hear was the rushing of blood in her ears as August drove her out of her mind. Every nerve in her body was poised on the edge of explosion, and she didn't even have her pants off yet. Yup, she was definitely dying tonight. La petite mort. "Moira," he whispered in her ear, nuzzling the sensitive spot under her lobe with the tip of his nose. "Huh?" "You said we needed something." Needed something? All she needed was him inside her in the next 5. Oh, right! They did need something. "Condoms," she panted out, suddenly unable to catch her breath as his hands started caressing her breast again. "I've got some in my room." He continued the assault on her senses as he spoke. "I love a woman who's prepared, but as down as I am for this, there is no way I am having sex in that trash heap you call a bedroom. I've got condoms in my room." "Hey!" She smacked him on the ass, mostly because she wanted to feel his ass. Nice. You could bounce a quarter off that thing. She'd have to try that later. Do you often insult the woman you're intimate with? I didn't insult you. I insulted your room. He pulled back to stare in her eyes, the grin on his face so wide she could see those delicious dimples. Besides, your bed is full. I have a queen in my bedroom, and we're going to need the space. She swallowed hard. We are? Oh yeah, sunshine. We are. Oh, so you can dole out nicknames, but I can't? His hands moved down to her ass, holding and squeezing as he moved them off the wall and headed down the hallway toward his bedroom. Wow, she'd never had a man carry her like this before. They often wanted to because she was so short, and they got off on being the big strong man or whatever, but she didn't really go for that damsel in distress type thing. But with August, she didn't feel weak. She felt powerful, like a goddess, and he was put on this earth only to worship at her feet, attend to her every desire. Yes, please. How about you give me a new nickname in the morning? In the morning? She glanced up at him as he gently placed her down on his large, comfy bed. Dang, this thing was plush. What did he have on here? Some kind of cloud-filled mattress pad? The morning. He nodded, placing one knee on the bed beside her as he crawled up her body like a tiger approaching its prey. Let's see if I can erase grumpy and earn a more desirable adjective. She had no doubt he could. Her mind was currently conjuring up several, in fact. Sexy, tantalizing, arousing, breathtaking, scintillating. The list went on. May I? He asked, indicating her top that had somehow maneuvered its way all the way down to her waist and now sat above her leggings like a fluffy belt. Please do. He grabbed the garment, tugging it down further. Since the material was very stretchy, she accommodated by lifting her hips off the mattress. August slid the shirt over her butt and down her legs and off her body completely. He did the same with her leggings, asking permission before he slowly relieved her of the shiny fabric, leaving her in nothing but her red silk thong. Not her most comfortable pair of underwear, but her mermaid leggings left terrible panty lines if she wore anything else. And right now, with the way August was eating her up with his eyes, they were quickly becoming her favorite pair. Mega wedgie or not. Wow. The word left his lips on an exalted breath. The towel was still firmly wrapped around his hips, though his good bits, no, amazing bits, were covered. It didn't mean she didn't have a plethora of eye candy to gawk over herself. August Porter was a beast. Mo liked men in any form, skinny, fluffy, tall, short, didn't matter to her as long as they were nice and funny. But August? She'd never seen a man so beautiful. He had muscles, cut and defined. The standard abs, pecs, and that mouth-watering V-thing guys had at their hips that pointed straight down to their... But that wasn't what made the man so eat-him-up yummy. Maybe it was the light dusting of body hair in that rich auburn coloring, or the smattering of freckles across his chest that was just begging her tongue to play connect the dots. Or maybe it was those damn dimples that caused her heart to skip a beat every time he flashed them at her. Whatever magic this man had, all of it combined to make him the most devastatingly handsome man Mo had ever known. And she got to take him to bed tonight. Lucky her. August was still staring, so Mo decided to take some initiative. The night only lasted so long, and she wanted to enjoy every minute of the darkness. Hooking her thumbs in the tiny strip the underwear dared to call a waist, she shimmied her hips and pulled the thong off, dropping it in the pile of her discarded clothing on the edge of the bed. August's nostrils flared, eyes eating up every inch of what she had just revealed. He sat back on his heels, staring, one hand pushing her heap of a former outfit off the bed into a messy pile on the floor. She chuckled to see him do something so un-August-like. Don't you want to fold those and place them neatly on the dresser? Shh. He held a finger up to his lips, eyes still focused on her.
I can't find the energy to care about anything else when I'm staring at a goddess.
Oh. Oh, wow. That was probably the most romantic thing a man had ever said to her. She better be careful, or she might break her promise and start falling for August. And then what would she do? All thoughts fled when August's hand covered her, thumb gently stroking over her in a lazy pattern that was driving her wild.
August. Yes, sunshine. That feels amazing. You feel amazing, he countered.
After that, she was unable to talk as the man bent his head down to lavish attention to her breasts again as his hand worked magic between her legs. Her heart beat so loud, she was sure he could hear the thing trying to knock out of her chest. She couldn't seem to catch her breath as he drove her to the very brink of madness. He eased 2 fingers inside, and she swore she could feel him everywhere. From her head to her toes, every inch of skin, every nerve felt only one thing. August. He quickened his pace, increased pressure at the sounds of her moans, the soft pleas she didn't realize she was uttering. She'd never had anyone so intently focused on her the way August was in this moment, like she was a puzzle box he was determined to solve. And he still had the damn towel on.
August, she panted, I need...
But she never got to finish her demand. He twisted his fingers, hitting a spot she'd only ever managed to achieve by herself, and sent her flying into the best orgasm she'd ever had. After she took a minute to catch her breath, she looked up at his satisfied smile.
You need what now?
She tried to playfully smack his arm, but her muscles were so weak, all she managed was a pathetic hand flop.
Stop being so smug and lose the towel.
He reached down with one hand and flicked the knot on the terry cloth, tossing the towel to join her clothing on the floor. Her eyes opened wide at the sight before her. Yup, just as amazing as it had been a few minutes ago. No, better, because now she could look her fill. And oh boy, did she look. Mo didn't have a super long list of lovers, but she'd seen her fair share of dicks, in person and on the screen, and August had the most beautiful one she'd ever seen. Which was a weird thing to think, but it was the truth. You might want to get those condoms, she told him, unable to take her eyes off him. Like, now. Those dimples winked at her.
Eager?
Pushing up on her elbows, she reached out and cupped him in her hand. He hissed out a breath, hips thrusting toward her. I was eager 10 minutes ago. Now, I'm desperate.
Good to know,
he spoke between clenched teeth. He leaned across her, reaching to the bedside table, and pulled out an unopened box of condoms. She stroked his cock, reveling in the velvety hard feel of him, while she tried not to ponder the meaning of the fresh package. Did it mean he intended to hook up with someone when he was here in Denver, or because he knew this thing between them was inevitable? Didn't matter. The only thing that concerned her was what was happening here and now. Here, she said, holding out her hand when he pulled a strip from the box. Let me. He ripped one off and handed the condom to her. Mo placed the package between her teeth and very carefully, so as not to damage the protection, ripped it open with her teeth. His gaze went molten.
Later, I want to see what else that mouth can do.
She salivated just thinking about it. Later, she agreed with a nod. But for now, she removed her hand from him just long enough to pull the condom from the packaging and roll it down his length. He leaned over her, arms on either side of her head, as she positioned him right where they both wanted to be.
Ready?
He asked. Now, August, before she exploded from anticipation. He entered her in one hard thrust, causing them both to cry out in pleasure. The harsh sound of his breath warmed her ear as he asked, Okay? I can honestly say I have never been more okay in my life. He laughed, moving his hips, setting a slow and leisurely pace. Oh no, that wouldn't do. If they only had this one night, she didn't want slow. She wanted fast, then slow, then fast again, then something involving the shower, perhaps. So many things she wanted to do to and with August, and if they only had tonight, she wasn't going to waste it. She pushed his arm and he rolled them, knowing instinctively what she wanted somehow, without her even having to say it. Then he laid back, large hands gripping her hips, as she rode him. She stared down at the huge grin on his face. So sexy, made more so by the fact that she was the one who put it there. She laughed softly, gleeful in the knowledge that she had accomplished her mission to see this normally grumpy man smile. Her laugh soon turned into a loud moan as he tilted her hips, angling her in a way that had him hitting a whole set of nerves she didn't even know she had.
Is that good, sunshine?
Yes. She choked out the word on what little breath she had in her lungs.
Tell me what you want, how to please you.
If he pleased her any more, she'd be a puddle of pleasure goo. This, more, she panted out, trying to suck air into her lungs. But she couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. All she could do was feel, and all she felt was August. The sensations were overwhelming. How did he do it? How did he know more about her body than she seemed to? Was he a secret sex god? She leaned forward, slapping her hands to his chest, pressing her lips to his. He eagerly kissed her back, his lips so soft, fitting to hers with a perfectness she'd never experienced before. It was a good thing they finally decided to do this thing, because Mo would have kicked herself forever if she let the magnificence that was sleeping with August Porter pass her by. Her brain stopped thinking. All the blood in her body rushed south as she felt her core start to tighten, but she didn't want to go alone this time. She wanted him there, wanted to experience the ecstasy with August. Pulling away from his lips, she stared down into his beautiful hazel eyes. August. That was all she said, his name. But somehow, again, he knew. His hand left her hip to stroke the center of her, right where she needed, and soon she was crying out with her second orgasm of the night, one made infinitely better by the fact that August soon joined her in it.
Moira!
He shouted her name, his grip on her hips so tight it was almost bruising, but she was too far gone to care. She collapsed on top of him, his hands relaxed, sliding to her back and stroking in a loving manner. Uh-oh, she better not think in those terms. August had made it pretty clear what this was and wasn't. She really shouldn't get caught up in any messy feelings just because the sex had been phenomenal. She patted his chest weakly, her muscles still not recovered from that amazing workout. She wondered if they'd ever recover. Great job, roomie. He snorted out a laugh.
Really? That's what you're going with?
It was either that, or admit she might have gotten in over her head with this one. How was she supposed to know that August was a sex god capable of reducing her to a sappy pile of mush? Really, he was the one to blame here. It was either cover with humor or blurt out something that would make the poor guy run for the hills. She faked a yawn. I'd come up with something more clever, but I'm too exhausted. You sexed all the cleverness out of me. Happy? His lips brushed her shoulder before he whispered in her ear.
Ecstatic.
A shiver ran down her spine. There is no way you're ready again so soon. He kissed the hollow between her shoulder and neck.
Not yet, but why don't we hop in the shower and see what happens?
Her lips curled as he worked his way up her jaw to her lips. Get clean just so we can get dirty again? I like the way you think, sex god Gus Gus. He threw his head back with a boisterous laugh.
Mo, you really are one of a kind.
He sat up, scooping her into his arms and standing. As he maneuvered them out of his room and toward his bathroom, she tucked her face into his chest, inhaled the intoxicating smell of his skin, fearing very much that not only was she one of a kind, but he was as well. Her one of a kind. Something she knew she better keep to herself for the time being, especially if she wanted to continue this. And she really did. Now, All she had to do was convince August of the same. Easy, right? Chapter 13. Mo woke up feeling like she'd slept in a big, warm marshmallow. Not that she knew what sleeping in a marshmallow felt like. Actually, it sounded kind of sticky and gross. And nothing about last night had been even remotely gross. It had been wonderful, amazing, surprising, and a million other pretty words she couldn't put names to right now. She was too busy enjoying sharing her bed with the sexiest man alive. Second sexiest. Sadly, Idris Elba had once again not magically shown up on her doorstep to whisk her off into the night. But August was certainly giving the sexy Brit a run for his money in her top 10 men lineup. They were crammed onto her bed, which, up until this point, she'd never seen a small. When Lily and Prue had lived here, they'd all agreed not to bring dates home, so she'd never had a man in her bed with her before. It really highlighted the tininess of her full mattress. On the other hand, it lent itself to cuddles. She still couldn't believe she got August to agree to come in here last night. After the shower, where they'd gotten clean and worked themselves up again, it had taken very little effort to drag him into her bedroom. Of course, she had been naked, and she was coming to discover the man would do just about anything she asked of him when naked. Sucker. She chuckled to herself, knowing she was no better. He didn't even have to be full commando. Just show her a hint of those scrumptious abs, and Mo would probably eat Brussels sprouts. Maybe. For Brussels sprouts, she might need an ass shot, too. August grunted in his sleep, his arm tightening around her waist, where he'd held her securely all night long. It had honestly been the most restful night of sleep she'd gotten in ever. A glance to her bedside clock told her she was up before her alarm. That never happened. She had 4 snooze settings just to make sure she got out of bed. She reached over to turn the alarm off, since she was already awake. The thing was set to foghorn loud. She really hated getting up in the morning, and she didn't want to disturb August. He made an adorable sound of protest as she leaned out of his grasp to flick off the alarm setting. Who would have thought Grumpy Gus Gus would be such a cuddler? Not her. As she started to lay back down in bed, her gaze caught on the pile of laundry by her hamper. Or, more specifically, the lack of pile. Her hamper appeared full, not a scrap of dirty clothing on the floor anywhere. In fact, as she looked around, her entire bedroom appeared to be straightened up. Shoes were placed neatly in the closet instead of tossed casually about the room. Her books had been organized and alphabetized? And look at that! They all actually fit on the shelf when they were stacked properly. Who would have guessed? Even the clutter of makeup she kept on top of her dresser had been tidied. The whole room looked like a magic cleaning fairy had come during the night. Like the times Lily just couldn't take it anymore and barged into her room with rubber gloves and a mission to clean. Oh, she missed those times. Missed coming back from the bar to a magically clean room. But since Lily didn't live here anymore, there was only one other person who could have done it. She turned in the bed, rolling over to face the large, red-headed cleaning fairy sleeping peacefully next to her. "Did you clean my room?" she demanded, waffling between annoyance that he touched her things without permission and gratitude that she didn't have to clean her mess herself. August made a grunting sound, inhaling deeply, his jaw cracking open with a yawn. "Huh?" "My room," she repeated. "It's clean. Did you get up in the middle of the night and clean it?" His eyes opened, their hazel depths still hazy with sleep and sexual satisfaction. He lifted one shoulder in a semi-shrug. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep in all this mess, so I picked up a bit. Is that okay?" She couldn't be mad at a man who sent her to the stars last night and completed her most hated chore. Grateful it was, then. "You cleaned my room in the middle of the night because it was too dirty to sleep in?" She laughed. "You are such a weirdo." "Hey." "It's okay." She leaned down to kiss his lips because she wanted to, and she could. "I'm a weirdo, too." "You're not a weirdo." He reached out, tugging on a strand of her hair. You're
unique.
Which was just another way people said weird, but that was fine. She was okay with being weird. Better than being boring.
So, what's with the pink?
He asked, twirling her hair around his finger. It was up.
Up?
Scooting closer, she reached out a hand to play with the coarse, curly auburn hairs on his chest. Seemed only fair, since he was playing with her hair. I like dyeing my hair fun colors. Blonde, brown, black, and red are so boring.
Red is boring?
He asked with an arched brow.
Not natural red, she said with a wink.
I'm constantly changing up the color, and this time I went pink.
How long have you been dyeing streaks in your hair?
I think I started when I was about 14. You know, the angsty teenager phase. August chuckled.
I don't think you could ever be angsty.
You'd be surprised. Wasn't every teenager wired with a bit of angst? Sure, she hadn't gone full-on emo, but most of her allowance had been spent at the local Hot Topic. One of my older brothers had a bit of a health scare back then. He's fine now, but for a while it seemed like the entire family revolved around his health. Doctor visits, stuff like that. I love my brother. I was terrified something bad was going to happen, and yet at the same time, I was also a little, not jealous, but maybe angry at all the attention he was getting. She ducked her head, still ashamed of the way she'd secretly felt back then. Anyway, I started dyeing my hair as an act of rebellion. It was my way of trying to stand out, but also something that was totally in my power, you know? So much of our lives at that point was out of control, and I just wanted something I could do, without life or chance messing it up. Now I just do it for fun, or when I'm stressed, and I like to match the colors of the weddings we plan, too. She glanced up to see August staring at the lock of her hair he still had wrapped around his finger. The stoic gloom was back, and she mentally kicked herself for bringing up such a downer topic after a night of hot sex. Oh, man, she really did know how to kill a mood. Sorry, I know that all sounds silly. She started to pull away, but August wrapped his arm around her, releasing her hair and cupping the back of her neck to bring her face close to his. He gazed into her eyes, an understanding light filling his gaze.
It's not silly. I understand feeling invisible to the people who are supposed to see you the most.
Her breath caught as he offered another tiny glimpse into his life. He'd hinted at a childhood issue before, but she had yet to work it out of him. Odd, considering most people opened up like geysers around her. She'd been told she was very easy to talk to, and she liked listening to people, hearing their stories, helping them solve problems. But August kept everything very close to the chest. The sexy, muscled chest she was currently petting in soft, soothing circles. Casually, so as not to make a big deal of his tiny revelation, she tried to prod more out of him. What do you mean?
What color are you planning on going for next?
Okay, guess they weren't going to be sharing today. At least he wasn't. She knew there was a soft, nougaty center to August if she could just get past this brick wall he surrounded himself in. His playful side had come out last night, but that was during sex. She'd liked it. She wanted to see more, get to know all of August Porter, and she definitely wanted more nights like last night. But the real question was, did he? Willing to allow him the subject change, for now, she answered, Orange, probably. Our next wedding has warm fall colors, which is good because warm colors are comforting. And she'd been needing comfort since her friends moved out. Mo was usually very good at going with the flow, but they had been roommates since college. Having them both move out to be with their soulmates over the last year had been a bit more flow than Mo could process. But look what the universe sent you in exchange. She snuggled up to August, slowly moving her fingers down his chest to outline those yummy abdominal muscles. So, she said, as she teased her finger along a solid ridge. About last night. It was fun, right? His hand stroked down her neck, over her shoulder, and landed on her hip, where he gripped tightly, thumb stroking over her sensitive skin.
Fun. isn't the word I would use.
Oh, really? He dipped his head, running his lips along her jaw as he murmured,
Phenomenal. Exhilarating. Fucking amazing. Take your pick.
She picked all three and then some. Turning her head so his talented lips had access to the sensitive spot on her neck right below her ear, she tried to focus on what she wanted to ask. Hard to do, considering August was blowing everything out of her mind. Well then, would you like to keep doing it? Doing this. Sex? She clarified, her brain all fuzzy from the man's ministrations. A sound of distress left her lips as he pulled away. Why had he stopped? She liked that. She glanced up to see a look of concern pinching his brow.
You want to continue to have sex? You and me?
No, me and the guy who works at the coffee shop down the street. I always ask my last sexual partner for advice on my next one. She pushed his arm playfully. Of course you and me, silly. At his hesitance, she pressed herself against him, the evidence of desire for her clear. Obviously, all that scratching last night did nothing to alleviate the itch. So, why not keep enjoying each other while the chemistry is there? August's thumb absently rubbed her hip, stroking, caressing, driving her wild while the stoic man lay there and pondered her offer. What was there to think about? She was offering him a live-in bone buddy. Who turned that down? She was about to give up and escape to the bathroom to lick her wounded pride in private when August opened his mouth and spoke.
Yes.
She arched one brow. Yes?
Yes. I agree last night didn't alleviate the issue.
She snorted. The issue? Such a polite way to say raging case of the hornies. The hand on her hip moved down over her backside. August gave her cheek a light smack. She let out a small yip. Ooh, someone was getting feisty. She leaned in closer, giving him a saucy wink. Harder next time. August tried and failed to hide the smile at her antics, which was fine by her because she was seriously starting to love the man's smile.
Can you try and be serious for 5 minutes?
She shrugged. I can try, but no promises. He sighed, but there was humor in the tone.
As long as we both agree that this thing is what it is, I don't see why we can't keep doing it.
And what is it? She asked. Just so we're both on the same page. Because she was the type of person who skipped to the end of a book to make sure everything ended happily. But she kind of figured Grumpy Gus Gus didn't believe in the forever type of love.
We're two consenting adults enjoying each other's bodies with no long-term expectations.
See? Something inside her cried a little at his words. Not only for herself, but for August, too. What happened in his life to give him such a bleak outlook on love and marriage? She knew he wasn't the forever type of guy, and he wasn't the type of guy she envisioned spending her forever with. This was just supposed to be fun and temporary. But she also knew sometimes life handed you unexpected curveballs, and she very much feared August Porter was hers. How hilariously awful would it be if fate decided that her soulmate was the type of person who didn't believe in them? I can agree to that.
And we still can't tell my grandmother.
Yeah, because if Agatha got a whiff of this, she'd see wedding bells in their future, and Mr. Commitment Phobe over here couldn't be a big boy and tell his grandmother he was in a roommates with benefits type situation. Not that she cared to explain that to Agatha either. Agreed. She frowned at all the secrets currently rolling around in her head. If she kept any more, they'd start knocking into each other, and she might lose track of who she wasn't supposed to tell what. But I don't like lying to Agatha. Or him. Or anyone, for that matter. Mo believed in honesty in all things. But with the Porter family, it seemed no one wanted to explain anything to each other.
It's not lying, August said. It's just keeping our personal lives personal.
And just so they were clear on the personal part of their lives, she cleared her throat. This might sound kind of unfair, but as long as we're doing this, can I ask you not to bring home any other women for the night? He hadn't brought any home yet, so she didn't know why she wanted to put down a hard and fast rule. All she knew was the thought of August being intimate with another woman made her want to bake a whole batch of her Nona's special laxative brownies and shove them down his throat. She didn't begrudge the man his liaisons. He'd been pretty clear about this just being fun, but she didn't want to be a first-hand witness to them. August's brow pinched, a frown marring his beautiful face as he stared down at her. I'm not planning on sleeping with anyone else, as long as I'm with you, Mo. Wait, what? I might not be looking for anything long-term, but I don't hop beds. Oh, she just assumed he played the field, since he didn't want anything serious. Maybe that should be another rule for this thing. His face softened, hand coming up to cup her cheek as he gazed into her eyes. You and me for the time being. No one else, okay? For a guy who protested commitment so much, this sure as heck felt like a relationship. But she wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay, she smiled. Just you and me. He grinned, leaning in to speak against her lips. Good. Now that that's all settled. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him on top of her as he kissed every doubt regarding this new agreement of theirs right out of her brain. But before their good morning could turn into a great one, the alarm on her cell went off. Crap. She'd forgotten she put a just-in-case alarm on her phone. I have to get ready for work. As much as she liked to stay in bed with August, cementing their new arrangement, this was the last chance alarm. She'd even missed her opportunity for a shower, which meant she had to use an abundance of perfume today, because if Prue or Lily smelled last night's escapades on her, she'd be toast. Damn. So do I, August grumbled. He rose from the bed, walking blessedly naked to her bedroom door. Now there was a sight she could stare at all day. He opened her bedroom door and paused, looking over his shoulder with a smirk when he caught her staring at his ass. See you after work, sunshine. Then he left, closing the door behind him. Never before in her life had she wished a workday to be over so much. Her body vibrated with the mix of anticipation and anxiety. This thing with August was going to get tricky, but she just couldn't help herself around him. Hopefully, this wouldn't come back to bite her in the ass. Chapter 14. August, dear, could you grab the centerpiece for the bridal table from the van, please? August set down the box of vases holding the bridesmaids' bouquets on a nearby table in the event hall and nodded to his grandmother. Sure thing, Gran. He was helping his grandmother deliver a flower order to a wedding today. Normally, she had her part-time worker handle deliveries, but Chris had twisted his ankle in a mountain biking accident and couldn't drive for the next few weeks. So the guy was back tending to the shop while August helped out with the deliveries. He didn't mind. In fact, he liked doing this a whole lot better than sitting in the shop waiting for someone to buy something. Service with a smile wasn't really in August's wheelhouse. He much preferred the business side, filling orders, handling accounts, and of course, the growing of the flowers themselves. Something he sorely missed since leaving the last flower farm he'd worked at to come to Denver and help his grandmother. He looked around the large event hall filled with people running about putting cream-colored silk cloths over tables and tying ribbons on chairs. Most of them were event hall staff, identified by their crisp black pants and pressed white button-up shirts. He did spot a few women dressed in sweats with curlers in their hair, all talking at once, arguing about how the candles were supposed to be set up or something. Bridesmaids, he assumed. He never understood why people made such a big deal over one day. They'd spend tons of money, going into debt sometimes, making this big fuss about minor details no one ever really cared about, and then half the time the marriage didn't even last anyway. Call him a pessimist, but he just didn't see the point. But, since he knew his future business would rely heavily on large flower orders, like the one made for a wedding, he kept his mouth shut and his opinions to himself. The van was parked in back of the building right outside the kitchen door, so August walked through the busy kitchen, moving swiftly and carefully so as not to get in the way of the staff busily prepping the wedding feast. He had no idea what the couple had picked for their meals, but something sure as hell smelled good. He should have had more than a protein shake this morning. Normally, that was all he needed, but the last few nights had drained him. In the best of ways. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips every time he remembered the feel of Mo. Her smell, the cute little noises she made when he touched her in a way meant to drive her wild. And it had been wild. Every time. Surprising not only because the woman was dynamite in bed, but also because he thought once would be enough to purge her from his system. Not even close. He'd have to keep an eye on that. Having fun was one thing, but August didn't do serious. It wasn't that he didn't believe in it, but he saw how much it could destroy a person when it ended, who it could affect. Better to keep things light and short-term. Good thing Mo seemed to agree with him. Once he made it outside to the van, he pressed the key fob, unlocking the vehicle and opening the large back doors. The centerpieces were all still sitting in their locked crates, solidly secured so as not to shift or break during transport. Once all the tablecloths had been set, he'd bring the rest in and place them, but for now, he unhooked the box holding the large, elaborate bridal centerpiece and hefted it up in his arms. Damn thing was heavy. Who knew a bunch of orange and white roses could weigh so much? There was also the massive glass vase, which probably accounted for most of the weight. He was glad he could be here to help Gran with things like this, but it just reinforced his thinking that she needed to sell the shop, retire, and come live by him so he could check in on her. He made his way back inside and to the event hall area, where Gran stood by the large bridal party table at the far end of the room. Carefully making his way over, he set the huge vase on the table, adjusting it according to his grandmother's instructions. Once he'd gotten it settled just right, a familiar voice drifted across the hall into his ears. He glanced over his shoulder to see a short blonde with dark orange streaks visible in her intricately braided hair, wearing a long, flowy dress in a burnt orange color that perfectly matched the roses in the vase he'd just been adjusting. Mo. His heart made a weird, rapid thumping at her appearance. He ignored it. She stood next to a taller woman with dark hair pulled into a low bun, a simple black dress, and glasses perched on her nose. Judging from the way the two women were talking, and how the brunette had a clipboard in hand and was checking things on it, he assumed that was one of her business partners in the wedding planning business she ran. Gran had mentioned this was a mile-high happiness wedding. And yes, perhaps that had influenced him in his decision to come help out. But he was here for Gran first and foremost. Seeing Mo in her element was simply a nice bonus, even if being near all this happily ever after stuff she believed in made a commitment-phobic chill crawl up his spine. He had to admit he was curious on how the woman handled her business. She didn't strike him as the professional type. He imagined the kind of weddings Mo planned to be held in the woods, with everyone wearing flower crowns and the officiant asking the trees for their blessing or something. But he supposed they cater to their clients, much like any business. A group of children suddenly rushed into the room, 2 girls and a small boy. August was crap at guessing kids' ages. He didn't have much experience with children, but he'd guess they were elementary age. Had to be with the amount of energy they were displaying, running around, screaming as the 2 girls played some version of keep away from the little boy. The kid hopped and jumped, trying to catch the small pillow the girls kept tossing back and forth. August assumed they were the flower girls and ring bearer, and also siblings. Their antics revealed as much. He didn't have any brothers or sisters, but his dad's wife had 2 kids, and his mom's husband had 3. Technically, he had stepbrothers and stepsisters, but unlike his step-siblings, his parents shared custody 50-50 when he'd been a kid. Hard to develop a sibling bond when you only lived in a house 3 days at a time. So, he didn't really have first-hand experience with sibling squabbles, but he recognized the actions. He rubbed at the ache in his chest, pushing down the feelings of loneliness and longing as he stared at the playful siblings. When he'd first gotten step-siblings, he'd thought they would all be best friends. But Sucking in a sharp breath, he shook his head. Now was not the time to waltz down pathetic memory lane. Those children better cut that nonsense out before someone gets hurt. No sooner had his grandmother spoken the words than the little boy fell. He cried out, holding his knee and wailing like the thing was broken. August watched in fascination as Mo hurried over, checking on the small child and pulling a coin from behind the boy's ear, which earned her a big grin from the kid. "She is quite something," Gran said. "Isn't she?" He glanced at his grandmother from the corner of his eye, knowing exactly what the old woman was up to. "Nice try, Gran. I'm not falling for it." She sure was, but he gave a non-committal grunt. "Should I start bringing in the rest of the centerpieces?" Gran didn't answer him. Instead, she raised an arm and waved at Mo when the woman looked up and spotted them from across the room. Mo smiled, waving back. She called over to the two girls, saying something to them with a soft smile that had them handing the pillow back to the boy and offering him a hug, the way children do when they're made to apologize. Then she leaned in and whispered something to all three of them that put big smiles on their faces and a bounce in their feet as they all nodded and went running off again. Wow. He'd never admit this to his grandmother, because she'd take it for something it wasn't, but Mo was very impressive. No way would he have been able to handle those rambunctious kids in a way that had them apologizing and running off happy. What had she said to them? Guess he was about to find out. Mo rose and said something to her partner, who was still checking things off her clipboard, before heading in his direction. The bright smile on her face made his blood heat. It was the same smile she'd gone to sleep with the past few nights she'd spent in his bed. A content, utterly happy expression he almost envied. A beautiful sight. Mo's smile. "Hey, you two," Mo said once she reached him and Gran. "The flowers look absolutely stunning." Gran reached out to hug her. "Thank you, Mo. And may I say you yourself look stunning. I love that dress. Don't you think she looks beautiful, August?" He grunted when his grandmother not so subtly elbowed him in the stomach. Rubbing the offended spot, he lifted a shoulder, going for nonchalance when he felt anything but about the way the dress clung to her curves perfectly. "Yeah, nice dress." Mo chuckled. "Please, August, all this flattery will go to my head." "I apologize for my grandson." Gran glared up at him. "I thought I taught him how to compliment a lady better than that." A devilish glint lit Mo's eyes as she replied, "Oh, I'm sure when he puts his mind to it, he can be very complimentary." His eyes narrowed. He gave the most infinitesimal shake of his head, warning her not to go there right now. She was skating on thin ice. His grandmother wasn't a stupid woman. She could read subtext better than most. She always guessed the ending of films 20 minutes in, made it hard to enjoy going to the movies with her. If Mo kept hinting at what they'd been doing, Gran would be on his case to put a ring on it. Best to nip this conversation in the bud right now. Speaking of buds, I better go get the rest of those centerpieces. He stepped forward, partially blocking Mo from Gran's view. Don't you have wedding stuff to get to, Moira? Undeterred by his obvious dismissal, the vivacious woman smiled up at him. Why, yes, I do. I have to help the florist arrange the centerpieces. You two go on and do that, Grandma said, turning back to the box of bouquets August had set down earlier. I'll go hand these off to the bridesmaids. He started off toward the van, aware of Mo following him by the click-clacking sound of her heels. With every step he took, his irritation grew, but he held off saying anything until they were safely outside, away from his grandmother's prying ears. Once they reached the van, he turned and speared Mo with a glance. Did you have to do that? Do what? She smiled innocently at him. Offer to come help you with the flowers? No, not really. I have other things I could be doing. But I'm nice like that, so here I am, offering my help. I mean, the double speak around Gran. He shook his head. We agreed not to tell her. She waved a hand in the air. Oh, lighten up. She doesn't know anything. Any more of Mo's subtle hints, and she might figure it out. Besides, Agatha is going to think what she wants. As long as we don't confirm anything, she can't go chasing you around with seating charts and color swatches, so take the stick out of your butt. She grinned. Or leave it in. I'm pretty open to new kinks. August tried to smother a laugh. How did she do it? How did this woman irritate the hell out of him one moment, then turn around and make him laugh the next? He unlocked the van and opened the back doors. Just try to tone down the innuendo around Gran, please. She might be in her 70s, but she's smart. She figures things out quicker than most. I know, Mo sighed. I made the mistake of playing Scrabble with her once. She kicked my butt by at least 200 points. Try playing Clue with her. She guesses the killer, room, and weapon on turn 5. Mo laughed. I'll remember that, and I'll also chill on the teasing around Agatha. But it'll be hard. I don't know if you know this, August, but you're a very fun person to rile up. Glancing left and right to make sure no one was around, he leaned in to whisper in her ear. And I don't know if you know this, but when you poke the bear, expect to be devoured. She shivered as his lips grazed the shell of her ear ever so subtly, his teeth biting down gently on her lobe. Damn, it was a bad idea to do this here. They couldn't sneak away for risk of being caught. Plus, they were both on the clock. Still, she looked so beautiful, and memories of the past few nights were so fresh in his head. Plus, if she was going to tease him, it was only fair he got to torture her right back. Is that a warning? Her breathy voice asked. It's a promise, sunshine. I do like a man who keeps his word. Yup, this had definitely been a bad move. Now he was going to have to stand outside by the van for at least 10 minutes to calm his body down. Looked like he'd succeeded in torturing them both. Reaching inside the van, he pulled out one of the boxes filled with the smaller bouquets of flowers, similar in look to the larger one he'd just carried in. These were in acrylic vases, so the boxes were much lighter. He passed one off to Mo and nodded toward the building. Go on ahead with that. I'll be in a minute. Need a second to cool down? She smirked, her gaze going to his crotch. He grabbed another box and held it in front of the erection, currently trying to burst its way through his jeans. Mo laughed, shaking her head as she turned and headed to the event hall. It's your own fault, you know. You started it. Yeah. He planned on finishing it, too. Tonight. In bed. Damn it. That kind of thinking was not helping his situation. He needed to distract himself with something else. Hey, Mo, he called out just before she entered the back kitchen door. She turned, adjusting the box in her arms. Yeah? What'd you say to those kids? He'd been wondering how she managed to reprimand them and make them all as happy as kids on Christmas in a single moment. Pink lips curled as she graced him with the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen. I told Jamal, just because he was smaller than his sisters, didn't mean he wasn't as important. And I told Michaela and Alyssa that if they kept tormenting their brother, they couldn't get mad when he put worms in their bed. Then, I told them all if they were good for the entire wedding, I'd slip them an extra piece of cake. So they were siblings. Wait, why would he put worms in their bed? Mo assumed a guise of innocence. I have no idea. I can't imagine anyone passing down the trick she used to get back at her brothers to a sweet little boy. He chuckled. You know, Mo, sometimes I think you're just a little bit evil. She gave him a curtsy. I'll take that as a compliment. Besides, us babies of the family have to stick together. It's the youngest sibling code. You'd know that if you had any siblings. I have step-siblings. What? Why had he said that? It just slipped out. Judging by the shocked expression on her face, it had surprised Mo, too. He normally didn't share a ton about himself with people, and certainly nothing about his childhood. But with Mo, she had a way of pulling things from him before he even realized he was sharing. He wasn't sure he liked it. Turning to face the open van, he stacked the box in his hands on top of another. We better get these things inside. Time's wasting. And he was sharing far too much with a woman who affected him like no one else had. This was very dangerous territory, and if he wasn't careful, August was afraid Mo might try to work her way into his heart. Too bad he'd locked that up years ago. And thrown away the key. Chapter 15. Something smells delicious. Mo stepped into the apartment and inhaled deeply. Her stomach gurgled in anticipation of the heavenly scent wafting up her nose. Whatever August was cooking, she wanted 2 helpings. Today had been a long day of running back and forth between different vendors to check the status of things for an upcoming wedding. She could have just called, but no, the groom wanted visual confirmation and insisted they check in personally with the venue and caterer. People never thought about the grooms being obsessed over wedding details, but Mo was here to tell everyone that sometimes the grooms were worse than the brides. And don't even get her started on Momzillas. Those were the absolute worst.
Hey, dinner's almost ready,
August called from the kitchen. Mo hung up her purse on the wall hook and headed into the kitchen area. She'd really come to enjoy this sight the past few weeks, coming home to see August standing in the kitchen making dinner. Since they started sleeping together a week ago, he'd been making enough dinner for 2, branching away from his strict diet of chicken and veggies. He still cooked far too healthy for her tastes. Would it kill the guy to use some cheese every now and then? But a meal she didn't have to make herself was a win in Mo's book, so she tried not to complain. She came up beside him, leaning against the kitchen counter, as he bent to take something out of the oven. "What are we having?"
"Pizza,"
he said, rising with the stone baking dish in his oven mitt-covered hand. She didn't even know she owned a stone baking dish. Must be his. Normally, she just threw a frozen pizza directly on the rack. It's what the box said to do, and who was she to argue with clearly printed instructions? Only, the pizza August just pulled from the oven didn't look like a frozen box pizza. It looked handmade. Knowing August, it probably was. Which meant, as delicious as it smelled, he probably snuck a bunch of healthy crap in there. Her theory was confirmed as she got a good look at the thing. There were sliced tomatoes, kind of weird, but okay. Marinara was pureed tomato, so she could get down with some slices on her pizza. Then there were some green leaves on there. Less okay. Why was there salad on a pizza? Salad was the side dish you ignored while you filled up on pizza. There were also big white circles of something on there. What were those? Where was the cheese? Why is the crust so white? The weirdest thing of all. What did he make this thing out of?
"It's cauliflower."
He said that like it was a normal, everyday thing. Like people actually ate pizza with cauliflower crust all the time. Cauliflower?
"Yes."
Cauliflower. Like the vegetable people cover in ranch just to make edible? August scowled.
"It's high in fiber and vitamin B. Plus it has a ton of antioxidants. It's healthy."
She wrinkled her nose. "It's a vegetable." He pointed his mitt-covered hand at her.
"You need to eat more vegetables, Mo."
She ate plenty of vegetables. Sunday morning brunch, she had a Bloody Mary with an olive, pickle, and celery stalk in it. That was 3 vegetables right there. 4 if you counted the tomato juice in the drink. And she did. Cauliflower needs to stop pretending to be other food and be happy with what it is. A vessel for cheese. She glanced at the sad excuse for a pizza again. Which I see is clearly lacking on this thing you call a pizza, and I think it's gone bad anyway. Why is it green? Where's the marinara? He sighed, taking off the oven mitt so he could point to the food as he explained.
"It's a cauliflower crust pizza with pesto base, topped with basil, tomato, and mozzarella."
Shouldn't the mozzarella be shredded?
"No, it's fresh."
He grabbed the pizza cutter from the drawer and started to slice.
"Now go sit down, because you're going to eat this, and I promise you're going to like it."
She doubted it, but since he cooked, she'd do as he asked. Mo pulled out one of the chairs and sat at the small kitchen table, watching as August plated 2 pieces of pizza for them each. He brought the plates to the table and sat one in front of her, taking the chair across from her for himself. She glanced down at the pizza, with a grimace. How could something that smelled so appetizing look so unappetizing? "This is not pizza," she stated, poking at the crust with a fingernail. August grabbed a slice in his hands and arched a brow. "You put fruit on your pizza. I don't think you get to be the authority on what is or isn't pizza." "It's pineapple, and a lot of people like it on their pizza." He grunted. "No, they don't. I bet everyone is just too nice to tell you how disgusting it is." Not true. Prue and Lily frequently commented on her choice of pizza toppings. They only allowed her to put it on half whenever they ordered pizza together. But a lot of other people liked it, like her mom, and she was sure there were others. Why else would it be an option if people didn't like it? "Just try it," August said. "I promise you'll like it, but if you don't, you can order the abomination that you call a pizza, and I'll eat a slice." She perked up at that challenge. "Really? You're going to eat pineapple pizza?" "One slice," he reiterated with a pointed look. "But I won't have to, because I bet you're going to love my cauliflower pizza." Her appetite perked up at his challenge. Mo could never turn down a bet. "And what do you get if you're right?" A devilish grin curled his lips. "The satisfaction of knowing I'm right and you're wrong." Evil man. He knew how much she liked being right. Mo wasn't afraid to admit when she was wrong, but it really, really sucked. Why couldn't he be a normal guy and want sex or something? Her heart rate kicked up at the thought. She'd probably be giving that to him tonight anyway. That way they'd both win. "Okay." She hesitantly picked up a slice of the pizza and brought it to her lips. "You're on, but I think you're being overly confident, and I can't wait to see you eat that sweet, sweet pineapple humble pie." August shook his head with a small chuckle. "Just take a bite, sunshine." Here she went. She took a deep breath and let it out. The pizza still smelled delectable. Maybe if she closed her eyes, it'd be easier to choke down. If she couldn't see the weirdness of the pizza, she could pretend it was a normal slice, with real starchy goodness crust. Her lips parted, and she placed the slice in her mouth, biting down. The warmth of the pizza heated her mouth, but it didn't burn. She'd taken a large enough bite to get a bit of everything, expecting to recoil in disgust, but as soon as the flavors hit her taste buds, an involuntary moan rose up her throat. Son of a bitch! Holy hell, this was amazing! If August hadn't mentioned this crust was made from cauliflower, she wouldn't have known. It was a bit chewier than regular crust, more like flatbread, but so delicious. The pesto base matched perfectly with the sliced tomatoes and the fresh mozzarella. Why had she never had fresh mozzarella before? It was amazing! Even the basil tasted good. Before she'd even realized it, she'd finished her entire first piece. She glanced up to see August smiling at her from across the table, his smug expression killing some of her pizza high. Good thing she had a second piece to bring it back up again. But first, damn you. He grinned even bigger. "Say it." Trying to delay the inevitable, she picked up her second piece and took a huge bite, closing her eyes in bliss as she used the power of the delicious pizza to work up the fortitude to open her mouth and say, "Fine, you're right, the pizza is delicious." "Cauliflower and all?" "Cauliflower and all. Happy?" He nodded, taking a huge bite of his own slice, chewing and swallowing before answering, "Yup." Between the two of them, they finished off the entire pizza. Mo stacked the dishwasher, while August washed the pizza stone in the sink. "So you do know what a dishwasher is," he said with a laugh. "I was beginning to wonder." "Just because I might leave my dishes out for a few minutes after I finish a meal doesn't mean I don't know how to stack a dishwasher." August rinsed the pizza stone and put it in the drying rack. "Try hours after a meal. The other day, I found a bowl that had mold growing on it." Mo snapped her fingers. "Oh, that's where that went." August shook his head, grabbing the pizza cutter and dunking it in the soapy water. "I'm just saying, it's easier to clean up if you do it right away. Less time for things to set in." Dipping her hand into the sink, She scooped up a handful of bubbly water.
I think you need to learn to have a little fun.
Then she tipped her hand over August's head, dousing his red locks. It wasn't a large amount of water, but it was enough to have him jumping back with a start. A few drops of water ran down his forehead, and he swiped them away with the back of his hand.
Moira.
What? She giggled. He grabbed a dish towel and ran it over his head, rubbing the water out.
We're trying to clean, not make a mess.
He looked so adorably grumpy, she couldn't help the laughter escaping her lips.
It's soapy water. Soap is clean. I'm helping clean.
He gave her a droll look at her logic.
It's dingy dishwater filled with food particles, and you're riling me up on purpose.
Oh, really?
With a small shrug, she turned.
Maybe I'll just go then.
August's arm snaked around her waist. His lips caressed her ear, warm breath sending a tingle down her spine as he whispered,
Oh no, not yet, sunshine. Turnabout is fair play.
She let out a small yelp as his cupped hand tipped over her chest, pouring water down the front of her shirt. August's hands were a lot bigger than hers, so his water play led to much more significant damage.
August, you got my shirt all dirty with yucky sink water.
He hummed in her ear.
Whatever shall we do?
Desire pounded low in her gut, and her nipples hardened, but not from the water. Nope. It had to do with the man holding her, letting his grumpy guard down, and actually being playful. She had to say, it was sexy as hell.
Guess I better take it off.
Guess so.
She moaned as August gave her a little love bite on her neck. His thick fingers slipped under the hem of her shirt, pulling it up and over her head. She was so glad she'd worn a stretchy blouse today instead of a button-up. One of his hands came around to flick open the latch of her bra. The cups fell away, and she quickly shimmied her arms to get the straps to loosen, causing the garment to fall to the floor in front of her.
Turn around and put your hands on the counter,
August's deep voice commanded. Mo usually liked to take charge in the bedroom, but since they were in the kitchen, August's domain, she figured she could hand the reins over this one time. She turned to face the kitchen counter, bending down slightly to place her palms on the counter.
Please tell me you have a condom handy,
she panted, anticipation taking her breath away. He chuckled, one hand coming around her bare stomach and grabbing the fabric of her maxi skirt, slowly pulling the material up, inch by agonizing inch.
Around you, sunshine. I never leave them far away.
Look at Mr. Get It Out of Our System, all addicted to her now. She tried not to be too happy about it, but she really liked August, and the fact that he seemed to want her just as much made her heart swell. It might only be sex right now, but physical connection often led to emotional ones. She knew what her friends would say. Don't get your hopes up, Mo. Don't confuse sex with love. She wasn't confused. She was optimistic. All thoughts flew from her brain when his hand finally dipped under all the fabric of her skirt to touch her right where she craved him most. She cried out when his fingers slipped inside her panties, stroking along her core, teasing every ounce of pleasure out of her.
August,
he chuckled in her ear.
Like that, sunshine? Want more?
She nodded, a soft yes escaping her lips. He plunged 2 fingers inside her, his thumb rubbing tiny magic circles right where she needed it. It amazed her how quickly August learned her body, how attuned he was to her needs, her desires. He didn't just go for it. He listened to her body, asked her what she wanted. She'd never had such an attentive lover. When she started panting, he increased the pressure with his thumb. His fingers moved faster, curling upward to hit that sweet spot he discovered that made her eyes roll back in her head. She gripped the counter, her body tightening with impending release.
August!
Knowing what she needed, he moved his hand slightly so his palm replaced his thumb and pressed down with a firm but delightful pressure. Her world exploded.
She collapsed against the counter with another world-class August Porter orgasm. She heard his zipper and the crinkle of the condom wrapper before she felt the blunt head of his erection against her.
"Okay, sunshine?"
She loved how he always asked, always checked in with her, even when she knew he was dying of as much lust as she. August might not think he was sweet, but he was one of the most considerate people she'd ever met. "Yes, please, August. I need you." He pushed inside her, slowly. What was his deal with slow tonight? Wanting to give as good as she'd gotten, Mo leaned back, taking him all the way in, relishing in the loud groan he let out as she pressed herself against him. He grasped her hips, holding her to him as he thrust in and out, his pace frantic and much better than the slow torture he'd given her earlier. Scratch that. Every pace August set was amazing. She just really liked it when he lost his cool and collected control. It wasn't long before she was flying again, crying out with her release. August found his moments later, pulling her down to the floor with him as both their legs wobbled. She sat on his lap, a satisfied smile so wide it hurt her cheeks. But she didn't care. She felt too damn good right now. Some of the sink water had splashed over in their enthusiasm. The sponge had fallen to the floor beside her discarded top and bra. The sight made her laugh. Looks like our attempts to clean up just made a bigger mess. His lips pressed against her temple.
"You're worth a little mess, sunshine."
"Careful there, big guy. You keep saying such wonderful things, and I just might fall in love with you." She felt his entire body stiffen. Shoot. She'd been going for playful, but obviously that had been the wrong thing to say. All the warm fuzzies from a few seconds ago vanished. Her post-orgasm glow died as August gently moved her off him and stood. He took care of the condom and tucked himself back into his pants before he spoke.
"You remember, this is just sex, Moira, right?"
Foregoing her bra, she grabbed her shirt and tugged it over her head as she stood to face August. "Duh. Lighten up, Gus Gus. It was a joke." He didn't appear convinced. She choked down the tiny ball of hurt because a part of her wasn't convinced either. All jokes had an element of truth to them, her Nona had said once. Sometimes people used humor to mask pain or vulnerability. She might have been accused of that once or twice over the years. "Relax, August." She patted his arm, trying her best to blow this whole thing over. "I know it's just sex. You can't catch feelings. They're not a virus." He still looked wary, but dropped the matter. She headed into the living room, calling over her shoulder, "Now grab some popcorn and ice cream. I've got some stand-up to binge, and I deserve a treat after eating so healthy for dinner."
"That's not how it works,"
August said from behind her.
"The cauliflower doesn't cancel out the ice cream, Mo."
"Less talking, more junk food." She gave a little wave of her fingers over her shoulder, heading for the couch. Her body was satisfied, but her head was confused. Her heart, the poor thing didn't know what it wanted. August was so not who she imagined she'd end up with. They were totally wrong for each other. He could make her so mad sometimes. But he also made her laugh. He made her smile. He made her health food that actually tasted good. It all rolled into one big ball of messy emotions she didn't want to deal with right now. And on top of it all was his impending departure, his desire to take Agatha away, and the secret she was keeping from him about his grandmother. With all those balls up in the air, Mo didn't know what she was feeling for the man. All she knew was it felt like suspiciously more than just sex. Her stomach cramped with the realization. Falling for August would be such a bad idea. And she feared this bad decision would either make the greatest story of her life or the worst. Chapter 16. August felt terrible. Physically, he'd never felt more relaxed in his life. Sex with Mo was amazing, like nothing he'd ever experienced before. It was like their bodies were fine-tuned to each other's. Every opposite aspect they had outside the bedroom flipped to make them so compatible in bed They were almost one person. So yeah, physically he was great. But emotionally, he felt like an ass. Mo had been joking, being flippant. It's what Mo did. And he'd gotten serious, killing the mood. That's what he did. Honestly, the intensity of it all kind of freaked him out. He'd never felt so connected to a woman during sex. Or during no sex, for that matter. Something about Mo made him feel safe. Which was odd, because the woman was anything but. Caution didn't seem to be in her vocabulary. She saw something and went for it. And damn the consequences. If it didn't freak him out so much, he might admire it. But how did a person live like that? So in the moment, never giving a thought to the future, to what tomorrow might bring. August had been conditioned at a very young age to think ahead. Monday through Wednesday at Mom's, Thursday through Saturday at Dad's, alternating Sundays with each. He always had to plan ahead, make sure his homework was with him at all times, coordinate his school schedule with each parent so he didn't miss an activity because he was at Mom's and she forgot he had baseball practice, or he was at Dad's and it was his stepbrother's birthday, so he had to find his own way to study group. He'd often felt like a stranger in both homes, neither belonging to him, but both trying to claim him. "How's that popcorn and ice cream coming?" Mo called from the living room. August glanced at the microwave. "Got 1 more minute." "Sweet. Ooh, Tiffany Haddish has a new comedy special." "Great." He didn't know who that was, but Mo had tried and enjoyed his cauliflower pizza, so he supposed he could bend a little and try some comedy act. When the microwave beeped, he grabbed the bag and the bowl of ice cream he scooped and headed into the living room. He placed both items on the coffee table in front of Mo, hesitating. Did he sit by her on the couch? Take the chair? He knew he'd upset her with his reminder of what they were, but it needed to be said, for both their sakes. Mo glanced up at him, shaking her head at his hesitation. She patted the couch next to her. "Sit down, weirdo. I don't bite." She bobbed her eyebrows. "Unless you want me to." Grateful she seemed to be letting the earlier moment slide, he sat next to her, draping his arm across the back of the couch. She scooted over, snuggling into his side and grabbing the bowl of ice cream. "Are we sharing?" He shook his head. "No, you go ahead." Too much dairy made him sick, and since he'd already had the mozzarella, he'd stick to the popcorn for dessert. "Your loss," she shrugged. Grabbing the remote, she grinned up at him. "Be prepared to laugh your incredibly sexy ass off. This woman is hilarious." The woman in his arms was hilarious and sweet and sexy and surprising, and he really needed to get a hold of himself. He was leaving in a few months. This was all temporary. It might feel like nice domestic bliss now, but he knew that didn't last. Didn't for his parents and half the other people in the world. Why the hell would he think it would for him? Mo started up the show, which he surprisingly found entertaining. August liked to joke as much as the next person, but he didn't voluntarily go for stand-up. Maybe he'd have to change that. "So?" Mo asked as she shut off the TV. "Funny, right?" He tilted his head in acknowledgement. "Very." "I love stand-up comedy. My dad did some amateur stuff when us kids were growing up, but he didn't like the travel, so he mostly stayed in local spots. I always loved going to see his shows." "They were appropriate for kids?" She grinned. "Not always, but my brothers and I would sneak down to the basement and catch him rehearsing the more not-safe-for-work stuff. Then Mom would inevitably catch us and send us up to our rooms, giving Dad grief when we repeated the bad words he used." She laughed, as if her parents' fighting was a fond childhood memory. Maybe for her family it was. If her parents were still married, perhaps they were like those mythical TV couples who argued to a laugh track and solved all their problems in 30 minutes or less. "Are they still married?" he asked, not sure why he was poking into this particular vein of conversation. "Your parents?" Mo grabbed the bag of popcorn, digging into the last of the kernels. "Oh, they've never been married." "What?" His jaw opened in shock. Mo, the wedding planner with stars in her eyes when it came to love and happily ever after, had parents who weren't married? It didn't add up.
My parents are kind of, she wrinkled her nose. Hippies? I guess that's the best term to describe them. Now that he could believe, seeing as who their daughter was. They never felt the need to cement their love for each other with a piece of paper, but they've been living together for decades, so by now they're common law married anyway. And they've never separated? In all that time? What was holding them together? He knew a marriage license wasn't set in stone, but it kept his parents together long after they should have separated. How did two people stay with each other for so long if they weren't legally bound to each other? No, they love each other. Mo stared at him as if he had two heads. They're soulmates. Why would they ever leave each other? He shrugged. Married people get divorced all the time, even when they claim to be soulmates. What a silly word. What did it even mean? No one really knew what a soul was, so how could it have a mate? Never made sense to him. Mo's teeth came out to worry her bottom lip. Her eyes soft, she asked, Is that what happened to your parents? They got divorced? He shrugged. Yeah. Not like he was the only kid in the world to have parents who split. It's not a big deal. She placed her hand on top of his, squeezing gently. I think it is. How old were you when it happened? 10. He used his free hand to reach into the bag and grab some popcorn. Not because he was hungry, but because he needed something else to focus on while he told this story. They'd been fighting for years, so it was more of a relief. For them, anyway. Oh, August, I'm sorry. He shrugged off her sympathy. He didn't need it. It happened a long time ago. He was over it. It was a pretty amicable divorce. He tossed a few kernels in his mouth, chewed and swallowed. I spent half the week with Mom, the other half with Dad. A few weeks in the summer with Gran. Those had been the best weeks of the year, his one-on-one time with Gran. You home-hopped? Her jaw dropped open in shock. That must have been so hard for you. And your parents. I was fine, he lied. Besides, they both got remarried within a year, and their spouses already had kids with full custody, so they had their core family and an extra kid every few days of the week. Suddenly, the popcorn bag was tossed onto the coffee table, and August had an armful of Mo. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly, her face buried in his neck. You're not an extra, August, she sniffled. You're a person who matters. If your parents ever made you feel like a spare or superfluous, that's on them, and quite frankly makes them bad parents. No child should ever feel unwanted. He wouldn't say he felt unwanted as a kid. Second fiddle to his step-siblings was more the feeling he got. Dampness hit his skin. He tugged softly, pulling Mo from his arms to see a few tears running down her cheeks. Hey, he said, brushing away her tears with his thumbs. What's all this? Was she crying for him? No one had ever cried for him. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. He didn't need her tears. He'd been out of his parents' houses for a long time now. And it wasn't as if they were abusive or anything, just sort of wrapped up in their lives and new families. He wasn't neglected so much as forgettable. A second thought to their primary families. Don't cry, sunshine. He bent his head, placing a kiss to her lips. I'm fine. The tears stopped, but she shook her head. You're not fine. How could any child be fine after being sent back and forth between homes like a gravy boat? Gravy boat? Weird analogy. It wasn't like his parents didn't want him at their new homes, or resented him or anything. They just kind of didn't know how to fit him in their new lives. It wasn't that bad. He tucked her into his side, finding it kind of hilarious that he was trying to comfort her about his crappy childhood. They provided for me. I never lacked anything. Except love, she interrupted. He shifted on the couch. They loved me. In their own way. I was just left out of a lot of family decisions since I lived at each home part-time. That had to be hard for you. He lifted a shoulder. I got used to it. Ended up making a lot of my own plans. But families are supposed to talk about things, agree on them, include everyone, she argued. They were supposed to, but life rarely did what it was supposed to do, he learned. My family always keeps each other in the loop about our lives. Really? He had a hard time imagining a family dynamic like that. Yes, she nodded. It's how I know my oldest brother and his husband are thinking about adopting a second baby. And my mom hates hot flashes more than she hates creamed spinach. And she really hates creamed spinach. Wow, okay. He wasn't sure he wanted to be that close to his mom. Some things a son didn't need to know. But it made him wonder just how much Mo had shared with her family about him. About them. He wanted to ask, but he also wasn't sure he would like the answer, no matter what it was. The only person who's ever included me in everything is Gran. He smiled. Whenever I came to stay with her in the summers, she always asked what I wanted to do, always gave me her schedule for the day, and made adjustments if I needed something. She never made me feel like an outsider in her life. Which was why he so desperately wanted to take care of her now. She provided him the only space he truly felt at home as a kid. He wanted to give her a home now, one where she'd always be taken care of. By him. Your grandmother tells you everything? Her soft voice asked. Yup. What if she kept something from you? For your own good? To keep you from worrying? He glanced down at her. That would be lying, and lying isn't good for anyone. Besides, Gran knows I don't worry about problems. I take care of them. Mo pulled away, shifting on the couch, her demeanor changing, closing off. She grabbed the bag of popcorn, now empty except for a few unpopped kernels at the bottom. She stared intently at the bag, brow furrowed, as if the answer to some complex math problem lay in the emptiness of the popcorn vessel. He wondered what he had said to cause her to pull back. But before he could ask about it, she tore off a piece of the paper bag and stuck it in her mouth. He reeled back in horror. What are you doing? She glanced up at him, pulling the bit of paper out, scraping her teeth along it as she smiled, and popped the paper out of her mouth. Licking the salt and butter off the bag, she said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. It's delicious. Try it. She held the bag out to him. August leaned back so far the arm of the couch cracked his spine. Moira, that is disgusting. She arched one eyebrow, ripping off another small piece, and repeating the process. No, it's not. It was. He'd seen the woman eat some pretty strange stuff, but sucking on an empty popcorn bag? Who did that? Come on. She threw a leg over his lap and straddled him, tearing off another small part of the bag and holding it up to his lips. Just one little lick. Hell no. He might be willing to branch out of his comfort zone a bit for her, but this was crossing a line. He did not eat literal trash. It tastes really good, I promise, she insisted. Plucking the paper from her fingers, he tossed it on the coffee table. He grasped the back of her neck in a gentle hold, tugging her closer to him. Their lips were a breath apart. I can think of something that tastes even better. He felt her smile as he pressed his lips to hers, thrusting his tongue inside when she opened for him. Yes, nothing tasted as good as Mo. The woman was quickly becoming an addiction. He craved her, needed her, and not just to warm his bed. More and more, he was finding he liked spending time with her, whether they were in bed or sitting around watching TV. And how the hell had she got him to open up about his childhood? He never shared that with anyone. Somehow, Mo made him feel safe. He could tell her anything, and he knew she wouldn't judge. She'd give her opinion loud and clear, but it came from a place of wanting to help. And she had. The tears she shed for him, the anger she voiced over his upbringing, validated his own feelings on the matter. And somehow, that made him feel like he could start letting some of that resentment go. How did she do that? Mo pulled back, a warm smile on her face. You're right. That was more delicious. You're amazing, Mo. Her eyes widened, shock filling their golden depths. August froze. He hadn't meant to say that. It had been in his head and just sort of popped out. Now he didn't know what to do. He could take it back, but that'd be a dick move. And he didn't really want to take it back. He meant it. She was amazing. But he shouldn't have said it. It implied things he wasn't ready to admit. Now or ever. He sat there, mouth slightly open like a fish out of water for a solid minute. Come on, you ass. Do something before she starts asking questions you don't want to answer. Mo smiled, laughing softly with a shake of her head. She bent down to kiss the tip of his nose. Unfreeze, August. It's okay. I'll take it for the compliment I'm sure it was meant to be, and not add any feelings into it. She slid off his lap, grabbing her empty ice cream bowl, the empty popcorn bag, and the shreds of paper. I can take care of those, he said, standing and grabbing the items from her hands. If he was going to act like a jerk, the least he could do was clean up. He'd have done it anyway, because Mo usually just stacked everything on the counter instead of throwing trash away and putting dirty dishes in the dishwasher. He wondered if her old roommates had cleaned up after her too, or if she just did it to mess with him. He tossed the trash, stacking the dirty bowl into the top rack of the dishwasher. When he turned around, Mo had disappeared. Fearing he had hurt her feelings, he started to head down the hallway to the bedrooms. Mo? The squeak of a floorboard sounded before her bedroom door opened. She stuck her head out with an impish smile. Hey, August. Catch. His hand went up in surprise as her arm rose and tossed something directly at him. Luckily, he'd been on his high school varsity baseball team. He caught the item, which turned out to be a large, pristine, white softball. Looked like it hadn't gotten lots of use, but there did appear to be some writing on it. Black and fresh from the looks of it. He read the words scribbled on the ball. Feelings. Glancing up, he saw Mo holding up a black magic marker in her fingers, leaning against the wall to hold herself up as she doubled over with laughter. Oh no, you caught them. He shook his head, chuckling along with her. But inside, his heart raced and his stomach cramped. Because he was terrified it might be true. Chapter 17. Is that the rental agreement for the Polar Scott wedding? Mo glanced up at Lily's question. She'd been so focused on the paperwork in front of her, she'd almost forgotten she was at work. Quickly slipping the papers under a folder on her desk, she shook her head. No. Lily squinted, causing her glasses to slip down her nose. She pushed them back up with a finger as she asked, Then what is it? Good grief. Somebody was in a nosy mood this morning. Mo grabbed another file from her inbox and held it out. It's nothing work-related, but here's the venue rental agreement you asked about, all signed and ready to be filed. Lily rose from her desk and headed toward Mo. Prue gave a soft whistle when Lily passed her desk, whispering under her breath, You're in trouble now, Mo. Nah, it wasn't like Lily was the boss or anything. Sure, Lil took point on most of their weddings, but that was just because she handled the majority of the client interaction. They were all equal partners in mile-high happiness. Lily couldn't fire her. But her friend could give Mo a stern talking to if she felt the need, and Lily always felt the need. Lily held out her hand. Mo passed over the rental file, but when her friend simply tucked the folder under her arm and waited, she sighed. What? Don't what me, Moira Rossi. I think she wants to know what not work-related stuff had you so preoccupied, Prue said from the corner of her mouth. See, this was the problem with working with your best friends. They didn't let personal stuff drop the way normal coworkers would. Normally, Mo was all about sharing, but the whole August-Agatha situation was a bit complicated. More so since she and August were sleeping together. Not that her friends knew about that little tidbit. If they did, she'd be in for the mother of all sit-downs. She knew what they would both say, and none of it would be anything she wanted to hear. But since Lily could out-stubborn anyone, she sighed and pulled the paperwork she'd been studying from under the folder she'd placed over it. It's just some loan paperwork I'm going over. Lily's eyes widened in surprise.
Loan? What do you need a loan for?
It's not for me.
Prue stood up from her desk and headed over to Mo's. Now, both her friends were standing in front of her, concerned expressions on their faces. Oops, she hadn't meant to worry them. Better explain so they didn't start freaking out. Prue could be a worrier, and Lily liked to solve problems, neither of which Mo needed at the moment.
Agatha is thinking of buying a small plot of land on the edge of town and setting up a grow house on it.
Grow house? Prue wrinkled her nose. Agatha's getting into the marijuana business? Mo burst out laughing. Even though those kind of grow houses were legal in Colorado, the thought of sweet old Agatha running a weed empire was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Once she got her chuckles under control, she clarified, "No, a grow house for flowers. Her grandson August wants to buy some land far away from the city to start his own flower farm. He wants Agatha to sell the shop and come live by him."
Oh no! Prue placed a hand over her heart. But we love Agatha. We'd miss her so much.
Lily nodded in agreement.
And she's one of our best vendors. We've never had any issues with her.
Mo agreed with them both. If Agatha left, it would devastate her, and not just because they would lose a fantastic vendor. Plus, she knew Agatha didn't want to leave. August knew his grandmother didn't want to leave. The stubborn man was just being pig-headed about everything. Lily leaned over the desk to peek at the loan agreement on Mo's desk.
So, Agatha is applying for a loan to buy a plot of land so August can have a flower farm in the city?
Mo nodded.
Yup. This way August can still grow his flowers, and he can directly supply to the shop, so the profit margin will be greater, since she won't have to go through other growers anymore. Win-win.
Her confident glow dimmed as she glanced at the skeptical expressions on her friends' faces. What? This was a great idea. She'd been so excited when she thought of it, she'd texted Agatha right away, and she'd agreed with Mo. Unfortunately, Agatha didn't have enough money to purchase the amount of land needed. Mo had offered as much help as she could, but Agatha refused, insisting on calling her bank for a business loan instead. "Moira," Lily said. Uh-oh. She was using her warning tone, the one she used when Mo did something wrong, like borrowing her clothes without asking. But the joke was on Lily, because Mo hadn't done anything wrong. And she couldn't borrow any clothing now that the women didn't live together. Though she might still have Lily's green silk top in the back of her closet from that time she borrowed it and accidentally forgot to return it. She blinked up innocently at Lily. "What?"
"Why is your name on this loan application?"
"What?" Prue exclaimed, grabbing the paper off the desk. "Mo, you're co-signing for Agatha's loan?" Nosy friends. She grabbed the paperback, shoving it into a folder and stashing it in her desk drawer. Yes, Agatha couldn't get the loan on her own. And since the sweet older woman wouldn't directly ask for help, Mo insisted on co-signing for her. Agatha's credit history isn't as good as the bank wanted, and the shop's profit margins aren't quite as high as they would like, I guess. But that's why this plan will work so well. Once August has his flower farm up and running, she'll get her flowers at cost from him.
And he agreed to this?
Lily arched a brow. Mo shifted in her seat. Technically, he doesn't know about this plan, but— "Moira!" Prue gasped. Great, and now both her friends were scolding her. They were only 2 years older than her, but sometimes they acted more like big sisters than peers. Annoying big sisters who thought they knew everything. "Look," she pointed to her friends. "August knows I'm trying to come up with a plan to convince him and Agatha to stay." Lily shook her head, sighing heavily. "Convince, Mo, not take over." She wasn't taking over. Not entirely. It was Agatha's plan to take out the loan. She just offered to help by co-signing. Besides, he promised to be open to her suggestions. She'd admit applying for a loan was a bit more than a suggestion, but it was what Agatha wanted. Mo was simply doing as her friend wished. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Prue asked. "If Agatha defaults on the loan, you're responsible for paying it back." "I know." She scowled at her so-called friend. "And of course I want to do this. I don't believe Agatha would ever dump me with the bill. The sweet woman didn't even want Mo to risk her financial future by co-signing in the first place. But damn it, if she could help a friend, she would. At least Prue had the decency to look ashamed. I'm sorry, Mo. Prue came around the desk and grasped Mo's hand in hers. Simon is teething and kept me up all night. I'm not running on all cylinders right now. Aw, she couldn't stay mad at her friend. She stood and wrapped Prue in a tight embrace. It's okay. I forgive you, because I'm awesome like that. Yes, you are, Prue laughed. So, when do you hear back from the bank? She pulled away, glancing back and forth between her friends as she answered. Once I finish filling this out, I'm going to give it back to Agatha for a final pass. Then she'll turn it into the loan office, and hopefully the bank approves it. I know all loans are a risk, but I trust Agatha and her business sense. Yeah, but do you trust August? Lily asked. More than her friends knew. She was coming to trust August a whole lot more than she should, honestly. He'd mentioned time and again that this thing with them wouldn't go any deeper than it currently was. But in her heart, she just knew there was a connection between them. Why else would he have shared his painful past with her so freely the other night? He didn't do that with people. She could tell by the look of surprise on his face after the words poured from his mouth. Her blood still boiled at the image of sweet little 10-year-old August being shuffled back and forth between homes. Had he even had a room, or had his parents just shoved him wherever was convenient for 3 days out of the week? She shouldn't judge. She had no idea what being in the middle of a divorce was like, and while her parents had never officially gotten married, they'd been together her entire life. What did she know about being a kid caught in between two homes? Maybe that was normal. Still, even if it was normal, that didn't make it right. Not when it clearly had a lasting impact on August and his view of the world, of relationships. You guys, she addressed her friends, I appreciate that you worry about me, but I've got this. I know what I'm doing. Agatha knows what she's doing, and August will be... She highly doubted he'd be fine with her proposed plan, but he'll come to see the logic of a plan where everyone gets what they want. Mostly what they wanted, anyhow. Prue and Lily didn't look convinced. Then again, her friends did tread on the overcautious side of life most days. Thank God they had her, or they'd never have any fun. Are you sure you should be getting in the middle of this? Prue asked, tugging on her ponytail. Inserting yourself into big decisions between family members is usually a recipe for disaster. I'll be fine. It wasn't like she hadn't dealt with all kinds of different family dynamics over the years. They all had. Weddings tended to bring out the best and worst in family. From the overly controlling in-laws, to the barely there groom, to the last-minute, screw it, let's elope types. Mo and her friends had dealt with it all. Lily removed her glasses and cleaned them with the edge of her skirt. If you say so, but I think getting involved in others' family matters can lead to disaster. Especially if one of those people is your roommate. Lily pushed her glasses back on her nose and gave Mo a pointed look. One Mo chose to ignore. If only her friends knew just how involved she was in Agatha's matters. A part of her wished she could tell them, unload at least one of the secrets burdening her down. But she'd promised Agatha she wouldn't. Damn it. Hiding Agatha's surgery from August, hiding her relationship with August from Agatha, hiding all of it from her friends. It was enough to give her an ulcer. She didn't want an ulcer. You weren't supposed to eat fatty foods with an ulcer, and those were her favorite kinds of foods. At least part of it would be over soon. Agatha's surgery was next week, and the woman had promised Mo she would tell August all about it once everything was finished. All August knew was his grandmother was taking a few days off to go on a road trip with some friends from her living complex. At least, that's what he told her his grandmother had said. Good thing Agatha was a better liar than Mo, and good thing August had shared that in the dark of night so he couldn't see her face burning with guilt. It's not my secret to share. She had to keep reminding herself of that when the words wanted to burst forth from her lips. Every time they were intimate or August shared a piece of himself with her, it cut a little deeper. The tiny whisper saying that by holding on to this secret, she might be doing something wrong. Even though she had promised and Mo always kept her word, it still felt deceitful to be hiding something so big from the man she was coming to care deeply for. "Temporary roommate," she reminded Lily, "and I know what I'm doing. Trust me." Her friends looked at each other and started to chuckle. "What?" At her question, they just laughed harder until Prue was bent over and Lily was wiping tears from her eyes. At least she'd gotten them to laugh. Better than the apprehensive glances they'd been giving her the past 10 minutes. But she'd like to be in on the joke, too. "What is so funny?"
"Oh, sweetie," Lily said, working to compose herself. "Whenever you say, 'trust me,' we know to do the exact opposite."
"Hey!" She sat back in her seat with a huff, sending her friends a disgruntled frown. Even if what they said was true, it didn't mean she had to agree with them. "It's true," Prue agreed with a nod. "Remember the time we went hiking, took the wrong trailhead, and got lost? Then you said, 'Trust me, I can get us out of here.' And we spent another hour and a half climbing all over the damn mountain?" "We found our way back." They had. Eventually. Lily gave a delicate snort.
"Only because a ranger came by and escorted us back down to the trail."
"We made it home. I'm still calling it a win." She lifted a finger as her memory pinged. "And the ranger had a cute butt, so that's a double win." Lily shook her head.
"What about the time you convinced us to try out your friend's new food truck, and we all got food poisoning?"
"That wasn't Noah's fault." "He was using raw milk in his iced coffees, Mo," Prue pointed out. "It's why he got shut down. It's dangerous and illegal." Okay, so maybe that had been his fault, but she hadn't known that at the time. She just wanted to support a friend.
"We love you, sweetie, but you tend to always think the best of everything and everyone."
Lily reached out to squeeze her hand.
"Not everyone can see the silver lining like you can. Some people aren't as easily convinced. Just be careful with this plan, and maybe loop August in before you and Agatha sign anything, okay?"
But if she looped him in, he'd find a way to poke a hole in it. The lovable grump would dump his pessimism all over her and Agatha's bright, shiny plan. Besides, it was still Agatha's business. If she wanted to take out a loan, with Mo as a co-signer, she had every right to. She didn't need to ask her grandson's permission, and Mo didn't have to ask her roommate/lover's permission either. "I'll take it under advisement," she said to appease her friends. She grabbed a pen and one of the vendor contract agreements for their upcoming wedding. "Now, don't we have a business to run or something?" "Wow." Prue gave Lily a sly grin. "Hell must have frozen over if Mo wants to drop personal issues and get back to work." Mo pointed her pen at Prue. "You are not as funny as you think, Prudence Jameson." "I'm hilarious," she responded. "Just ask my toddlers." "They laugh at fart noises. I'm not sure they're the best judges of comedy."
"Okay, break is over," Lily said, moving back toward her desk. "Mo is right. We have a lot of work to attend to."
Prue playfully stuck her tongue out at Mo, which she maturely returned, smiling as her friend went back to her desk. As meddlesome as her friends could be, it was wonderful how much they cared. Mo felt lucky to know these two women, to be loved and supported by them. And while their advice might be given with the best of intentions, they didn't know the whole story. And whose fault is that? Hers. Her gut gurgled, acid churning away at the lining. Or could it be all the secrets? Could guilt eat stomach lining? She pushed down the panic, causing her heart to race. It was fine. Things were fine. Everything would work out in the end because it had to. The loan would go through. Agatha would find a nice plot of land for August to grow his flowers. They'd both stay in Denver. Agatha would make it through surgery just fine, and August would never have to know Mo had known about it ahead of time. Things would be okay. They had to be. Chapter 18. What time are you getting home? August glanced at the text message on his phone, a strange smile tilting his lips. A short time ago, that phrase coming from someone else would have been totally foreign to him. He'd lived on his own since he turned 18 and moved away from both homes.
He'd never had a roommate until Mo, never had anyone to ask when he was coming home. It was a strange sensation to realize he actually liked it. Warmth filled his chest knowing that someone cared about when he would be home. And it was Mo, so she might be asking to hide the evidence of a pineapple pizza binge, or because she was in the mood and wanted to jump him.
Please let it be the latter.
But whatever the reason, it was a strange sensation to feel contentment at the thought that someone was waiting for him, eager to see him. He wasn't used to it, but he was surprised to discover he liked it. A lot. His thumbs flew over the phone's screen as he replied to her text.
Just have to wrap up a few things at the shop. Gran is on her girls' weekend, and Chris is coming in to close up tonight.
A few weeks ago, his grandmother casually mentioned a girls' weekend with her friend Patricia. She also said she had something to discuss with him when she returned. He hoped it meant she'd considered his suggestion of selling and coming to live by him. Or he thought he did. Ever since he'd arrived in the city, all he'd wanted to do was leave. But lately, he'd been feeling conflicted. He still didn't like the city for the most part. It was loud and crowded, and the parking could be a nightmare. But he'd found aspects he really liked. The Botanic Gardens were beautiful, the vast array of restaurants that catered to many palates, including his, the parks and trails right in the heart of the city, and of course, the best part of Denver, Moira Rossi. What a surprise she'd turned out to be. The first time he laid eyes on her, he knew his life was about to turn upside down, but he hadn't expected it to turn like it did. He figured he'd have to suffer through 6 months of living with a flighty slob who annoyed him to no end. He'd been partially right. Mo was still as messy as ever. He found a bag of cubed cheddar in the bathroom the other day, and when he asked her about it, she replied it was her shower cheese. That wasn't even a thing. But despite her less-than-cleanly attitude, he'd come to discover he liked Mo, more than he ever would have imagined. He wasn't saying he wanted to go pick out china patterns or anything, but it surprised him how much he'd come to care for the woman in such a short time. He supposed their close proximity attributed to the acceleration of their relationship. And it was a relationship, of a kind. He wasn't kidding himself. He and Mo lived together. Even though they kept separate rooms, she stayed in his almost every night. They ate most of their meals together. She introduced him to movies he'd never imagined he would have liked, but did, and he took her on walks through the local parks while she listened with fascination to him as he explained every tree, bush, and flower they passed. In a weird way, they worked together, which was why he felt so conflicted about his plan to leave. He'd been so sure he'd lined out the perfect life for him and Gran, but now, for the first time, he had doubts. And all because some 5'0" of a sassy, beautiful woman had somehow gotten him to start believing in things he never thought he would before, like compromise and city living and commitment. August's 3 terrifying C's. But with Mo, they didn't seem so insurmountable. They even seemed, dare he say it, fun? His phone dinged with another text. Good. I have a surprise for you when you get home.
Uh-oh.
In the past few weeks, he'd learned that Mo's surprises consisted of 2 options. An outing meant to break him out of his shell, some of which weren't so bad, like the concert at Red Rocks she'd brought him to last weekend, or finding a new spot in the apartment to explore their chemistry.
Am I going to like the surprise?
Because she was batting about 50-50 with him and her surprises, and he wanted to be prepared. It's an at-home surprise, grumpy Gus Gus. He chuckled softly, not minding the ridiculous nickname as much anymore. Much like the woman who'd given it to him, it had grown on him.
Great. See you in about an hour then.
She sent him a winky, kissy face emoji. Since he'd never really had anyone to text before Mo, he wasn't the best with these kinds of responses. Gran preferred calls to texts, and besides his former coworkers, whose only correspondence was to check schedules or switch shifts, his buddies would simply call him if they needed to talk. He'd never gotten the hang of the whole speaking in emojis thing. He stared at the vast array of choices before him for a solid minute.
What did he send? A heart? Would she read too much into that? Did he send the same emoji she sent him? And why in the world was there a poop emoji? When would someone use that? Who did you send it to? And why was it smiling? When his head started to hurt, August gave up and sent back a thumbs up. Less than 30 seconds later, he got a response from Mo. Thumbs up? Oh, Gus, we really need to work on your emoji game. This was followed by 4 emojis, one that was cry-laughing, one with its tongue sticking out, one that appeared to be some kind of nerd with glasses and buck teeth, and finally, the smiling poop emoji. He burst out laughing. Yet another surprising thing about Mo. The woman could make him laugh without even being near him. No one had ever made him laugh so much. He couldn't remember ever being so happy. Mo made him happy. Gran would be happy to know her secret matchmaking had worked. Not that he was in any way ready to admit that to her. He still thought the best thing for him and Gran was to sell and buy a flower farm out west a ways. But maybe he could bend a little, listen to Mo, see if she had any ideas for a compromise. He was sure the woman had about a dozen. She had said she was going to try and convince him to his grandmother's side. He wondered what thoughts she had cooking in that sexy, inventive brain of hers. Couldn't hurt to hear a few, right? He could entertain some ideas without completely giving up on his plans. It didn't mean they would happen, but what was the harm in listening? Hey, Mr. Porter. Sorry I'm a bit late. The bus was off schedule by 5 minutes. August glanced up from his phone to see Chris stepping through the front door of the flower shop. It's fine, and I told you before, you can call me August. Right, sorry, August. Don't worry about it. He liked Chris. The younger man's leg was healing up nicely, but he still couldn't drive the van, so he'd been taking over a lot more in the shop, and August had come to discover Chris was quite the talented florist. He'd helped Gran put together 12 floral arrangements for a funeral last week, and managed to make them beautiful and respectful, something most people didn't realize was very hard to do. Chris carefully maneuvered on his crutches back behind the counter. August grabbed a stool for the guy, positioning it so he could sit comfortable for his shift. I've just got to grab some stuff and I'm out of here. August nodded toward the back. You need anything tonight, don't hesitate to call me. You got my cell? Chris nodded. Yep, but I'm sure I'll be fine. My boyfriend is picking me up after closing, so I don't have to take the bus back home. Good. Have a great night then. August waved and headed to the back to grab some invoice orders he planned to look over tonight after dinner and Mo's surprise, which he was hoping was hot, wild sex. He made his way to the supply closet where Gran kept all her invoices and paperwork in a small filing cabinet shoved in the corner. She really needed an office, but the shop didn't have the space for that. Another point to add to the sell the shop and retire side of his plan. One he would have been smug about only a week or so ago. The battle for selling or staying, still raging in his mind, August opened the metal filing cabinet drawer and rifled through the folders, looking for the invoices he needed. As he shuffled through the massive amount of paperwork, good grief, did his grandmother ever throw anything away? His gaze caught on a word in big, bold letters. Loan application. His curiosity piqued as he stopped his search and pulled the paper from the file. It had been stuffed in with an old anniversary party order, as if someone had been trying to hide it. Come to think of it, he remembered a moment last week where Gran had been back here looking over something, but when he asked what it was, she'd stuffed it in the files, saying it was nothing. Some old order she was checking over. But this didn't look like nothing. Reading a bit of the paperwork, it looked like something. A very big something. Gran lied? His stomach cramped. If this paper had been what she was trying to hide, and it appeared it was, then yes, his grandmother lied to him. His throat started to swell. He couldn't swallow past the pain. He read over the application, skipping the legal terms and interest rates to get to the heart of what it was. Application for a business loan to expand Porter's Petals for the purpose of a flower-growing lot. He read the phrase several times, each time raising his blood pressure higher and higher. Grandma had applied for a loan in order to
What? Buy a plot of land to convince him to grow flowers in the city? Where would she even get an idea like that? But as he read further down the page, he knew, and it caused all his earlier warm feelings to die, the fire doused out by the cold, bitter sting of betrayal. Cosigner, Moira Rossi. Mo had gone behind his back and conspired with his grandmother. He knew she'd been thinking of ways to help Gran save the shop, and a secret part of him had been hoping she also wanted him to stay in town. But to do this, to convince his grandmother to risk everything, take out a loan that could ruin her? The shop wasn't raking in the cash, which was probably why Gran needed a cosigner. Damn it, Mo. He didn't care that she appeared to be risking some of her financial safety, too, with this venture. All he could focus on was the fact that the two people he thought he could trust had pushed him out of a decision, ignoring his say, his desires. Story of my fucking life. All his earlier doubts flew away. He'd been right all along. The best thing for Gran was to sell the shop and take her away. Let her retire while he worked a flower farm far away from the city and meddling roommates who pretended to care about you only to stab you in the back. When Gran got home from her girls' weekend, he was going to have a long talk with her. This was her business, but she'd promised to discuss it with him. That's why he was here, to help, not to be shoved to the side and dictated his place. He'd stopped letting people run his life a long time ago. He got to have a say, and damn it, he was going to say a lot. Touching the paper in his hand, he stormed out of the supply room, giving a half-hearted nod to Chris as he left the shop and hopped into his car. The 10-minute drive back to the apartment did nothing for the mad he had going on. Underneath all the anger was a flowing river of sadness he had no idea what to do with. Having Gran lie to him hurt, he wouldn't say it didn't. But Mo? He'd been coming to trust her. He knew she lived to the beat of her own drum and all that, but he never thought the woman he was living with, sleeping with, connecting to, would keep something this big from him. Why hadn't she told him about her and Gran's plan? Sure, he might have argued with her about it, pointed out the risk of getting a loan, questioned their business plan, all logical concerns. Mo didn't care about logic. She ran on dreams and starlight. But that blinded her to the reality of life, and now it could have a devastating impact on both her and his grandmother's life. The worry and deception all rolled into one big ball of turmoil in the bottom of his gut, fueling the indignation, causing his hands to clench. He had to calm down. Pulling the car into his assigned parking spot, he took a few minutes. One deep, calming breath after another. But once the anger subsided, all he felt was pain. The sharp pinch in his heart, knowing that the two women he cared about the most didn't feel him important enough to include him. Because yes, he did care about Mo. More than he realized. She'd wormed her way past the defenses he'd built and settled herself right in his heart. But now, what did he do? If she'd only mentioned this before the paperwork had been signed, let him in from the beginning. Maybe it could still work out. He'd go in, talk to her, get her side of the story. She probably had a reason for not telling him, a very Mo reason, but a reason. Then he talked to Gran on Monday. He headed inside, reasonably sure he was calm enough to talk about this rationally now. The initial hurt and anger had diminished a little. He was still mad, but he was willing to listen. They could all get past this. But with each step he took closer to the apartment he'd been coming to think of as home, all the old feelings of not belonging crept up in his mind, and he began to wonder if he'd ever be important enough for someone. Chapter 19. The oven timer beeped loudly over the music Mo had put on while she was tidying up the kitchen. She paused her music and grabbed the oven mitts from the drawer. Popping open the door, she smiled as the delicious aroma of cheese and marinara wafted out from the warm oven. Once she slipped the mitts on, she grabbed the lasagna, placing the hot dish on the pot holder she'd set out on the counter. August was going to be so surprised. Heck, she was surprised. A quick internet search had led her to a fairly easy recipe for zucchini noodle lasagna.
Normally, she'd gag at the thought of replacing deliciously carb-loaded pasta with zucchini. But since eating some of the meals August had been making, she discovered zucchini was actually quite good. Didn't mean she was giving up her bread products in entirety, but she could handle a substitute now and then. Besides, there was a crunch that came along with the zucchini that made it kind of fun. And Mo was all about the fun. In food, in life, in the bedroom. And boy, oh boy, did she have some bedroom fun planned for dessert. Agatha's friend Patricia had called earlier and let Mo know that Agatha had come through the surgery with flying colors and was now at home resting. Mo offered to come over, but Patricia lived in the complex and had promised to stay with Agatha for the night. She was so relieved everything had gone well. Now, in a few days, Agatha could share her surgery with August, and Mo could stop keeping the secret from the man she suspected she was falling for. Was. Like she would go out of her comfort zone to make zucchini lasagna for a man she hadn't already fallen for. Yup. It was time to admit this fun little chemistry thing with August went deeper. She was pretty sure he felt the same way. He hadn't been complaining as much about the city lately, and his talk about selling the shop had almost vanished. Good thing, too, since Agatha was submitting the loan application next week. "You need to tell him, Moira." Lily's words still bounced around in her brain, but she hadn't had the chance to tell August of her and Agatha's plan yet. Liar. Okay, so she'd chickened out on telling him, but only because she thought she and Agatha should do it together, and Mo wanted to wait until after the woman's surgery. No need to add the stress of arguing with her grandson over a business loan when she had her health to focus on. But now, everything was okay. Agatha was back home resting, and soon they'd loop August in on their plans. He might not agree at first, but she was sure once she and Agatha pointed out the logic of their plan, he'd have to agree. He'd get his land for a flower farm, the shop would get a new supplier at drastically discounted rates, Agatha could stay in the city she loved, and best of all, August could stay with her. Everybody wins. It was the perfect solution to all their problems. "And this will be the perfect zucchini lasagna," she said with a smile. It looked perfect and smelled perfect, so logically it had to taste perfect too. She hoped. Even if it didn't, at least she'd tried something new. Letting the hot dish cool, she tugged off the oven mitts and placed them on the counter, cleaning up the last bits of dirty dishes she'd used in making dinner. She couldn't wait to see the look on August's face when he came home, and she not only had a semi-healthy dinner ready, but had cleaned the place too. Mostly cleaned. More than she normally would have, anyway. Heavy footfalls sounded from the corridor outside the door. Mo's heart rate kicked up, nervous anticipation filling her chest. She gave one last glance around the kitchen to make sure she hadn't missed anything, satisfied to see she hadn't. The metal key fitting into the lock had her bouncing on her toes. As the door swung open and August stepped through, she flung her arms wide. "Surprise!" She waved her arms around, showing off all her hard work. "I made dinner and I cleaned. Well, actually, I just put all the dishes in the dishwasher, but aren't you proud?" Her bright smile slipped as she glanced at the unhappy scowl on August's face. Uh-oh. Something was wrong. Something big. She hadn't seen him looking this upset since the night she tried to take him out and get him laid. Oof, what a mistake that had been. She was so glad she hadn't succeeded in that little plan. "Is something wrong?" "Yes, Moira," he growled. "Something is very wrong." She jumped as he slammed the door. The loud sound echoed in the stillness of the apartment. He stormed into the kitchen area, and she backed up until her butt hit the lower cabinets. She didn't think August would physically hurt her, but she'd never seen him so mad. Anger radiated off him in waves, and beneath that, there was something else. Pain. He was hurting, and for some reason it appeared he thought she might have something to do with his suffering. Impossible. She'd never hurt August, or anyone for that matter. Not knowingly. So why was the guy staring at her like she stole his puppy and sold it to Cruella de Vil? "You want to explain this?" He thrust a paper under her nose. It was clutched in his fist and so crinkled She'd guess he'd been gripping the thing tightly ever since he found it. She peeked down at the paper, glancing enough of it to read the words, "Loan application." Guilt churned in her stomach. Crap. August had discovered her and Agatha's plan. Okay, this was bad. But she could fix it. She just had to explain to him about, "What the hell were you thinking?" Grumpy Gus Gus had turned into Asshole August. He might have a right to be pissed, but no one talked to her that way. Crossing her arms, she pushed away from the counter, lifting her chin to stare into his furious eyes. "I was thinking my friend asked for my help in saving her shop, the one that's been in her family for years, that she loves and planned on leaving to her grandson. I only wanted to help." Russet brows climbed high on his forehead. "Help? Help? You think digging herself deeper into debt is going to help Grandma? You think risking your own financial safety is going to help?" "I think," she said, uncrossing her arms and poking him in the chest as she spoke, "that investing in a savvy business move will help my friend get what she wants and even provide a nice compromise for her stubborn grandson, who is being a giant ass right now, when all I'm trying to do is make sure everyone is happy." August scoffed, knocking her finger away. "Really, Moira? Because I don't think you really know what makes people happy. You know what makes you happy, and you assume everyone else will be satisfied by the same things. You put on this air of live and let live, but you're always pushing people out of their comfort zones, trying to get them to live their lives the way you think is best. That's not compromise. That's bulldozing." She rocked back on her heels, his barb hitting her directly in the heart. Her jaw dropped. She tried to respond, but the words kept getting stuck in her throat. How dare he accuse her of not thinking about others? She loved helping people, making them smile, bringing them joy. Yeah, she might be a little pushy, but some people needed a bit of a push. And she was about 2 seconds away from pushing August right off the apartment balcony. "You said if I came up with a compromise, you'd give it a fair shake," she argued. August held up the paper still clutched in his fist. "This isn't an idea you came to me with. This is you and Gran going behind my back to set a plan in motion so I have no say in the matter whatsoever." Okay, yes, she supposed it could appear to look like that, but it wasn't like Agatha had secured the loan yet or anything. There was still time to alter the plans. "You didn't even ask me what I thought about it." He shook his head, sadness filling his eyes. "You two just made a decision without me. I'm her grandson, her family, and she didn't even care about my opinion on this." Shame crashed over Mo, threatening to drown her. How could she have been so naive? The conversation they'd had a few weeks ago, the one about his family and how he never felt a part of either of them, played over in her memory. Oh no! Had she and Agatha done the same exact thing to August that his parents always had? Had they cut him out? Made him feel unimportant? "Yes, you did. Now apologize." "Oh, August, I'm sorry." She reached out a hand toward him. "I didn't mean to—" He reared back from her touch, the clear rejection slicing through her like a knife to the heart. "How could you do this to me?" He glanced from the paper back to her. "How could you lie to me?" "I didn't lie." She winced. "Technically, I just withheld information from you." His eyes narrowed. "A lie of omission is still a lie." She supposed that was true, and he had every right to his anger. But if he could just calm down and listen to— "Was everything a lie, Moira?" he asked. "Were you just going to sleep with me so I'd be distracted while you and Gran planned this whole thing behind my back?" Now wait 1 fucking minute. Umbrage replacing the guilt, Mo stomped over to August, lifting on her toes to get right in his face as she spoke between clenched teeth. "How dare you? I don't use sex to manipulate, August. Yes, I didn't tell you about the loan application, and I apologize for that. But don't you fucking dare accuse me of sleeping with you for nefarious reasons. I fell into bed with you for one reason, and one reason only. Because I wanted to. I felt a connection with you that I wanted to explore. I thought you felt it too, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was just a readily available warm body." "I thought we had a connection too," August flung back at her.
but now I'm wondering how real it could have been when you were keeping something this big from me."
She scrubbed her hands over her face, running her fingers through her hair, tugging on the strands to see if she could pull any solutions into her brain to help her out of this awful situation unfolding before her. "Our connection is real, August, and I'm sorry I didn't loop you in on Agatha's plan when she asked me for help." She reached out, encouraged when he didn't back away. Placing her hand over his heart, she stared him directly in the eyes and spoke with all the honesty she had. "That was wrong, and I should have told you. I didn't mean to block you out of a decision. I didn't mean to make you feel like your opinion isn't valuable. I care what you think. A lot more than you realize." She said the last part softly, but he heard. Some of the anger disappeared from his face, but it was only replaced with more sadness, and it was breaking her heart. When he placed his own hand over hers, she felt a flicker of hope that they could sit down and talk this out. Maybe it would be okay. He had a right to his anger, and she'd apologized. Maybe now they could talk it all over, get back on track. Perhaps August would even come up with some ideas or request he co-sign instead of her. Whatever made him happy and kept him and Agatha in Denver, Mo was willing to do it.
"I'm sorry." His brow furrowed. "I know what we do here has nothing to do with Grand's flower shop. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just so angry, Mo. How could she have kept something so big from me? Did she think I wouldn't be open to discussing the option?"
She reached up with her other hand to cup his warm cheek. He shaved every morning, but at this time of night, his 5 o'clock shadow made his jaw slightly scruffy. "Oh, August, she was going to tell you. She just didn't want to fight about it until after her surgery, and I said—" August reared back out of her touch, shock filling his face.
"After what?"
Oops. One secret had gotten out, and she'd completely forgotten about the other. Damn it! This was why she hated keeping things from people. When you started hiding things from everyone, you tended to forget who knew what. Her emotions had been so charged since August came bursting into the apartment, she completely forgot about keeping Agatha's surgery a secret.
"My grandmother is having surgery?"
His face paled, the dark brown freckles standing out in stark contrast. Her heart raced, panic setting in as she rushed to assuage the fear she saw in his eyes. "She's fine, August. It was a simple laparoscopic gallbladder removal. The surgery was this morning, and she's home now resting."
"This morning?" his voice roared. "Gran had surgery this morning and didn't tell me? Was anyone there with her? Who drove her home? What happened to girls' weekend?"
She thought he was mad when he came home. The man was absolutely livid now. The paleness had given way to stark, red rage, filling every inch of his expression. Anger, betrayal, and fear swam in his gaze as he stared at her, demanding answers she knew he deserved.
"Oh, shit. I've screwed up big time."
Her friend Patricia is with her. She drove Agatha and is staying with her overnight. They live in the same building." Her hands were shaking, guilt choking her as she tried to fix this unfixable situation. "Your grandmother didn't want you to worry, so she said she wasn't going to tell you until after. The girls' weekend was kind of a cover, I guess."
"You guess?" he spat. "And this was what? Just another lie you were keeping from me?"
"No!" She reached for him, but when he flinched away, she tucked her arms around her aching stomach. "I mean, I wasn't supposed to know about this either. I kind of walked in on Agatha talking to her doctor, and she swore me to secrecy. I'm sorry, August. I know I should have told you, but Agatha made me promise."
"She's my grandmother, Moira. Mine."
He pounded a fist to his chest.
"I don't care how simple the procedure was. What if there'd been complications? What if she had died? I never would have gotten the chance to say goodbye. You had no right to hide something like this from me, promise or not. She's my family, not yours, and I deserved to know."
Her heart broke, cracked like a crystal wedding vase, and shattered into a million tiny pieces. He was right. Agatha wasn't her family. She should have told August no matter what she promised. Just imagining what could have happened. No, she couldn't. It was too painful. "August, I'm sorry." Tears leaked out the corner of her eyes, tracking warm paths down her cheeks.
Save your sorries for someone who actually believes them.
He stared at her as if he'd never seen her before.
I don't think I can trust anything you say ever again.
A sob broke free, and she bent over as pain and guilt pressed a heavy weight on her shoulders.
I have to go see Gran.
He rushed out of the kitchen, heading for the front door. August, wait! He paused with the door slightly ajar, not even glancing back. He spoke.
I know I'm breaking the sublease, but I can't stay here anymore, Moira. I can't be with you. I'll come back tomorrow for my things. Please don't be here.
With a slam of the door, he was gone. Mo crumpled to the floor, letting the tears flow freely, heaving sobs racking her body. What had she done? She knew what she'd done. She'd lied and kept things from the man she'd fallen in love with. The man she suspected was her soulmate. And now, because of her actions, he couldn't be in the same room with her, couldn't even stand to look at her. She'd screwed up so badly. And it might have just cost her everything.
Chapter 20. August stood outside his grandmother's door, trying to get his anger and fear under control. The woman had just had surgery. Surgery! As much as it hurt that she didn't feel the need to inform him of such a huge life event, he knew going in there temper blazing wouldn't be good for her. And as furious as he was, he would never do anything to cause harm to his grandmother. He loved her, which made this whole thing hurt even worse. He took a few calming breaths, clenching and unclenching his hands, working hard to release the tension in his muscles. Once he'd succeeded in pushing the emotions deep inside, locking them in a box, he raised a hand to knock softly on the door. Within a minute, the door slowly swung open. A woman with salt and pepper natural curls framing her face like a crown answered the door with a kind smile. She looked to be around Gran's age, maybe a few years younger. Had to be the woman Mo mentioned, Gran's friend Patricia.
"Why, you must be Agatha's grandson, August," the woman said, looking him up and down. "The hair is a dead giveaway." Up until a decade or so ago, his grandmother's hair had been as red as his. She dyed it for a few years after finding grays, but a while back she stated the upkeep was too much and declared she was going to be a silver-haired goddess. She was, and August didn't know what he'd have done if anything during surgery had gone wrong.
Why didn't you tell me, Gran?
He shoved the question away. Now wasn't the time. He was just here to make sure she was okay. He tried to muster a smile for the woman taking care of his grandmother, a job that should have been tasked to him.
Yes, I'm August. You must be Patricia.
"I am," Patricia nodded. "I didn't know you'd be stopping by today."
He shifted on his feet.
I would have been here earlier. I would have been at the hospital if I...
"Ah, yes."
She shook her head with a slight frown.
"I told Agatha she should have discussed this with you. I don't know why the stubborn woman wouldn't even tell her own grandson about something this important."
There, see? At least someone agreed with him that Gran should have informed him of her surgery.
"I understand that she didn't want to worry you, but that's what family does, right? Worry."
Patricia shrugged, stepping back to motion him inside.
"There's no point in keeping secrets. They all get uncovered in time."
The woman was speaking the truth. Gran might have saved him worry before the fact, but now he was dealing with a whole host of emotions due to her deceptions. He would rather have had the worry.
"She's in her room resting,"
Patricia said, nodding to the closed door just off the living room area. He started to take a step forward, but she held up one finger, halting his movements.
"I can trust you won't upset her? I know your grandmother should have told you about today, and I'm not sure how you found out, but what she needs right now is rest and well wishes, not to be confronted, even if the fool woman does deserve it."
A genuine smile tilted her lips. He liked Gran's friend. She cared, but she also clearly didn't take anyone's crap. He could see why Gran trusted her enough to care for her after surgery. But that thought only twisted the knife deeper. She didn't trust me enough. I promise I only want to make sure she's okay, with my own eyes. Patricia nodded, allowing him to continue. He paused at the bedroom door, wondering if he should knock or just go in. He was saved from making a decision when his grandmother's voice called from the other side of the closed door. "Stop hemming and hawing, August, and get your butt in here." He chuckled softly, relief washing over him to hear his grandmother's voice, a little weaker than normal, but still full of clout. Turning the knob, he entered the dimly lit bedroom. The overhead light was off, and the shades were drawn, but the bedside lamp was on, illuminating his grandmother, lying in bed, covers up to her chest, and an e-reader at her side. "Well, you might as well come in and let me have it." She nudged the electronic device with a finger. "I'm too tired to read more than a few words anyway. Funny how a person can be asleep for hours and still wake up tired." "You weren't asleep, Gran. You were under anesthesia. Having surgery." "A surgery you didn't tell me about." But he didn't say that part because it was obvious, and as wounded as he was, he didn't want to upset his grandmother right now. "I know what I was doing." She raised a silver brow. "The question is, how do you know?" He shook his head. "That's not important right now. I just stopped by to make sure you were okay. See if you needed anything." She smiled, lifting her arms ever so slightly and motioning with her hands. "I'm fine, Augie, but I could use a hug." He made his way to his grandmother's bedside, sitting on the edge. Leaning down, he gently embraced her, not sure where her incision was or how much pain she was in. The last thing he wanted to do was cause her pain. "You can squeeze me tighter than that, child." She let out a snort of laughter. "I'm still hopped up on the good drugs. I'm not in any pain." That was good to hear, but he was still going to err on the side of caution. "Now," she said when he pulled back, "since the only other people who knew about this were Patricia, who doesn't have a way to contact you, and Mo, I'm going to guess Mo told you the truth?" He wished. Unfortunately, Moira had essentially stuck to his grandmother's promise of secrecy. "Not exactly." He shook his head. "But we don't need to talk about this right now. You need to rest and—" "Oh, pish-posh." She waved a hand in the air. "I had my appendix taken out when your father was just a baby and was flat on my back for weeks. That was an ordeal. Surgery has advanced so much since then. It's amazing. I can't believe I'm home right now and feeling fit as a fiddle." "Gran." "Fine. Fit as a ukulele. A good one, not the cheap toys they sell in tourist shops. But the point is that I'm okay, and I think we need to talk about this." "You just want to talk now because you know I'll take it easy on you since you just had surgery." She laughed, wincing slightly and pressing a hand to her abdomen. "Ooh, maybe try not to make me laugh too much. There's a slight twinge that the drugs haven't quite taken care of." He jumped up from the bed, careful not to jostle her too much. "Do you need anything? Water? A hot pad? More pillows?" "Oh, for goodness sake, Augie, stop fussing over me. I'm fine." She lifted a hand, beckoning him to sit back down. "See? This is why I didn't tell you. You're such a fretter. If I had told you about the procedure, you would have been fussing over me like a mother hen for weeks. Remember, I'm the grandmother. It's my job to fuss." He gently sat back down, taking his grandmother's hand in his. Her palms and fingertips were rough from so many years working with flowers. They were pretty plants, but many had sharp prickles, stabbing thorns, hidden hurts among their beauty. "Gran, you're my family, and family worries. I should have been there for you." "You're always there for me, August." She smiled, lifting her other hand to pat his cheek. "You always have been, whenever I needed you." And she'd been there for him just the same. "So you're really okay? Everything went fine?" "Better than fine. The doctor zipped in, grabbed that gallbladder, and zipped back out. She said I have to watch the fatty foods from here on out, but the surgery was quick and successful. She explained to him about her issues over the years with gallstones and changing her diet to try and prevent the surgery. He had no idea. What kind of a self-absorbed ass was he that his grandmother had been dealing with a health issue and he hadn't even known? Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault. Gran was very good at keeping things under wraps, obviously. Still, he should have sensed something. She had called a while back to ask him for some of his recipes. He'd assumed she was just trying to eat healthier, not change her diet for a medical condition. "Now," she said when she was done explaining, "since Mo didn't spill the beans, tell me how you found out." At the mention of Moira's name again, anger and pain churned in his gut. He'd been so angry with her when he found the loan paperwork, but when he found out she'd also kept Gran's surgery from him, he'd never felt so wrecked. She'd taken his trust, something he didn't give out lightly, and decimated it. Ripped it to shreds along with the heart he was starting to release from behind the wall that had kept it so protected for years. No longer. He was bricking that sucker back up and adding a steel barricade to boot. "I was looking for some invoices in the supply room, and I found the loan paperwork." Gran grimaced. "Oh, you found that, did you?" "A loan, Gran? Really? It's so risky. And for what?" She lifted her chin, staring him straight in the eyes. "For a business that I love dearly, and that's been in our family for years. You may only see me as an old woman, August, but I've been running Porter's Petals since before I married your grandfather. I love that shop, and so did he. It's more than just a flower store. It's a place where people can buy expressions of love, of gratitude, sorrow, and celebration. It's a part of me, a part of you. And every day I open that front door, I swear I can still feel your grandfather's presence, wrapped around me as I tend to the flowers he loved only second to his family." Damn. He didn't think about the fact that his grandparents used to run the store together. She'd left the home they shared long ago. Of course the shop would hold memories of the man she'd loved her entire life. No wonder she was so adamant about keeping it. "Gran, No," she interrupted, looking sterner and stronger than any woman who'd recently had surgery had a right to. "You listen to me, August Porter. I love that shop, but I love you more. Your father never wanted any part of the flower business, and I understand that. Everyone has to live their own path. But I had hoped, with your love of growing beautiful things, that one day you would want to take over. Now I know this loan move might seem like I'm trying to bribe you to stay with a plot of land for you to grow your own flowers on, and I won't deny it isn't. But I also know a few folks who love growing flowers who'd be more than happy to work the land for me. So this isn't a threat to get you to stay. Just an offer. A compromise for you to think on. But I will not be selling the shop. Not now, not ever." "You said we could talk about it." "I did, and we have." He let out a frustrated laugh. Deep down, he must have known his grandmother was never going to sell the shop. He just let himself be blind to the reality, hoping he could convince her of his wishes while completely disregarding hers. Seemed stubbornness ran in the family. "You found the loan paperwork, but that doesn't explain how you found out about my surgery." She snuggled deeper into her pillows. "I assume you knew about the surgery before you arrived at my door." He nodded. "I did. I found the application and went home to talk to Mo about it, and the surgery came out." "Ha!" Grandma let out a sharp laugh, followed by a soft grunt when the loud exclamation caused her discomfort. "I know you, boy. I'm sure it was a very loud conversation." Yeah, okay, so he might have yelled a bit, but he'd been so angry. Still was, a little. But mostly he was just sad, disappointed that Mo had kept things from him. He was beginning to think they might have a shot at something real. But how could they when the woman lied to him? How could he trust her?
A relationship without trust was nothing.
She went behind my back, Gran, he argued. She didn't tell me about the loan or your surgery.
Because I asked her not to say anything, his grandmother countered. And in case you didn't see it, she co-signed for the loan with me. She's risking just as much as I am.
He sighed. I know, because you asked her to.
And Mo was the kind of person who would always help a friend, even if that meant keeping something from another.
No, I didn't ask.
She offered. Insisted, even.
What?
When the bank said I needed a co-signer for the loan, Mo offered right away. I told her she didn't need to. I could ask someone else. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. She said she wanted to help. She believed in my idea of attaching a small flower-growing farm to the business.
He shook his head. But she's just doing this so you don't have to sell. She's trying to keep you here. Keep me here.
Of course she is. The girl loves you. He sat back in shock at his grandmother's words, nearly falling off the edge of the bed.
What did you say?
Oh, please, August, she scoffed. I may be old, but my vision isn't gone yet. I can see the way that woman looks at you, like you're the sunniest day of summer, which is ironic considering how much you frown. His brow furrowed, but she was right. In fact, he was frowning right now, but only because he couldn't believe what his grandmother was saying.
She doesn't love me. She used me, cut me out.
That wasn't love. Oh, my sweet boy. She beckoned him closer. Come here. He scooted closer on the bed, slipping both his hands into his grandmother's. Sometimes the people who love us most hurt us the most, and not always intentionally. I know after the divorce, your parents each got wrapped up in their own lives, and it made you feel left out. Left out, unwanted, whatever. He had his own life now, one he liked, or had until a certain 5'0" woman with wild-colored hair and a penchant for looking on the bright side turned it completely upside down. They did you a disservice, but that doesn't mean they don't love you. He knew that. He never doubted they loved him, but knowing it and feeling it were two different things.
She lied to me, Gran.
With sad, loving eyes, his grandmother nodded. Yes, but she did it because I made her promise. She was helping me because she loves me, too. It wasn't malicious, Augie. Now that, he knew. It was obvious how much Mo loved his grandmother. She was always trying to help, even with all this loan nonsense. Didn't make the sting of betrayal any easier to soothe. And since I know she would withhold things from you because I asked her to, might I also hazard a guess that she's been keeping something from me, too? Something you asked her not to mention? Something about the two of you?
Crap. How did you...
Oh, please, August. Don't think you can fool your own grandmother. I know the signs of it. What do you kids call it today? Hooking up?
He recoiled. Please, never say that phrase again.
She laughed softly. All right, but it's true, isn't it? You asked Mo to keep something from me, too. He supposed she did have a bit of a point with that, but hiding a relationship and hiding a loan and surgery were two very different things.
It's not the same, Gran.
I know, dear. She patted his hand. But just remember, Mo wasn't trying to hurt you. She was trying to help me. I know that girl. It must have killed her to keep such important things from you. I suppose it wasn't very fair of me to ask her to do that, and for that, I am sorry. Thinking back, he did remember at times glancing a bit of turmoil on Mo's face and finding it odd. Still didn't erase what she'd done, what she'd kept from him. How was he supposed to just let that go? Just because someone's intentions were good didn't make their actions right. I'm getting tired. She snuggled into the covers, closing her eyes. I think I'll rest my eyes for a bit now. He glanced over her with concern, but her color was good, breathing steady. It appeared she just needed a rest after the long day she'd had. Probably for the best.
Still. I'll be right in the other room if you need me.
She cracked one eye open, glaring at him with a shake of her head.
Stubborn. What?
Nothing. Her eyes closed once more.
You just sit there and think about your life and what really makes you happy. You can grow flowers anywhere, Augie. But love can only grow in your heart if you open yourself up to it.
What the hell did that mean?
Go on now. And while you're waiting, there's a folder on the kitchen table that I think you'll find makes a good read.
Look it over, she said with a yawn. He rose from the bed, slipping out the door to his grandmother's soft snores. He made his way into the kitchen. The folder was on the table, right where Gran had said. Patricia was in the living room watching some game show on TV. But August didn't sit down to read. Instead, he pulled out his phone and started searching for nearby hotels with open rooms. He couldn't go back to the apartment. Just the thought of facing Mo again. His stomach cramped. No way could he go back there now. The pain was still too fresh, the wound too raw. A shit ton of information had been dumped on his head tonight, and he needed time. He needed space. He wished he could believe his grandmother, believe that spark in his chest that roared to life when she said Mo loved him. The tiny part that whispered he might love her too. He finished booking a room, his gaze settling on the blue folder on the table. A slim slip containing sheets of paper and months' worth of lies. A cold ache spread through his chest. His hand fisted, crushing the phone on his hand to the point where it made an ominous cracking sound. He eased his grip, but it did nothing to quell the misery within. He wanted to believe in Mo so badly, but how could you love someone when they hadn't been honest with you? Chapter 21.
Mo! Prue gasped. What happened, sweetie?
Mo looked up as she entered the Mile High Happiness office. She blinked, her eyes puffy and heavy from all the crying she'd done this weekend. She knew she should have called her friends over right after her argument with August. Argument? Try epic breakup fight. But she just wanted to crawl into bed and lick her wounds.
Why do you think something is wrong?
Lily stood, moving around her desk to Mo's side and reaching out a tentative hand.
Your hair.
Prue also hurried to her side, her friends surrounding her, staring with horror and concern.
What?
She shrugged, not even attempting to try for a smile.
I dye my hair all the time. You guys know that.
Yes, but honey, Prue snuck a quick glance at Lily before pointing out the obvious. It's black. Not all of it. She'd simply replaced the orange streaks with black. Her hair always matched their current wedding or her mood, and since they had no wedding at the moment, mood it was.
So, black is a color.
Technically, it was more like all the colors combined, which was exactly what she felt right now. All the emotions fighting for dominance in her soul, blocking out any light that tried to get through. It sucked.
Prue,
Lily said softly, leading Mo to the large, plush chairs in front of her desk they usually reserved for clients.
Go grab the leftover cheesecake from the mini fridge.
Prue rushed off to do their friend's bidding, but Mo knew no amount of cheesecake was going to help her. She'd tried an entire bottle of wine last night, and nothing. No rich, creamy dessert or fuzzy-headed alcohol high could erase the fact that she'd lied to August, broken his trust, and her own heart, all because she thought she was doing the right thing. She felt the need to reiterate the suckage of this whole situation. Here. Prue set down the 4 slices of strawberry cheesecake they'd taken home after lunch at the Cheesecake Factory Friday afternoon. They always bought a full cake in order to have emergency leftovers. We don't have any plates. Lily grabbed 3 spoons from the tin by the small coffee maker that they used to stir in cream and sugar. It's fine. We can eat from the box. That got Mo to perk up from her pity party. She raised a brow.
Wow, I must look like crap if you're foregoing the propriety of a plate, Lil.
You don't look like crap, Lily responded, handing her a spoon.
But you do look like you're in need of sugar, carbs, and the loving ears of your best friends immediately. So we can forego plates. This one time. Now come on, Prue insisted, nudging the box of dessert closer. Why the new emo look? I didn't even know you owned black clothing. And why is that sweater so huge? She glanced down. Technically, she was wearing dark navy blue pants and a dark gray sweater. Okay, fine. It was August's sweater, and the thing swam on her. Totally not work appropriate, but she found it in the dryer this morning when she'd been searching for something to wear that wasn't so bright. All her colorful clothing had been hurting her eyes and mocking her pain with their cheery, vibrant hues, and she just slipped it on. Big mistake. His scent still clung to the garment, wrapping around her, making her miss him more than she'd ever missed anyone or anything. She hadn't been able to take it off, but it wasn't comforting. If anything, it was making her feel worse. Even though she didn't think it was possible to cry any more tears, she felt the warm drop of one sliding down her cheek. Lily knelt by her side, her brow pinched with worry. Moira? She glanced at her friend, shaking her head, her lips trembling as she opened her mouth to confess. I screwed it all up, Lil. Screwed what up, sweetie? Everything. The plan, our relationship, my chance at a soulmate. Whoa, hold on a second. Prue scooted in closer, grabbing Mo's hand in hers. What plan, what relationship? I think you should go back to the beginning. She started to explain, but only got 2 words in before the dam broke, and she was heaving out giant sobs of misery. Lily grabbed the box of tissues she kept on her desk for emotional couples and pushed them toward Mo. With a grateful glance, she accepted and mopped up her mess of a face, trying to get herself under control so she could explain everything to her friends. 2 more people she'd lied to and kept things from. Wow, no wonder August stormed out. She was a crappy friend. She felt lower than dirt right now and just as trampled on. Once the tears subsided, she took a deep, shuddering breath. Okay, so I have something to confess to you both. She launched into the events of the past 2 months, taking August out to the Botanic Gardens, getting closer to him. She glossed over their bedroom activities, implying but not describing in detail as she normally would. For some reason it felt too private, too much of a betrayal to share her stories of intimacy with August with her friends like she would have with any other guy. No, not some reason. She knew the reason. It was because she loved him, completely, with every bit of her soul. He wasn't just a wild night out or a steady boyfriend she was having fun with. He was the real deal. Or had been, until she screwed it all up. Don't say I told you so, Lily. She glared at her friend. Lily held up her hands in defense. I wasn't going to say it. Yeah, but you were thinking it. I could see it on your face. Or maybe that was just her own judgmental guilt reflecting back on her. Prue squeezed her hand. Mo, everyone knows sleeping with a roommate is a bad idea, but we would never stop you from pursuing something meaningful with someone you care about. Lily reached out to grab her other hand. And I would never taunt you about being right when you're hurting so much. She knew that. She was just so upset, and it was making her lash out. Now, what did he do? Lily asked. Do we need to kick him in the balls? Burn all his clothing? Ooh, Prue's lips curled in an evil smile. Give us your Nona's special laxative brownie recipe, and we'll make a batch for him. She let out a watery laugh. Seriously, she had the best friends in the universe. No, you don't have to do any of that. Honestly, this whole thing is my fault, and I'm sorry for not telling you August and I were together sooner. You're allowed to keep things to yourself. Prue patted her hand with a soft smile. Yes, Lily agreed. Sometimes things aren't meant to be shared. But that's exactly why she was in this mess, because she hadn't shared. I'm afraid that's where you're both wrong. She spilled out the rest of her story, sharing with her friends how she kept the loan application from August, to which Lily side-eyed her but graciously said nothing,
and how she kept Agatha's surgery a secret at the woman's request, culminating in the explosion that happened Friday night when August arrived home and all her secrets blew up in her face. The anguish on his face haunted her every time she closed her eyes. "I ruined everything," she cried, grabbing another tissue as the tears threatened again.
"I'd hardly say you ruined everything, Moira," Lily said with a small shake of her head.
"Yeah," Prue agreed. "I mean, sure, you withheld information, but Agatha did ask you to keep her health matters confidential. If you were a doctor, you'd be violating HIPAA laws by telling August." But she wasn't a doctor, just a woman who'd hurt the man she loved deeply. "And the flower shop does belong to Agatha, so August can't get mad at you for not including him in that decision. I mean, he can." Prue gave a little shrug. "But it's kind of a dick move, considering he doesn't own a lick of the place. Not his business, not his call." It wasn't about the shop being his. It was about being left out of important decisions regarding his family. She'd done the very thing his parents used to do to him, and she felt awful about it. But she didn't share that part with her friends. Lily was right. Some things a person was allowed to keep to themselves. Even though he hadn't asked it of her, she knew August did not want his tempestuous childhood blabbed about. Grabbing a spoon, she dug into the cheesecake. But the delicious treat didn't have the answers she was seeking. All it had was sugary goodness, berry drizzle, and a graham cracker crust. It did, however, fill her stomach, which she hadn't realized had been so empty. The zucchini lasagna still sat in the fridge, a mockery of what she'd expected her weekend to be. Aside from the entire box of Lucky Charms, which she consumed in her bed while watching reruns of Scrubs to try and cheer herself up, she hadn't eaten much. As she finished the first piece, Prue slid a second slice in the box toward her. "Are you guys going to let me eat all the cheesecake because I'm sad and pathetic? Please say yes." She was wallowing right now, and everyone knew cheesecake calories didn't count when you wallowed. "No." Lily grabbed a spoon of her own and dug a dainty portion of the third piece. "You get to have the extra piece because you're sad, but you're not now, nor have you ever been pathetic, Mo. Not since the day I met you." "Aw, Lil." She placed a hand over her heart. "I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." "Shut it and eat your extra cheesecake." A small smile tilted her lips. At least she still had her friends. They meant the world to her, and she'd be lost without them. Still, August had come to mean a lot to her, too, and she suspected he'd come to be a lot more because I think he's my soulmate. August. Her friends stopped eating, putting their spoons down to give her their undivided attention. She stared at the bite of food on her spoon. I never thought the universe would send me someone so unlike who I thought my soulmate would be. But August, he might be a bit grumpy and prefer solitude to going out, but he's also kind and sweet, and he really cares about the people around him. And I bet he's dynamite in bed. Prue! Lily admonished. No, she's right. Mo lifted her fist, which Prue bumped with her own. He's amazing in bed. Understatement of the century. What if I screwed it all up? She glanced at her friends. Ruined my chance at a happily ever after. Wow. Prue gave a small shake of her head. You really have gone full mopey, Mo. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Hey! Way to kick her when she was down. It's true. Lily nodded in agreement. Who's the one who's always telling us love conquers all? The one who kept pushing us to believe in true love and soulmates? The one who never gave up on us no matter what? The one who helped us find our happily ever afters, even when we thought they might never be possible? Prue leaned in, wrapping an arm around Mo's shoulders. Finding the person you love doesn't mean everything works out perfectly. You'll still fight, argue, disagree. You'll do things or say things you shouldn't, apologize, and have to learn to forgive. But the true test of love is if you both realize that what you have is worth fighting for. Lily inched closer as well, placing a hand on Mo's knee. I still don't know if I believe in all this soulmate stuff, but I do know love is a very powerful force, and it hits you when you're least expecting it. Sometimes with a person you'd never imagine yourself with, but that's the beauty of it. You complete each other.
And it doesn't go away because of 1 or 2 mistakes or misunderstandings. If it's real love, you fight for it. And the Mo we know has never been a quitter. She snorted, shoving another bite of cheesecake in her mouth, chewing and swallowing, before scathingly responding, "Maybe she's just watched too many princess movies and thinks fairy tales are real, but she should really grow up and face the dark, harsh reality that life can suck." Lily pulled the box away. "Hey," Mo protested. "I was eating that. No extra pieces if you're going to totally disregard your best friends." "I'm not disregarding you," she let out a heavy sigh. "I'm just hopeless right now." "It's okay, Mo." Prue hugged her tight. "You can be a little hopeless right now. Everyone is after a major blowout with the person they love." "She's right, but you can't let this change who you are. Embrace what you're feeling right now, examine it, and then find a way to make it right. Go talk to August. If you really think he's your soulmate, then fight for him. Fight for your love. But whatever you do, don't stop being you, because we love you." With Lily and Prue staring at her, supporting her, and giving her hard truths, Mo nodded. Her friends were right. She couldn't let this be the end. Lily slid the box back over to her with a satisfied smile. "Good. Have another day or 2 of your pity party, then go find August and work this out." A small flicker of hope rose in her chest. "But what if he doesn't love me?" "Come on, Mo." Prue huffed out a laugh. "How could anyone not love you?" Her friends were seriously the best. Mo finished off her second piece of cheesecake, and then the other half of Lily's when her friend caved to the patented, sad puppy dog eyes look Mo had perfected over the years. The rest of the workday went by fairly quickly, and then Mo was back upstairs in her apartment. Alone. She headed to his room, opening the door and staring at the large bed. Such an innocuous piece of furniture. Nothing but a bunch of wood, metal springs, and cloth, but it had changed her world so completely. Not the bed, really, but the man who'd taken her to it, who'd worshipped her in it, who'd held her close in the night, making her feel more at home, more complete than anyone or anything ever had. The place seemed so much bigger without August. Sure, most of his stuff was still here, except for a duffel bag of clothes he'd grabbed the other day, while she did as he requested, and stayed away. Agatha had texted her on Saturday night that August had booked a room at a motel, and that all men were beyond pig-headed, but the good ones eventually came around to see the light. She hoped so, because August was the best man she'd ever known. She might have made a mistake, and she knew she hurt him, but she was also willing to fight for him, for them. She wasn't going to let him run away from her. She was wrong, yes. She'd apologized, not with cookies or a trip to a fancy garden, but with her heart and soul. She was going to lay it all bare in front of the man she loved and take a chance on the things she believed in most in this world. Love. She turned away from his room and headed to the bathroom. Stripping off her clothes, she turned on the shower and waited for the water to warm. As hot steam filled the bathroom, she stared at her reflection, becoming fuzzy in the fogging mirror. Resolve filled her. Her friends were right. Moira Rossi didn't give up. Tomorrow after work, she was going to find August and show him just how much she cared. Convince him they were worth fighting for. She wiped at the condensation on the mirror and grimaced at her reflection. Lifting a strand of her streaked hair, she wrinkled her nose. Tomorrow, she'd get the love of her life back. But tonight, she had to dye this hair. Chapter 22. August stood at the edge of the 8-acre plot his grandmother intended to buy. He had to admit, it was a nice spot. Enough land for a small farm, with space to add a sizable greenhouse for flowers that needed a warmer year-round climate. The location was just outside the heavy traffic of the city, but close enough for her to get daily deliveries of whoever was going to run the farm. It could be me. He sighed. His mind pored over the dilemma as he walked the ground, visually examining the dirt that would someday soon grow flowers for his grandmother. Flowers he could grow if he wanted. He'd been obsessing over it all weekend, and he still hadn't come to a decision. After sitting up with Patricia all night, watching crappy TV game shows, he'd made sure Gran was awake and doing well before he checked into his hotel room a few miles away. Mo had done as he asked and cleared out of the apartment, sending his grandmother a text that he could go over and get his stuff. The apartment had felt so empty. Strange, since Mo had managed to clutter the place with trash and clothes in the less than 24 hours he'd been gone. But even with all the junk scattered about, empty ice cream tubs, dirty socks, an empty box of hair dye, the place had a desolate feel to it, like all the light had been sucked out of it. After settling into his temporary home, he went back to check on Gran, where the woman refused to speak with him until he sat down and went over the plans for the flower shop expansion. Because he hadn't wanted to upset her, he did as she demanded. He recognized his grandmother's handwriting, but some of the ideas, they were all Mo. He sat at the table for the next few hours and pored over every detail, marveling at how thorough and unique it was. Unique because the plot of land his grandmother intended to buy wasn't in the city proper, but just outside. Close enough to be within driving distance of the city, but far enough away to escape some of the hectic aspects he disliked so much. It was what Mo had been saying all along. A compromise. And that was how he came to be here, trying to decide what he really wanted. Ever since he was a kid, he knew he wanted to grow flowers for a living. He loved cultivating the earth, adding some beauty into a world that could be so dark and ugly. Flowers were amazing plants. Some could heal you, some could kill you, and some could brighten up a person's day or warm a heart in pain. They were fragile, but also resilient. The seeds of last year's blooms gave life to the next year's. They were pollinators, which helped the ecosystem. No matter what, he knew he was meant to protect and cultivate these precious petals that did so much for the world around them. But he always assumed that work would take place far away from the city. He'd never imagined himself living in a metropolis. When he first arrived in Denver, he had no idea how he was going to last 6 months. And now, damn it if the city hadn't grown on him. Then there was Gran. As much as it pained him to admit, no matter how much he tried to persuade her, he knew his grandmother would never leave the city. She'd made that crystal clear. Honestly, he didn't blame her. This was her home. All her friends were here. How selfish it had been of him to try and uproot her from her life simply because he wanted to take care of her on his terms. He crouched, scooping up a bit of the earth in his hand and letting the rough grains of dirt sift through his fingers. It was a nice plot of land. He could see himself growing beautiful flowers here, helping Gran out with the shop now and then, maybe finding a place close to the farm, but not directly in the heart of the city. His goal hadn't been the location, but the dream itself. His own flower farm. Who cared if he did it out past civilization, or just on the cusp of Denver? But can I see myself with her? Mo. Even thinking about the woman dredged up so many mixed feelings, he felt like he was drowning. He'd never cared so much for someone before, which was probably why her keeping secrets pained him so much. After having a few days to think it over, he could look at it with more rationality. The harsh rush of emotions had settled, and he could see the facts of the situation. Yes, she'd lied to him, but it wasn't malevolent. She'd been keeping a promise to his grandmother, and he knew Agatha Porter would hold a person to a promise. He also knew Mo wasn't the type of person to betray a trust. She'd been stuck between a rock and a hard place. Though he wished she would have come to him, told him everything, he understood why she hadn't. But maybe they could work through this, promise to be more open in the future. Because he realized he wanted a future with Mo. Desperately. It wasn't just that he cared for Mo. He loved her. He never thought he would love anyone, much less an optimistic, energetic, extroverted ball of chaotic energy who put pineapple on her pizza. But life was funny like that, always throwing in curveballs just when you thought you'd figured it out. Mo had crashed into his life and changed it. For the better. She'd made him look at things from new angles. If it hadn't been for her, he never would have seen the side of the city he enjoyed. It was because of Mo he was considering taking Gran up on her offer of running her new flower farm. But what did that mean for them? He'd never been in love before. There was no roadmap for this kind of thing. But he knew one thing. He couldn't go back to his solitary life. Not after he'd experienced the richness that having someone who cared for you could bring. All he'd ever wanted as a kid was to be important to his parents. When they didn't show him the love he craved, he shut down, blocked himself off. But maybe that was partially his fault. Maybe he should have taken what they could give instead of demanding everything. You couldn't be the sole focus of someone's world. Life didn't work that way. He got that now. But you could face the world with someone by your side. Someone you trusted to have your back to give you what you needed, even when you thought you needed something else. Someone who loved you with everything in them. Someone who compromised and met you in the middle. Someone like Mo. He rose, determination warming his chest. He knew what he had to do now to get his dreams, his life, and the woman he loved. Mo stepped up to her apartment door after the longest day in history. Seriously, had the clock ticked slower knowing she was watching it? All day she'd been going over what she wanted to say to August in her mind, planning the perfect apology that would have the man scooping her into his arms and proclaiming his undying love for her no matter how badly she messed up. Yes, she let her imagination run wild, but it could happen, she hoped. She fit her key in the lock, hands shaking slightly. Nerves were getting the better of her, but she knew she had to do this. She had to fight for love, for August. She'd always believed in the power of true love. Guess she was about to put her beliefs to the test. Agatha had given Mo the name of the hotel August was staying at, and she planned to head right over there after she took a quick shower and put on her most irresistible outfit. Had to use all the good luck in her arsenal. She turned the knob and opened the door. A powerful floral scent hit her in the face as she stepped into the apartment. Mo felt her jaw drop as she stared around her home. Beautiful flowers were placed on every available surface. Reds, whites, yellows, purples, a rainbow of colors, some in fancy glass vases, others stuck in water glasses or coffee mugs. There were roses, daisies, dozens of others she couldn't identify. Even a bird of paradise with its colorful orange, blue, and purple petals sticking up in the air, beckoning her to come close. She came further into the apartment, letting the door close behind her. Her vision blurred as tears gathered in her eyes. Happy tears, because there was only one person who would do something like this. One person who could gather a cornucopia of blooms in one place for...
Hey, sunshine.
She turned toward the kitchen area to see August sitting at the table. He had a single flower in his hand, a large green stem with a cluster of tiny star-shaped purple petals forming a kind of bell shape. She'd seen the flower used in some weddings before, but had no idea what it was. August, I was just going to... What are you doing here? She was flustered. She never got flustered. Guess love did weird things to people.
Did you know that the Victorians used to use flowers as a means of covert communication?
She shook her head, for once in her life words escaping her. He gave a small smile.
Flowers have always had deeper meaning attached to them.
August stood, keeping the purple flower tightly in his grip as he moved around the room, pointing out each bloom and offering an explanation.
Bird of paradise, he said.
His smile widened, dimples peeking.
Joyfulness, because I've never met anyone in my life as filled with happiness as you, Mo.
She covered her mouth when a sob threatened to break free. Now was not the time to become a blubbering mess. She didn't want to miss a word of what he said. He pointed to a bright yellow flower with black tick marks on the inner petals.
Mariah, for friendship. You offered me your friendship the moment we met. You didn't even know me, but you were willing to extend a hand. You took a guy who hated the city and found parts of it he loved. You willingly tried cauliflower pizza,
because a friend asked you to. You're the best friend I've ever had, Mo.
Her heart raced, emotions welling up inside, choking her with hope for what this all meant, what August was trying to say. He continued around the room, pointing and explaining as he went.
Daisy's for cheerfulness, Protea for change and courage, Chrysanthemum for fidelity, Camellia for passion and desire.
He stopped in front of a large vase of a dozen red roses. His eyes focused on her, gaze penetrating her very soul as he spoke.
Red roses for love.
That did it. Dropping her hands, she rushed to him, throwing her arms around his neck. The tears poured freely now, her heart bursting with love for this man. I love you, August. I'm so sorry for keeping things from you. You have to believe I never meant to hurt you. I know I can be a bit of a bulldozer at times, always thinking what I'm doing is right for everyone, but I promise I only do it out of love, and I'll try to be better about—
Mo, sunshine, hold on.
He chuckled, grasping her hips and setting her back so she could stare into his eyes. Eyes alight with love.
You didn't let me finish.
She winced. Sorry.
No need to apologize.
He gave a small shake of his head.
For anything.
He brought up the hand that still had the purple flower in its grip, holding it out in front of her. It smelled so sweet. She had no idea what it was or what it meant, but she was sure August was about to tell her.
Purple hyacinth, to symbolize sorrow, regret, and forgiveness.
His brow furrowed, grip on her tightening.
I know you never would have withheld the things you did if you hadn't been sworn to secrecy by Gran. I reacted badly because I was hurt and upset, but I know you would never intentionally hurt me. I felt left out. I know you would never purposely exclude me when, from the moment I met you, all you've ever done is try to include me in your life.
She laughed softly. No family was perfect, not even hers. But if there was love there, things could work out. And she knew August and Agatha loved each other very much.
I'm sorry for how I acted, for the things I said.
His hand left her hip to come up and cup her cheek.
But most of all, I'm sorry that we couldn't all be honest with each other. You, me, and Gran. I don't want that to be our dynamic. I want to share everything with you. And when you keep something from me, I can trust it's for a good reason.
She never wanted to keep anything from him in the first place. Mo was terrible at keeping secrets. She often told people way too much as it was. I never meant to hurt you, August.
And I didn't mean to hurt you either, sunshine.
He held the flower out to her.
I love you, Moira. Can you forgive me?
She smiled, wrapping her hand around his and tilting the flower toward him. Only if you can forgive me, too. With the gentle grasp he had on her jaw, he pulled her closer, dipping his head to capture her lips. She moaned into the sweetest kiss she'd ever received, a kiss full of love, forgiveness, full of promise for a future. One a few days ago she'd been terrified she'd never have. August pulled away, his smile so wide those dimples were out in full force. So, you and your grandmother are okay? In addition to the pain she'd been suffering after their fight, Mo had been horrified that she'd caused a rift in Agatha and August's relationship.
We're solid, he nodded, but we are going to have to work on our open communication, me and Gran, especially since we're going into business together.
Her eyes widened as hope filled her chest. Business together? Does that mean—
Yes.
He interrupted, holding up a finger.
I'm staying here to work the grow farm, but I'm doing it on my own terms.
He could do it on whatever terms he wanted. At the words, I'm staying here, her heart burst with joy, and nothing could put a damper on it.
The loan is out. Gran doesn't need that type of risk, and I won't allow you to put yourself in jeopardy either.
But I'm willing to help. She was willing to do just about anything for this man.
I know, because you're a wonderful person who would give a stranger the coat off her back in a blizzard if it meant keeping them warm.
She would. She did once, but she'd only been a few blocks from home at the time, so it wasn't like she got frostbite or anything. and the frazzled teen had left his coat at school. What was she supposed to do? Let the kid freeze? No way.
I've been saving for my own flower farm for years. I have a business plan all mapped out. I was just searching for the right place.
And you found it, she said with a smile. He brushed his mouth against hers again, warm breath tickling her lips as he said,
I found her.
Epilogue. 4 months later. If I fall and break my leg, Lily is going to be pissed. Crutches aren't a good look for a co-maid of honor. Mo wobbled unsteadily as August guided her with his hands on her hips, maneuvering her as she walked with the blindfold covering her eyes.
Don't worry, sunshine.
His deep voice whispered in her ear.
I've got you. I won't let you fall.
Warm joy spread through her entire body at his words. The 6 months August was supposed to be her roommate had come and gone, but thankfully, the man himself was still here. They renewed the lease on her apartment, choosing to stay for another year while August got his flower farm up and ready. It would take some time to get the greenhouse ready and the land plotted out for all the different species of flowers he intended to grow. In addition to being the primary supplier for Porter's Petals, he already had secured contracts with 2 other flower shops in the area and planned to sell at a few local farmers markets in the summer. Agatha had agreed to let Chris start working at the shop full-time to give herself a little break every now and then, which made August happy. Mile High Happiness was doing great, and the women were busy putting the last-minute details on Lily and Lincoln's wedding this upcoming summer. Agatha's health had improved significantly since the surgery. The woman said she felt 60 again. She and her friend Patricia were even planning a girls' trip to Vegas, a real one this time. Life still had its little hiccups every now and then, but Mo couldn't remember a time when she'd been happier. August was not who she thought she'd end up with, but she was so glad the universe was smarter than her. He was perfect for her. They were so different, but those differences meshed together. It caused them to try new things, view life from opposite angles. Being with August made her a better version of herself. "Can I take this thing off now?" she grumbled as she tripped over another rough spot on the ground.
Almost. Here, hold on.
Suddenly, she was scooped up into August's arms. Snuggling into the warmth of his chest, she inhaled deeply. His scent wrapped around her, calming her like nothing else could. He paused, and she felt him jostle her slightly, while she assumed he opened some kind of door, judging by the squeaking sound she heard.
Okay.
He gently set her back down on her feet, lifting the blindfold from her eyes.
Now.
She opened her eyes, blinking as the bright light of the day burned away the darkness she'd been in for the past 20 minutes. As her eyes focused, and she glanced around, she gasped. They were inside the greenhouse on August's flower farm, but unlike the last time she was here, it wasn't just an empty building. Now, the beautiful glass structure was filled with dozens of flowers and plants, and sprayer hoses lined the ceiling, dripping water onto the vegetation. Sweet, floral scents filled the air, and a bed of river rocks made a path through the middle of the building. "August, it's beautiful!" She turned in a circle, taking it all in. "I had no idea you'd gotten so far in the process." His arms wrapped around her waist from behind.
"I wanted to surprise you. And look."
He pulled her to the back of the greenhouse, where a tiny bench sat with lattices behind it, covered in long, bright green strands of ivy. She glanced at the bench, noticing some engraving on the back, and leaning closer. The words had her eyes misting. "Love grows where you plant it. Mr. + AP."
"Do you know what ivy symbolizes?"
He spoke into her ear, nodding to the ivy behind the bench. She shook her head. Honestly, he told her so many plant and flower meanings, she'd forgotten most of them or kept mixing them up. And they all had multiple meanings anyway. How could anyone keep them straight?
"It means friendship, affection, fidelity."
"See? So many meanings. Someone should tell Flora to stop being greedy and pick one." He came around in front of her and dropped to one knee, pulling out a small wooden box.
"And marriage."
Holy crap!
Her heart jumped up into her throat, beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. They talked about the future before, but she hadn't seen this coming. How had she not seen this coming?
I honestly don't care if we get married tomorrow, or stay together forever and never get married like your parents. All I want is to be with you, every day of my life, because you make the days better simply by being in them. So Moira Rossi, we can get married or just keep doing what we're doing. But will you be mine? Will you let me be yours? Forever?
He opened the box to reveal 2 wooden rings, one small and one larger. He hadn't gotten the traditional engagement ring, but 2 rings, symbolizing them both. Their journey. It fit, considering how untraditional they were. It was perfect. It was them. She tried to speak, but the happy tears clogging her throat prevented her from getting any words out, so she simply nodded, throwing her arms around him. Bad idea. With his unsteady position, they both went crashing to the ground in a tumble of laughter.
Oh no, did you hurt yourself? He asked. I don't want Lily to maim me. That woman scares me.
Her friends might have given August a piece of their minds when they first met him, but then they lovingly embraced him into their circle. I'm fine. She kissed him, pulling back with a bright smile. Fantastic, ecstatic, happier than I've ever been. He smiled right back.
Me too.
And yes, I do want to get married. I want to have a big party to celebrate our love and declare to the world that we're soulmates.
He shook his head with a small chuckle. A year ago, I would have never believed such a thing was possible. But then I met you. So I'm in. Let's get married. Have a big party, invite the whole city. Whatever you want.
He was giving her carte blanche. She should take advantage. With a mischievous grin, she asked, Anything I want? Even pineapple pizza at the reception? August threw his head back with a booming laugh.
Sunshine, for you, I'd eat nothing but pineapple pizza for the rest of my life.
She pulled him close and kissed him deeply. Yup, she'd found her soulmate for sure. Who would have thought opening her door all those months ago would have changed her life forever? Not her, but she was so very glad it had. And whether they had pineapple pizza or chicken breasts with zucchini slices, Mo knew they could handle anything as long as they were side by side. This concludes The Roommate Problem by Mariah Ankenman. Narrated by Charlotte North. Copyright 2020 by Mariah Ankenman. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.